Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you gon' love me.
Subramia. Soko sunu baby Subramia. Soko sunu baby Subramia. Soko sunu baby Subramia. Ejemo, Anamana. Ejemeje, Anamana. Wana mejemo, Anamu. Paratuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo eguma wego. Paratuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo eguma wego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It's everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba. Soko sunu baby Subramia. Soko sunu baby Subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to.
Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. A milocon don't turn to a bilocon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 5 billion for food and refreshment, hundreds of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger they. This one don't pass Jaga Jaga. Was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children, I ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Party government, now you are the president. Since Buhari say you go bring him to judgment, Emefiele printed 20 under Buhari government, $6 million for election observers. They say somebody, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our refineries, we will not promise to fix. been a dango theory.
Okay now.
These recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened. The party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then a regional party, more than a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi actually broke that mold. Yes. However, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization, you know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, and that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue.
Aṣíwájú gbọ́dọ̀ tẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tiẹ̀ tó náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀pọ̀ ti ṣìkì létí ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìgbà yan ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun máa gbé ọ̀rọ̀ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkọ́bí.
I thank all of you. Me, I'm going straight. They've said everything. So the one that I will speak, I don't know which one I'm going to speak now. Now, I want to say that I want to go to straight. We're not going to, I, and all those who believe in me, and those of you who are committed to the interests of the Niger Delta, we're not going to be clear as that. If anybody have the right to protest, I also have the right to resist protest. Where your right stop, that's where my protest. People will say that they've given him money. That's why he's talking this way. I am now. Go take your own. Me, I don't take my own. Because a lot of people make these claims. And when they make this claim, you now start to hide. When they make this claim, you now start to be apologetic. The same formula, the same pattern. When our brother was there, they protested. Today, another of our brother is here. They want, when you allow yourself to be used, when you always bend their back for people to ride on you, they will continue to ride on you. Like the IYC president said, our needs included in their 10-point demands? No. So we are not important to them, but it's our resources that they want to share. We are not important to, but they want to share our resources. I want to say that me, I have the capacity. I'll be away, Keme. Protest come near me. You will collect. Those who brought anti, they collected from me voto. Everybody knows it. The government knows it. The security agent knows it. I gave them voto. Look, don't be deceived by flowery words. Don't be deceived by people's flowery words. Statements they make. Look at their life. What have they done to impact on their society, on the environment? Not be today hospital, not there for Buguma. Not be today hospital, not there for Bonima. Not be today hospital, not there for Calabari land. It has always been there. And I will not expect that my friend came 1 year after. I say because hospital not there for Buguma, we don't close since 1990 something, I should kick my friend out of power. I will not be part of it. These are anarchists. When you fail election, wait for another election season. It's 4 years. Go and sell yourself to the people. But you say you will not agree. After you have failed, you will continue. Then you are not patriotic. You are not patriotic. You are the problem of this country. President Ahmed Bola Tinubu won this election against all odds. No candidate had gone through the travails that President Ahmed Bola Tinubu went through to win this election. Everything was against him, and it triumphed. Wait for your turn. Let me tell you one thing. Don't pretend about it. We are all sitting here peacefully. It will be good for you to visit Liberia, visit Somalia, visit Venezuela, visit Somalia, and ask those people. I was in Libya, I was a friend of Gaddafi, I lived in Libya. Libya was paradise. Today, Libya is hellfire. 90% of those who led this anarchy against Gaddafi, they are all dead. Let nobody deceive you that there will be peaceful protest. It's not a peaceful protest. It's a call to anarchy. Have you read the 10-point demand? A change of government. It's a change of government, a change of constitution, a change of this. Is that demand for good governance? That is a coup. And we have to resist. All of us, yes, people have been hungry. This is not the first time. And nobody is happy that people are hungry. We are all working so that people, the burden on the shoulder of the people will be lifted up and will be carried away. The president has done this, the president has done that, the president is doing this, is not doing. We cease to be political party members. We cease to be PDP, we cease to be APC, we cease to be YPP, we cease to be any other party. We all now have a party called Nigeria. Party Nigeria, that's what we are. And we must all work. No religion says that you must pray for your government to fail. Anywhere you see a small thing for the government to fail, immediately you jump in. The government must fail. This government will not fail. This government will not fail. This government will stand. We might have differences. We must also tell those in government that if you are in government, you must not use your power in. There are people in government say, now we deal, now we go deal with you. You know if you deal with me. You know if you deal with me. Me, you know if you deal with me, I tell you. Now me, they tell you, say, no if you deal with me. So those who think they can deal with us, they should not spoil the government of Ahmed Bola Tinubu. Me, I know Ahmed Bola Tinubu. I've known him to his bedroom. And I know that there is no president that had come in this country that is like Ahmed Bola Tinubu. I'm not, all of you know me, I don't flatter people. In fact, I specialize in abusing people. So I don't flatter people. I don't. President Ahmed Bola Tinubu and Sami Mbuku, Denis Otuaro, and others are people who were in the trenches with us. This is the first time a president that is one of us is in Aso Rock. And that's why we must support him. Because we know that he's dealing and interacting with people who do not understand what we went through, what we have. We have paid our price from June 12th to today. We have paid our price. We have gone to prison. We have been underground. We have been buried alive. We have every right to gain our respect. We are telling you, don't go. Look, what they want to do is to come here to blow pipelines, to intercept trucking, to intercept badges. You heard what happened in Imo State yesterday, where they killed police officers. That is what they want to do. And we must resist them. We must not allow them to bring their anarchy here. But if you get strong head, you bring down. If you get strong head, you bring down. I know be Tinubu, I know the government, I know be chief of army staff, I know be IG of police. If you do anyhow, you go see anyhow. Don't bring your protest here. This protest does not concern us. And anywhere where you are doing your protest, I did that you are doing your protest, I know that you are a threat to me, I will be a threat to you. That is it. I'm not going to romance my words. I'm not going to do CC with you. I am not a CC. My name is Mujahid Okubasare, and I'm going to live up to my name, and I will stand firm. I'm not doing it because I'm a Bola Tinubu is going to give me anything. No, I'm doing it because I believe that if I don't do it, my life will be in danger. The life of my children will be in danger. The life of my compatriot, all of you who are here will be in danger. It is wrong for us to be part or even conceive these protests. Those who have lost the election should prepare for 2027. Thank you.
And there it is right there. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So good day to you, good to be in your company. I'm not quite sure why this thing is, I never could get it quite right. I'm using a green screen because I've been advised to, but I've got the lighting, but I'm not quite sure. Let me make some anyway, you just have to, yes, it's a one-man operation, as I often tell you, and the experience, of course, verifies that. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Hope you've had a wonderfully glorious day, and the day cascades to its crescendo by spending time with your favorite or your laughing man. One man went to mow. So good day to you, good to be in your company. So it is not often that anything as Awry Dokubo ever chimes with what I call sense, but for the first time they say a broken clock is right twice a day. You know, if your clock stops working at 12:05, so at 12:05 a.m. is exactly right. At 12:05 p.m. is exactly right as well. So even a broken clock is right twice a day. So in total, in conformity with what Awry Dokubo said there, so I don't think anybody is disputing anymore what the coloration of what is going on is. It's a political protest by people who lost an election. So I think we all know that. It's a political protest by people who lost an election, but that's fair enough. People who lost an election can protest politically. I'm not quite sure why the StreamYard logo is showing on my thing. It shouldn't. People who lost an election can protest. There's nothing wrong with that. But so long as it's not anarchy, which is where the apprehension is. So I've alarmed at this apprehension on quite a few sessions, as Awry Dokubo alarms at that apprehension. Bayo Ononuga, the whole of the thinking Nigerian space, alarms at that apprehension. So if you want to carry placards up and down the street and shout socialist songs, like all these Aluta mantras, so that's fair enough. That's still part of the gaiety of society. But please don't foment riot or anarchy. And that is where the concern is. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. So we want to see the like numbers going up just as soon as I make that invitation. So, pardon me. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. If you're not already subscribed, correct that as well. If the subscription, and by the way, if you're watching and watch back, all these things I'm saying still applies to you. So the call to action still applies even if you're watching and watch back. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If the subscription button is showing as red on your screen, then you have not fulfilled all righteousness just yet. So click on like, click on subscribe, and then if you want to come and participate in the conversation, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you click on that hyperlink, it puts you into a studio space. As soon as I finish fleshing out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in conversation. So there's nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's as easy as ABC. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and participate. Copy the link to the stream, share it on your Instagram spaces, your WhatsApp groups, and Facebook, etc., etc. So share the links as widely as you can. Like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and be an active combatant. One more instruction, the $ at the bottom of the screen, it invites you to super chat, super stick towards the platform as exemplified by the super sticker put up by Ayo right there. So we have the anticipation of 5 super interactions with the stream, both on the Facebook space and especially on the YouTube space. We have the anticipation of 5 super interactions. So we've had, we actually had Tope O kick it up, glorying in my appearance on a different space where I went to give them water, you know. So I went to give them water there. So she gloried in that. And Niger Man, so he's glorying in Asari Dokubo. And I, of course, always a glorious person just by nature. So join that space. So we have the anticipation of 5. We have 3 already. So complete that 5 and then continue to light up the space in multicolored super charts. So multicolored super chart. So as has been now, what now seems to be, so that's Isaac right there joining that space as well. So as there's been now the convention over the last few streams, we'll be interspersing, pardon me, we'll be interspersing article readouts with video clips. We have quite a bank of video clips to play you, so we'll be interspersing somewhat. So let's intersperse and kick it off with this one. So we kick it off with this one. So this goes central to exactly addressing the hardship that afflicts our country. In that Asarito Kubo's submission, he told you then that of all of the presidents, the best chance to get Nigeria right is the government is agitating about problems of historical mismanagement, which is now been addressed. Pardon me. Federal government to slash monthly petrol import costs by $610 million with crude sales to Dangote refinery orders. So these are the boring bits that actually gets administrations right. So there it is right there. Federal government to slash monthly petroleum import cost by $610 million with crude sales to Dangote refinery others. This is the Federal Inland Revenue Service boss bringing us this good news. So the Federal Inland Revenue boss brings us this good news. So let's kick it off with this. The chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji, announced that the federal government will reduce monthly spend on petroleum import by a staggering $610 million by supplying crude oil to Dangote refinery and other local refineries in Naira. So this is a follow-on from our conversations from yesterday. Adedeji made this statement on Monday following the approval by the Federal Executive Council FEC that trade amongst local refineries be denominated in Naira with immediate effect. Adedeji said about $660 million is spent monthly on fuel importation, amounting to $7.9 billion every year. He said this new deal will reduce the pressure on foreign exchange as the government will save the total of $610 million monthly and approximately $7.9 billion annually. With this approval today, through the FAC led by Mr. President, this has been reduced by a minimum of 90% because of what we have today. The transactions will now be done rather in our local currency, not only to Dangote refinery, but to all local refineries for all our local consumption, and this will stabilize the pump price. This will also make economic stability a reality because there will no longer rely on fluctuation in the forex. So there's that one. I think that's somewhat a throwback to yesterday's session. So let me intersperse with the clip. So Femi, I see you there. Stay there. You seem to be a new voice here. So when I finish the deliveries, I'll come to you first. So stay there, Femi. So interspersing then with this. So the demonstration, of course, was instigated by the obedient space and the heartland of the obedient space. We all know the heartland of the obedient space in Lagos. We all know where it is. So, having now instigated what portends to be this act of insurrection, certainly an anarchical act, haven't instigated it, they are now trying to distance somewhat. So, this is the headquarters of the obedient space in Lagos, trying to distance themselves from what they instigated. What space?
Even Ogala to Twitter, I am telling you authoritatively that even the whole authorities in the Lagos State are not aware our position. What is our position? Our position on a protest. Hello. We are not part and parcel of anybody that is organizing protests. Any group that is organizing protests, anybody.
Oh, sir. Pardon me. I seem to have hold on. Yeah.
Publication. Even Ogala to Twitter, I am telling you authoritatively that even the whole authorities in the Lagos State are not aware our position. What is our position? Our position on a protest. Hello. We are not part and parcel of anybody that is organizing protests, any group that is organizing protests, anybody that associates himself with protests. We, the Alaba International Market Amalgamated, the electronics to be precise, are not in support of any protest. We are not protesting because these people that are protesting, we don't know what their aims and the objectives are. We don't even know the reason why they want to protest.
All right. So they don't know. They don't know the reasons why they want to protest. Haven't now instigated the protest. So that's the obedient space trying somewhat to distance himself from the protest. Somebody is saying I'm not coming across lucidly. So let me know in the comment section if we can hear me clearly. So there are concerns though that this protest is targeted towards a specific area, and the targeting somewhat seems to be towards the southwest. There has been that concern. And that concern now somewhat it heightens with this piece of information coming through. So the concern heightens with this piece of information coming through. They picked 3 states in the southwest. This is the obedient space now. Let me see if I can blow this up. All right, so this is from Ebun Oluwa Adegboruwa, who is the lawyer for the insurrectionists, and this is the notices put out. Notice of public meetings / rallies / processions and request for police coverage. It says we act as solicitors to the Take It Back movement and refer to our letter on the above subject matter dated July the 22 dated July the 29th, 2024, which we have passed to our client with instructions to respond thereto as follows. Our client acknowledges the commitment of the Inspector General of Police towards complying with extant legislation, granting citizens the right to hold public meetings, public rallies, and public processions, and the lawful discharge of the obligations protection at the venue. We shall be glad to have the contact details of the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Assistant Inspector General of Police, and the Commissioners of Police designate to cover the said public meetings, public rallies, and public processions to ensure a peaceful and crisis-free outing. So you still say that is still within the realms of being reasonable, but it gets now unreasonable. Please find below the details of some of the points of convergence for the said public meetings, rallies, and processions. So number one is Abuja. So if they are protesting against the universal bad governance within the Nigerian space, that universality rests, of course, in Abuja, where the seat of power is. So if they want to protest in Abuja, that is in tandem with what they are claiming they are protesting for. But now it starts to get a bit funky now. So they want now to protest in Lagos, even though the indigenous Lagosians have said a categorical no. They've even taken to the streets to demonstrate against that demonstration, to protest against that demonstration. So Lagos, they are protesting in Benin City, opposite Wema Bank, at something lane in Benin City. They are protesting in Bauchi, opposite School of Agric. They are protesting in Ibadan. I'm not even sure that anybody in Ibadan cares. The Ibadan people are not complaining about Seyi Makinde. They love the guy and they think he's doing excellently well. So, and they have no issues with the central space as well. So quite why they are protesting there, I don't know. So Ibadan, Rosewale filling station in Iwo Road. So that's where they're going. In Yobe State, Maiduguri roundabout, River State Rainbow roundabout, and Pantani Stadium. And then in Oshogbo Freedom Park. So now, I played you the clip of them inviting that they don't want a protest in Alaba Market, but surely they have bad governance in Enugu State. They hate the guy in Imo, who they are calling Fulani mate. So where is the area of convergence in Imo? The bad governance, the looting of monies by Alex Oti within the 1 year of his administration. Where is the protestation against that? Perhaps they have excellent governance in Anambra State, so due to that they hate so much. Where are they converging? So it is without equivocation a targeted of the country is all enumerated in their own. Question then is this targeted towards the southwest? We shall update you with further details in the course of time, hoping that the above information suffices for planning and strategy. We are delighted to attend the meeting. We are delighted to attend the meeting which the Inspector General of Police has requested. However, in order to achieve enlarged participation, we request that the said meeting be held virtually in order to give room for all stakeholders to attend. Specifically, we will be led in the said meeting by Mr. Femi Falana SAN, the NBA, other lawyers, and civil society organizations. We await the Zoom link for the said virtual meeting. So there it is right there. So what really strikes is where they are requesting to protest. So this is the formal request by the protesters, identifying where, because this is the interaction with the state now. The state has requested that the protesters provide the names and addresses of the people leading the protest, the location that protest will take place, so that they can synergize security with the events of the day. And the protesters have acquiesced, giving us identities of people that are senior within that protest space, and giving us the specific locations that the protest will take place. Abuja, Lagos, Benin City, Bauchi, Ibadan, Yobe, Rivers, and Osogbo. So that is where the formal protest is meant to take place. So that is then to tell you then that in the vast swathe of the Southeast, they have good governance there. They have no reasons to quibble. So there it is right there. But the citizenry, they are not taking this lying down, because everybody sees the underpinnings of this. The citizenry are not taking this lying down, and they respond. Watch this.
I see Moyele they confirm every state for protest. Oh, Benin City is ready. Meeting point at King Square. Time 7 a.m. Oga Sowore, wetin happen to your state? Abi you not get states? When you want confirm your own those states, when I want start the protest. Why be saying now other people's states now really concern you? Your own state gone Oga Sowore, when I want start. Where be una meeting points? Where be saying Benin City is ready? I beg, I want to ask now museum, King Square museum, our museum. Now it be House of Assembly. Now museum, now it be Edo State Government House. Abi they not they give una allocation. We not know much entire Edo State every month. Abi they not they give una money. Waiting do una state government. Waiting do Sadebe Avenue as una meeting point. We not go start una meeting point for Sadebe Avenue. Waiting our museum can't do. We say now our museum now be una starting point. Oga Sowore. Abi we not get lawmakers say they always the right. Now then they talk how much we need every year for those states. Now then they carry out the billions, all the 16 billions, so they come monthly. Now then they.
All right, she goes on for a couple more minutes, but you can get the sentiment of what she's saying. The abundance of the citizenry, they are not in favor. You know, they call it the silent majority. The silent majority, they are not at all in favor of these days of anarchy being planned by the obedient and the Sowore space. But they don't want to seem anti-people, and they, of course, acknowledge that there's reasons for the protest, whilst understanding that the protest is essentially politically driven. But they are going to allow the protest, but they are not going to allow the damage. This is what we're hearing. Let me play you one more clip to that space, and then we'll move on.
Nigerians wicked, no worry. I know what they tell you. Nigerians wicked. 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 We wicked. Oh. Now let me tell you the number of the type of people we go there for protest ground, the day we go there protest. Lecturer away because the student no grieve and do. You fella, you go there. Madam will be say they carry person picking giver, making they take care of. We go they beat the picking like say tomorrow no day. She go there protest ground. Man will be say if you do business with them, if you never cheat you, money no go there alright. You go there protest ground. Person will be say if to say in the see from the government and chop, you no go there protest ground, in go there protest ground. I'm telling you that a lot of people that will be protesting on that day, that on the day of protest, are protesting because they are not directly benefiting from the government. They are not directly benefiting from the system. The day they start benefiting from the system, they go join the people who be say they go tell the hungry, make them wait while they feed themselves fat. Nigerians, we know better people. The day where this thing starts to favor some people, you see their mouth change. Even for that protest ground, if they, as people they go, they protest. If somebody come now start to share money, go see your fellow protester, we go leave you. Go collect money, enter inside house. That's the problem.
So excellently said by that young lady there. So a protest by the deplorables. That's just the catch-all summary of it. The ne'er-do-well, the miscreants, and the deplorables. So a protest by the deplorables. So if they are protesting, they are certainly not protesting against bad governance. They are protesting against good governance. So they are protesting against good governance. And from that statement to this, Tinubu orders TET fund to construct 72 modern hostels by 2025. So this addresses now the educational space. President Bola Tinubu has directed the Tertiary Education Fund to increase the number of modern hostels in tertiary institutions from 36 to 72 by the year 2025. The Executive Secretary TETC Fund, Sonny Chano, disclosed this during a meeting with the leadership of the National Association of Nigerian Students. According to the statement released by the fund, let's do that entirely all over again. President Bola Tinubu has directed the Tertiary Institution Trust Fund to increase the number of modern hostels in tertiary institutions from 36 to 72 by the year 2025. The Executive Secretary, TET Fund, Sonny Echono, disclosed this during a meeting with the leadership of the National Association of Nigerian Students. According to a statement released by the fund on Tuesday, the president's directive to the fund follows his plans to ensure industrial harmony in tertiary institutions. The statement, which was signed by the Director of Public Affairs of TET Funds, noted that a channel also asked students to ensure that public properties on the campus are not destroyed during the planned nationwide protest. A channel who stressed the need to ensure a stable academic calendar said the president was told about frequent disruptions in the academic calendar. The president gave specific instructions to the minister that one of your first expectations is for us to have harmony in that sector so we can have a predictable academic calendar that our students will go to school and know when they will graduate and ensure that is kept. So that is Tinubu now doubling the accommodation quota of tertiary institutions within the first term of his administration. So if you're talking about good governance, the protest certainly not anything to it's not a protest against our governance. Certainly, we know that. So let's go to another clip. Let's go to this one.
My brother Oshoko, they blame the reason why we are in poverty now. Why petrol is high is blaming it on the north where then they get plenty children. Does it make sense to you? Even our own papa, we born the two of us, he had over 30 children. I think I'm number 27 or number 25 out of his own children. Is our father from the north? My brother. Our father na Yoruba they born where Igbo self they born where. Because anywhere where you they practice polygamy, you must born. And anywhere where light no day, where you have to sleep early, you must cuddle to sleep. If you give them lights, they sleep in AC. They don't need to cuddle Mama Ngozi. Because you didn't give them job, they would have been able to take care. And China was able to stop theirs. So it's still government duty, orientation agencies that are dead instead of them to be alive. If they say if you born more than 3, you pay us this amount. Everybody go do family planning. They won't want to pay. The buck still stops at government table. They are the one watching them doing it. So protest is on. Nobody's going to stop us for one day.
So there it is right there. So either Isaac, pardon me, I think I need water. So yes, either Isaac Fayoshe is being disingenuous or is just dumb. So if I want to be kind to him, I'll say he's been disingenuous, but instinctually, I think we all know that it's not the cleverest. His brother looted a lot of money, passed some of it to him. That's his whole narrative. When Ayodele Fayoshe came out and gave that example of that security guard in the north, who is a government employee, who got he opens the gate at a government facility somewhere in the north, and he was in conversation with him, and the guy told him that he was earning 35,000 thereabout a month, but he has about 3 wives and 15 children. What Fayose was saying then is that there is no way that economic hardship will not be vested on that space. So it wasn't anything to do with the price of fuel or anything. It's about family planning to the affordability of your income. That's the totality of that. But because this character, Isaac, he wants to jump on the populism that seems to be raging at the moment, the zeitgeist of the moment. He wants to jump on that zeitgeist. So he then just lumps any and everything because he doesn't even understand what is going on. He just said they want to protest, and he has gone to London to go and buy protest outfit, and he wants to do fine boy on the day. So the half-wit Fayose. So from the half-wit Fayose, let's actually go to an article from the half-witted Fayose. Let's go to this article. So protest in Lagos seems to be where a lot of people have apprehensions about, and Lagos seems to have had enough, and they've put a stop to it. Our court restricts protest in Lagos to Freedom Park, Peace Park. So now, by law, that protest can only take place within 2 parameters within the Lagos space. So anybody that is now outside the parameters of the designated spaces can then be summarily dealt with by the law enforcement. Court restricts protest in Lagos to Freedom and Peace Park. So a couple of paragraphs from this. A Lagos High Court has issued a restriction on protesters willing to participate in the proposed August the 1st nationwide protest, limiting them to Ganifawaimi Freedom Park in Ojota, which is not far from my home, by the way. So, but thankfully my mom is here. A Lagos High Court has issued a restriction on protesters willing to participate in the proposed August the 1st nationwide protest, limiting them to the Ganifawaimi Freedom Park in Ojota and Peace Park in Ketu area of the state. The ruling was handed down on Tuesday by Justice Emmanuel Ogundare following a preemptive ex parte application filed by the State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Mr. Lawal Pedro SAN. The application aimed to maintain public safety and prevent potential loss of lives and property during the protest. Justice Ogundare's order to restrict the protest to the 2 designated parks, effectively preventing demonstrations from spreading to other parts of Lagos. So anybody outside of Ojota and Ketu is a criminal by law. Do you understand? Because there's a legal ruling in place. Anybody demonstrating outside of Ojota and Ketu is a criminal and will be summarily dealt with as such. Justice Ogundare's order restricts the protest to the 2 designated parks, effectively preventing demonstrations from spreading to other parts of Lagos. The application listed Adama Okpabi and Tosin Hashogba, representing the Active Citizens Group, Comrade Juwon Sanwo-Olu and Hassan Soweto, representing Take It Back Movement, Persons Unknown, and the Commissioner of Police Lagos State as co-defendants. So if you are the prayerful type, put these names in prayers because they've been identified now as the arrowheads of the protests, especially in Lagos. Adama Okpabi, Tosin Hashogba, Comrade Juwon Sanwo-Olu, and Hassan Soweto. So if anything goes wrong, any single thing, there will be consequences. It's just as simple as that. Mr. Pedro argued that as the chief law officer of the state, he was aware of various groups planning to participate in the protest, both for and against. He emphasized the need to protect critical infrastructure and prevent a repeat of the irreparable loss of lives and property witnessed during the NSAS protest in 2020. Pedro pointed out that the police in Lagos State lack sufficient manpower to provide adequate security provide adequate security for protests across all local government areas, public highways, and other public areas. he stressed the importance of preventing the protest from being hijacked by hoodlums who could disrupt law and order under the guise of protesting against alleged bad governance. The ruling comes amidst heightened tensions and preparations for the nationwide protest set to commence August the 1st, according to Pedro. In recognition of the citizens' fundamental rights to stage a public protest against government policies and actions but prevent unlawful destruction of lives and properties in the process, the Lagos State government has designated 2 public spaces and locations in the state where citizens can meet and converge to protest or express their displeasure against the government. The locations are Ganifa Freedom Park, Ojota, Lagos State, and Peace Park, Ketu, Lagos State. Public protests in all the local government councils and public highways, as well as other areas of public access in the state for 10 days, is a deliberate plan to shut down the state. And if this is allowed, it will amount to economic sabotage. And other of the is required in the circumstances so as to protect the fundamental rights of the first and to the fifth defendants and respondents to protest and other residents opposed to the protest to go about their lawful way without harassment, disturbance, and destruction of public buildings and properties. After listening to the arguments, Justice Ogundare granted all the relief sought in the application he held. An order of preemptive remedy by way of interim injunction is hereby granted, restraining the first to the fifth defendants / respondents, whether by themselves, their agents, privies, servants, or any other persons acting through them from converging or carrying out their proposed peaceful public protest, rallies, procession, and meeting in Lagos State from the 1st to the 10th of August, except in the approved designated location for peaceful public protest, rallies, meetings, to wit, etc., etc. An order of preemptive remedy by way of interim preservative order is hereby granted, directing the sixth defendant to protect the fundamental rights of the first to the fifth defendant and respondent to freedom of association, peaceful public protest, procession, and rallies in the approved designated location for peaceful public protest, rallies, and meetings in Lagos State, to wit, Ganifa, etc., etc. An order of preemptive remedy by way of interim preservative order is hereby granted, directing the sixth defendant to provide security support and traffic management support to the fifth defendant at the approved designated location for their proposed peaceful public protest, rallies, meetings in Lagos State. An order of substituted service of the order of this court in this matter, the memorandum of so essentially restrict anybody found outside that space will be summarily dealt with. Summarily. So anybody found outside that space by law will be summarily dealt with. So anybody found outside that space by law summarily dealt with. So you wonder what the apprehension is. But this is the apprehension right here. And you also wonder why a lot of people are packing very much the blame for this going on with the obedience space. I'm going to play you 2 clips in a moment. I'll play you 1 clip first, and then we go to that. So let me just hold that thought in abeyance. Let me play you this clip. This clip was somewhat coming out of the article space. This person right here was a former protege, now girlfriend of Atiku Abubakar, and this is what she has to say. She's known on the social media space as Jeruma Empire, but anybody that knows her backdrop knows that Atiku paid for her schooling and subsequently girlfriended her, and this is her take.
Because of this protest, guys, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be at the front line right next to you, This is a necessity, okay? So I just want to remind you, call your northern friends. Carry your northern friends along. Call them, your classmates from secondary school, your classmates from uni, your northern classmates. Call them. How far now? Let's do this thing. This thing is for all of us. It's for the whole country. Don't do what you did to me during NSAS. During NSAS, you didn't carry northerners along, and you know our leaders, they weaponize illiteracy. So all they had to tell northerners was they want to remove a Muslim northerner from power. The southerners and easterners and westerners want to remove a Muslim northerner from power. That's all they had to tell them. And they came attacking you guys during NSAS. So you guys left me all alone. I was all alone talking to northerners. I was the only one speaking in houses to northerners, explaining to northerners, telling them this is for all of us, this is for all of us. So don't do that to me this time. We need to do this together. Carry your northern friends along. Call them. Where are we meeting? Where's the meeting point? What are you guys doing about food and water and drinks for protesters? Do you get? Carry them along. We need to know. There's no page. We don't have a meeting. There's no page talking about meeting points, food, drink, water, emergency.
So there it is, the rank inherent hypocrisy of it all. So where were these northerners to be carried along when people were protesting against SARS under their administration? When the guy brutalized the country, the memories of Nigerians are just so short. Just as early as barely 12 months ago, we were under the push, or under the whip hand, under the heavy burden of this character from Awry, just slashing all the way through, wanting to grab our land for Ruga, rolling his people into our farmstead, savaging and ravaging all the way through, snake swallowing monies and all of this, just brutalizing, just 8 years of debased dehumanization. We had all that. We wanted to protest. The northerners said no. So now, suddenly, when the chickens have come home to roost from the maladministration of their kinsmen, now they want so the inherent hypocrisy. But going back to that thought that I asked you to hold in abeyance, let's go back to it. Hopefully this protest goes just swimmingly, carnival-like atmosphere. People have a jolly, speak to the central space, ask the central space to address the hardship in the country. Everybody on board with that. But if it goes awry, which there's the propensity, there is more of a probability than a possibility that it will go awry. If it does go awry, the blame has to only park at one port. You know, the blame has to birth only at one port. And that port, of course, is I'll tell you exactly why the blame. I'll tell you exactly why the blame should park at one port. I'll play you 2 clips now, and then you form your own thoughts. So let me start it off. Where's the first one? So the blame should park at one port. So let me play you this one first.
An issue of protest within the Nigerian Constitution, protest is allowed. All I plead for those who are protesting is to do so within the law and in a civil manner that allows us of the nation to show that we live within the law. You know, everybody knows the things that are difficult. I always say, when they talk about sponsors of the protest, I say the sponsors are very simple. It's hunger. It's hopelessness among the youths. So we all have to listen to what Nigerians are going through. And I thank our governor for doing so. It is critical and important.
So there is Peter Obi right there being flushed out to admit then that he is the instigator of this protest days of anarchy that is about to come. So he couldn't hide anymore. Anyway, it's beyond, it's so glaring that he's the instigator. So he takes ownership of it. But what is his intention? What is the plan? So the plan was let's sleep here. So you would know then what will constitute a result for him. So in his own words, just as soon as we reach the yes. So here it is right here.
If we are at war, let's declare war. And everybody know we are at war. There's nothing wrong with that. This is not time for anybody to keep quiet. This is not time for you to even be.
So there it is right there. Need I say anymore? So need I say anymore? So need I say anymore? Just a couple more. I think this is was covered in previous readouts. August 1st protest, organizers unveil venues, forward lists to IJP. So so there it is. Anything happening out of this space is illegal. So there it is. Organizers of the planned August the 1st to the 10th, 2024 hardship protest in Nigeria have unveiled details of the protest upon the request of the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun. The details, including venues and locations where the intended protest would take place, were contained in a letter by Ebun Olu Adegboruwa SAN, attorney to the organizers, addressed to the IJP. Meanwhile, Adegboruwa asked the IJP to provide the contact details of the police officers designated to cover the said protest. We act as solicitors, so I think that. So we have now where they're telling us the protest is taking place. So anything outside of that is an unauthorized protest. So anything outside of that is an unauthorized protest. So anything outside of that is an unauthorized protest. Let me bring you this one now. This one, nothing at all to do with the nothing at all to do with politics. It's just to douse the high octane of the politics a bit. We can't have Nigerians compete in Miss South Africa. South Africa's Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture says. So there's a mixed heritage Nigerian lady contending to be the South African Miss for the year, and the South Africans have gone agog. South Africa's Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, Gayton Mackenzie. So that's straight from the plantation. He's straight from the plantation, isn't he? South Africa's Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, Gayton Mackenzie, has broken his silence over the debate surrounding Miss South Africa 2024 pageant finalist Chidimma Adesina's eligibility to contest in the competition. The competition has been marred by xenophobic backlash directed at the 23-year-old Soweto-born law student and model over her nationality. Chidimma, a product of a Nigerian father and a South African mother of Mozambican descent. So there's not even a trace of South Africa. Are they in the right on this is what I wonder. A viral video of the finalists celebrating with the Nigerian members of her family surfaced online, sparking further outrage, with many South Africans calling for her to be disqualified from the competition. Responding to a question by a Twitter user, Chris Excel, who asked how he feels about Chidimma and the viral video, the minister said Nigerians cannot compete in the pageant. Mackenzie, however, said he will get all the facts before commenting further. I just returned from Paris. You see, this is the sort of language that leads to riots, doesn't it? He's spending their money buying Gucci in Paris. I just returned from Paris and will definitely get more information tomorrow. We truly cannot have Nigerians compete in our Miss South Africa competition. I want to get all the facts before I comment, but it gives funny vibes already, Mackenzie said. The minister further said that the recent video of Chidimma with other Nigerians raised legitimate suspicion when he was criticized by a social media user. You want me to ignore people that voted for me? You want me to ignore a legitimate question? I will get the facts and return with an answer. This is not gossip. the video raises legitimate suspicion. So there it is right there. So it's one of those funny ones. She's a South African born, but of Nigerian Mozambican heritage. So does that then make her South African? If that makes her South African, is she then eligible to compete in that competition? So is that moral maze being walked through by the South Africans? So a moral maze being walked through by the South Africans. I think I may have two more clips actually to play to you. So let me just rattle the clips off, play the Kegite music, let the panelists on. Femi, I'll start with you. So if you're still able to hold steady, I'll start with you. Yes, so this again, the protest space and the Yorubas, the Obas now warning their subjects that this is nothing to do with them. So don't come out, the Yoruba Obas, especially in Lagos.
àtàwọn ọmọ àlejò ọlọ́fẹ́ fún wa jàgídíjàgan níjọ́ Thursday lọ́dún máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ kápẹ́tà ẹgbẹ́ àwọn òfẹ́ kẹ́líbọ̀dì pé ọmọ ẹ̀ àtọmọbìnrin àtọmọkùnrin kẹ́líbọ̀dì pé ọmọ ẹ̀ kó tọwọ́ ọmọ ẹ̀ bá sọ o ọmọ tí ò bá ti gbọ́ tọwọ́ wọn bá ti tó ọ̀ ń gbé lọ ni o.
So to be forewarned is to be forearmed. So that's the Oba right there, telling them that don't come on the streets. If you come on the streets, whatever you see, you live with. So still within the protest space, watch this.
Well, thanks for staying with us, everyone. Igbos in Lagos State have been called upon to shun any form of protest or participation in the protest slated for the 1st to 10th of August across Nigeria. This call was made on Tuesday by the leadership of Indigbo in APC at a press conference in Lagos. Speaking at the press briefing, the apex leader of the group, Joe Igbokwe, and his deputy, Jude Idimogo, said Igbos should protect their businesses and should not take part in the protest, given the Lagosians' experience in what happened in 2020 NSAS protest, which resulted in massive looting and destruction of many businesses.
We want to take this appeal to the grassroots of Indigbo living in Lagos. Please do everything you can to avoid this protest. What we saw in 2020 frightened us. Warehouses were broken. In Adenogusanya here, all the malls, all the shops were looted. Secure your homes. Secure everywhere. That's what we're saying. Because you don't know this. You don't know what they are planning.
As a woman, we are the pillars of the family. We are the bridge. We cannot partake in anything that will bring pains to our loved ones, to our families, and to our society.
Our stand on the violent protest is that we as Igbos in Lagos State are not participating in these violent protests. We are calling for dialogue. We are calling for the leaders or those that are aggrieved to come to dialogue with the government or the leadership of Nigeria and Lagos State.
So there it is right there. They're calling for dialogue. But would they have been better served telling Peter Obi to settle down this saber rattling and rebel rousing that he has been doing since he lost an election? Because this is the culmination of it now, that space. So hopefully it plays out just elegantly and everybody goes home. But if it spirals, then he has to be held to account. So if it spirals, he has to be held to account. So this now last clip, I've not pre-watched this. Let's watch it together. Somebody sent it in that it might well be germane to topics of the day. So let's watch it together. See what's in it.
city of the Yorubas, of the Igbos, of the Hausas, of the Orobos, of the Nupes, and of all the tribes of Nigeria. We are all here. And as Nigerians, they are entitled to equal treatment for everything. For any party which will discriminate against Nigerians, that party does not deserve to be called a national party or a Nigerian party. That party is not Nigerian, but it is a tribal party of division. We cannot afford that anymore here in this country.
I actually only bring to you the fraternal greetings of the people across the Niger. What you are trying to do here, we have already begun across the Niger. And we hope in this age of solidarity that with our arms linked across the Niger, we shall march behind Al-Haji Shehu Osmani Shagari into the State House Ribadu Road again on 1st October 1983.
All right. That was quite interesting, but I'm not quite sure what it adds to the topics of today. But a blast from the past that is Ojuko and Gowon in synergy in some campaign for the northern presidency, Shagari presidency. I think it was up against Awolowo in that space. So I'm not quite sure what that adds to it. Let's play the Kegite music. Bring the panelists on, the conversation ensues. But first, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe may that have nothing to do with us. So amen as always amen to that as always on behalf of myself and of course you, my friend. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Apologies, I'm just trying to put something together here. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So joining us, I've been holding him in situation because there's a new voice here. So there is Femi joining us for the first time. Good to see you, Femi. Pansat, here is Pansat, one of the favorite voices on the platform. There he is right there. Isaac who joins us with increasing frequency. There is Isaac right there. Father of the bride, Ajande Koko, the mighty man himself. Sonny joins us from Amsterdam, a real delight. Baba is in the house. So there's Baba right there. That's Joel of Nashville. Charles are next, and Ekene to make up the list. So thank you. Good to have you, gentlemen. Good to be in your company. Because we have a reasonable complement of people, we'll kick off the 5 minutes monologues right away. We kick it off with Femi Rada, who is a new voice here, I suspect. So Femi, good to have you on mute to the politics. So let's hear from you, Femi. Femi, are you ready, Femi? On mute, Femi Onokoya. Can anyone hear me? All right. If Femi is not ready, then we kick off the 5 minutes monologue with Joel.
Thank you, One Man. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show. Thank you for tuning in. Good afternoon to Panstar with this white. You always have this funny hat. You always like to cover your face and your glasses. Well, One Man, it's been a week. Understanding what is going on in Nigeria. The events of this week is or has been one that has been on mixed feelings, and it has so many things written on it, and most of it is cowardice, hypocrisy, not being able to thinking that the way you do things should be the crude way, my way or no way. And who am I talking about? I'm talking about the man that is in charge of Nigeria, the man the court gave the authority to lead over us.
Hold on. People are complaining about the audio quality. So can people indicate if it's mine and Joel's, or is it everybody? But carry on, Joel. I can hear you okay, but people are saying,
I think it sounds,
carry on.
Is it better now?
It sounds good, Woman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Carry on. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah, I know. The Abados always have ear infection, so but it is okay. No, I'm just gonna let that hear me now. So I'm talking about the man in charge of Nigeria, the man the court gave the power to lead over us. One man, clearly, you see, there's this thing that they always say, like, if people are not in power, they demand certain things that people in power may not have the capacity to do. But because you're outside there, you're not seeing what they're seeing. But in this Tinubu government, it's like we are seeing everything because it's just issues of common sense. These are issues of common sense. The people are hungry. Instead, you could meet them in the middle, talk to them, address them in the words or in the language they may understand, knowing full well these are the processes you took while you were trying to ascend to power. Nigeria was not even 100 bad when Tinubu did his protest. But today, we are seeing all these skirmishes. Court order here, you send people to come. In fact, some people say they're even importing people from other countries. To come to do what? Unfortunately, today, we have, in fact, somebody said that what Tinubu cannot do does not exist. What he cannot destroy does not exist. The girls of Oro today drink Hennessy. They used to drink Kai Kai which is the drinks for the gods. Now they're drinking Hennessy. Don't pray on. To state to the fact that there's going to be an oral festival where the people have decided they were going to go out and speak to cry out. You that is the custodian of the culture decided that we're going in protest against protest. Now remember, we are seeing that we saw them yesterday. They were protesting. So what it means is this: the people that wanted to do the peaceful protest have said they want to do peaceful protest. If tomorrow we see any type of rancor, anger, fight, remember it was Tinubu that sent those people. It was him and their goons in every region of that country. They are the one pulling these little strings. We saw Emperor Wike saying that the citizens should pay. They didn't come to ask him that they should pay, that he would tell them how much that we're going to pay to use the Eagle Square in Abuja. A public property by the people.
Yeah, no. So hold on. Yes, people have to pay to use. People have to pay to use the square now.
No, one man. This is just a protest. Why should I pay to? If I wanted to, if it was for entertainment purpose.
It's an event that you are organizing, so you pay for the premises.
No, it's not an event. It's a protest.
What is it?
Look, one man. It's a protest, and I'm not going to fall for all your gaslighting. It's a protest.
No. Listen, it's an No, you know in Yoruba land they say "I will not call the music." You don't get to be right if you say it loud.
I am not saying I'm not right.
Yeah. So being loud doesn't mean being right. You know, a protest is an event. What is it other than an event? A protest is an event.
No. And I differ, because if I ask you for the receipts of where Tinubu paid the minister of FCT to use them for the for his own coronation, you won't be able to present it.
Well, if you ask the minister, I'm sure he'll provide the receipt.
It's a lie. I'm telling you, it did not happen. Which government? For their live video.
Oh, guy, it gets ridiculous.
No. One man. Look,
On what authority are you saying it's a lie?
I am telling you.
On what authority? Just because you say so.
Can I respond now? I don't want to talk over you.
Yes, no, but on what authority though? It's a lie. I mean.
Okay, now now that's the issue. My point is this. Bearing in mind the way we've done things in Nigeria. One man, we are talking about a country where I sort of his own NEPA bill. What are you talking, man? Who are you trying to deceive? How many times have we seen government pay for public utilities?
I didn't want to interrupt you, but that makes the point. If Aso Rock is owing NEPA bills, then that tells you that they were invoiced for that bill.
Good.
So that means they're eligible to pay. So have we heard reports that that the government did not pay the invoice to use Eagle Square for inauguration? Did anybody say that?
Okay, thank you. Are you done? And I'm going to reply you with a question. If you do not pay, and I'm asking those in the panelists and those on those listening, if you do not pay your light bill, what do they do to your light? Wouldn't they cut it off? Because you're a citizen. But because you're in government, you owe billions in light bills. And your light is not cut off. One man, look, let me tell you something. You might want to play the part of trying to defend those in government. That is not my business. My business here is to tell you the truth. And the truth is what is going on in Nigeria. That's what is going on in Nigeria. It's just plain and simple. If you want to defend those in government, it's your prerogative. But do not come here to make us feel like Nigeria is a country where people in government like normal people. It's ridiculous.
Joel,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Isaac, why not let's respect the 5 minutes? Let everybody go around.
Okay. Just that I just wanted to say they should go and use another venue instead.
No, wait for your time. Don't worry. Let everybody just have their 5 minutes. Thank you, Isaac.
So the issue on this, the thing on this is this: that wherever they want to use for their protest, they should be allowed.
Sorry, Joel. I'm probably the last time. But on what makes your subjective view the truth? Because I've heard people saying they use that phrase so loosely. I am telling you the truth. You are saying your subjective opinion. People have a contrary view, but what makes yours?
One man is the history. It's the way we do things in Nigeria. And sometimes, you see, we come out here and we want to present Nigeria like a nation where its political leaders are very, very, very sensible. Yeah, they might be intelligent, but wisdom is far away from them. So I know what I'm talking about, especially when it comes to people in government. We know how wasteful they are. We know how they know how not to take a responsibility for their actions. Look at what is going on in Lagos today. I had Lagos, Abuja, Kaduna, and some other states. 1,500. So I mean, we have NNPC. You have a refinery. And we are still looking. You have someone that has the capacity to furnish us with this oil, but we still want to take this our oil, go out there, refine it, bring it back. Now they've allowed him to pay in naira. Wasn't that what P2B said before during the campaign? Look, let me tell you something, woman, and I'm going to do this, but I know my 5 minutes is up. Where we want our country to be is how we decide it is going to be. If you're lying today because you feel your own man is there, when the next person comes in, they keep lying to us. And I will see where this attitude will take us to. Call a spade a spade. Allow those that want to go protest. They are going to have a peaceful protest according to them. And I believe it's going to be peaceful. But it's still going to be those in government that will go there and disrupt it. They're going to go there and crucify it. And some people here that have decided that they're going to be fair and be brutal to every one of us that support this government and support this day. Thank you.
All right, excellent. That's the majestic Joel of Nashville. So elegant Joel, of course, always elegant, bombastic in his delivery. It's almost like a fashion. But hopefully with equal passion, different politics. Femi joins us for the first time. Good to meet you, Femi. Today, do you want me to give you topics, or do you just want to 5-minute monologue from you? Femi, good to have you.
Yeah. Thank you all. I just want to make a contribution just on this protest issue. See, there is nothing wrong in people protest in their bad right now. But if we don't see whatever the government is doing right, it's our right to complain, to protest, and to tell governments this is what necessary to start threatening violence, to start saying day of range, you are going to do this, you are going to do that, not call for. And politics has ended when campaigns end. I assume that should be the end of politics. Going through the list of these protests, if you look at the list very well, it's not intended to say, okay, these are, you can't handle that right now unless the parties come together and say, okay, this is the way we want, unless we negotiate within ourselves. So for me, of course, government is taking steps, but those steps are not well communicated to the citizenry. Let these policies mature. That is the fact. If we, and the country is going to take another 10 steps backward, the obedient, IPO, other parties, APC, they might be at loggerhead, but not to the detriment of the country, because these protests will definitely go violent. Even the faceless organizers have told you it's going to be day of rage. And according to my own dictionary, day of rage doesn't mean a peaceful protest. It means a violent demonstration. Let's go and look at the meaning of demonstration and protest. There is no way it's not going to solve. So let's just face it.
I think there might be problems with the audio. People are not hearing you clearly. They're not hearing me clearly. I've tried to work it out here, but I think it may well be the StreamYard itself.
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Maybe
you can hear me clearly.
I can hear you clearly.
And can you hear me clearly as well?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, I think, well, maybe it's an iPhone.
So we are against our leaders, which is what most Nigerians does. We just come, we want to say our leaders are bad and whatever, but we should always try to change our own orientation.
But Femi, are there not grounds for Nigerians to protest, given the circumstances that the country finds itself at the moment?
There are grounds for Nigerians to protest.
Oh, hold on. No.
You get it? There are grounds for Nigerians to protest because most people don't like the policy of the government right now. As Nigerians, we don't have patience for anything. We should know ourselves. Most Nigerians prefer magicians. Don't worry, I'll do it for you. Do it right now. If it's next day, no, he won't do it. Do it right now. Government is not communicating enough to let people know their direction. So we are both at fault. And this issue of antagonizing our leaders and whatever, it will never end in Nigeria. So unless we negotiate.
I mean, one more, we can hear other things. Who's talking? Woman, are you there?
Why is it only rational mind that is hearing other voice?
I can hear another person talking in the background.
Maybe it's at your
I
end.
can
It's
hear
not
you
at my
too.
end.
I can
Nobody's
hear
You want
you
me to
too.
leave?
Somebody's mic is on.
Come on, just calm down now. Calm down. I'm just trying to make you understand that there's something talking behind.
Somebody's mic is
Your
on.
mind. What's going on?
It's not me. Check your end.
All right. Sorry, apologies. That was me. I was testing the YouTube to see if I can hear it. Okay, I forgot to mute myself. So sorry, carry on, Femi.
Okay. So, issue of coming out to fight Tinubu or fight whoever you are grieved with in the government should not be the case, because that's what I'm seeing right now.
Can I ask this guy a question? Can I ask Femi a question?
Instead of coming out for peaceful protest,
Femi,
why not organize group to negotiate with government first?
Yeah, Femi, can you hear me?
Let's now know what is
delay.
the point of argument here.
Femi,
answers that government gives you will now tell us where the country is going.
Yeah, Femi, can I ask you a question? I know you only have 5 minutes, but it will help your case if you know the answer to this question.
We end whose case?
Yeah, for your case,
which case?
The case you're making. Hold on. What I'm saying is this: a lot of this is pre-protest, so we're all talking as Nigerians, trying to get the government to look into the grievances, right? So if you come out and you are threatening and you are trying to take away Nigerians' constitutional rights from 33 to 40 or whatever it is, how many Yorubas do you have in the army? And how many Igbos and how many Hausas do you have in the army? If we're going to do a tribal fight, right? You do understand that Nigerian army is made out of...
No. Mr. Fansad, I'm not talking tribal here, and I don't want to put tribal.
We are reasoning together.
So just pack your bus. Just pack your bus. I'm not talking tribal here. I'm talking about Nigeria and the way I feel people should approach the government. And it's my right to say whatever I like about that. I'm not talking tribal here. So just pack your bus.
Okay, good.
Now, what I'm talking about is wait, if you say you are for the protest, those that are against also have the right. You keep on using Nigerians. Those that are against the protest are also Nigerians. Don't forget that we are in a democratic setting. So, no Nigerian is more than Nigerians. So you have your say, you have your right. I also have my right. If I said I'm not going to, I'm telling you why I'm not supporting it. It's going to, there is no way. Let's bet it if it happens. There is going to be violence.
Femi,
this is Nigeria. I know very well.
Femi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
If there is violence, who gets the blame?
That is why we are saying we should not have faceless organizers. If we have faceless organizers, there's no way it's not going to be violent. And people will now be blaming government, blaming police.
But we don't have faceless organizers, though.
Can I interject?
Yes, you can, but we don't have faceless organizers. We have Showore as the main organizer. We have the obedient space as
Showore admitted that he's an organizer. Watch his interview. He never admitted.
It's the Take It Back movement that is organizing.
But then why is it that this people like to regurgitate this faceless thing that
because nobody is coming out. Nobody is coming out to say.
Just hold on. It's not faceless. We know it's been organized by Showore and Peter Obi. So we know that.
DSS said they know those who are behind it. Egbetokun is talking, saying that no, they are faceless. So why do all these Agbado people have to come and be spinning things like this? I mean, if the DSS said they know,
rational mind, you shut up your mouth. I'm not an Agbado person. I'm not a politician.
Come on.
So
man, you have to punish this guy.
Don't call anybody that is not talking your terms an Agbado man, please.
That's your usual.
Apparently there's something you came here with. I'm interjecting you, and I'm saying
that's your usual.
Are you Agbado?
You don't have to refer to me as an
Agbado.
Agbado man.
Did I call you Agbado?
So don't refer to me like that.
Get the hell out of here. Just call it. Go on. Speak your craft.
All right, carry on, Femi. 2 more minutes, and then we move it on.
So, as I'm saying, you may not like whoever is in government, you may not like whoever is in whatever, but you cannot pull down the country. That is my own submission. You can never, God will never allow you people to pull down the country. Yes, you have right to protest. Nobody is saying you cannot protest. Even Tinubu has never said, no, don't go and protest. He said he only appealed to people to be patient with his government. So if you are coming out and you are not going to be peaceful, well, good luck to you. Whoever is caught, your name is sorry. Because most of these so-called organizers, some of them are not even in their country. Those that are in the country know how to dodge their own bullets. So exposing innocent Nigerians that are gullible, like people like you over there. So good luck to everybody. But me, I know that if this process happens, it's not going to be peaceful. Let's write it down. Thank you.
All right, Brilliant. Stay with us,
one man, could I just make a statement?
Stay with us, Femi. We'll loop around, come back to you in a moment. Pansat, I want to try and maintain some sort of a structure. We'll go to Charles next, Solly, then Ajanle Koko. Yes, we go to Charles next, Solly, then Ajanle Koko Pansat. So Charles, you're up next. Charles, it's been a moment. Are you still there, Charles? Charles next. All right, we come to you, Solid. You were already protesting anyway, so you've started the protest early, eh?
One man, isn't it good to respond to a speaker?
No, don't respond. Don't respond.
I mean, I like Western order.
Please mute this guy.
One man, just hold on. What I'm saying is that
when
people are having a discussion, it's good to be conversation. Could you mute that boy while I'm making an appeal to you? It's good for him to have some kind of dialogue. It doesn't have. You could cut it off anytime.
Okay, when it gets to your turn,
I wanted to have a dialogue with Femi just for a minute. That's the way we do it in the Western world. There has to be some kind of dialogue.
All right.
Do you mind, one man? I promise you, be like 1 minute or less.
I mind.
All right. Sorry, let him ask a question. Femi respond, and then we move on.
All right, thank you very much.
Make it brief.
I'll make it brief. Femi, you see how much I fought to get this time here, so I want you to engage me just a little bit. Some of the spirit I'm going to ask you this question is not necessarily what you just said here by what you vocalized, but by the spirit and those you represent. There are a lot of our citizens who are in Lagos who are from other tribes, for example, the Igbos. I hope that you and others know that that's just a part of the Igbos. That's not the whole Igbos in Lagos, right? So if you intimidate them or hurt them or do anything, do they understand that those people come from a whole? There's another set of people that are in brotherhood with those people, and that they'll be held to pay. Do they know that if you hurt these people, you keep intimidating them, right? But it doesn't rise up to provocation for another nation then to make you pay for it. Do you understand that if you make some trouble that is beyond just your normal neighborly skirmish? I was just going to say, do you understand that the country, right, that Nigeria is made up, including the armed forces, is made up of a lot of other tribes, that you must be able to stand the war that will come when you start it. After you start that war, you know that. Did you respond to that?
Hold on, Baba. Yes, hold on, Baba.
Can I respond now?
Yeah, just make it a brief response, and then we'll go on to something.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pansat, I'm not new on this program. I'm just showing my face today, just want to contribute about this protest. You know, I know much about you. You are not going to drag me into tribal war. You are not going to drag me into IPOB, Lagos, whatever. I'm not interested. I'm not a politician. I'm a realist. All I know is that the issue of calling ourselves Nigerians, as if we are more Nigerian than others. If people that wanted to protest are Nigerians, those are not protesting are also Nigerians. So let us behave orderly and don't burn down our country. That is my concern.
All right. I don't think anybody can disagree with that, not to burn down the country. Maybe some would. But Sully, floor is yours.
Yes,
Sully.
please. Yeah. What are the topics after Pansot hijack my session?
Yes. So we're speaking about the Lagos restricting restricting the protest to Freedom Park and Peace Park just for crowd management. We're speaking about the IJP agreeing the format of the protest with the protesters. We're speaking about a Nigerian lady who wins Miss South Africa, and the country is incandescent with rage. And then they're saying they're protesting against bad governance, but all of the policy thrust of this government has been to address the deficits that the country has been suffering. This yet another example. Tinubu orders TET fund to construct 72 modern hostels by 2025. So could you believe that in all the federal tertiary institutions, there are only about 32 hostels, none of the 36 hostels, none of them fit for purpose. So double and more Tinubu orders. So all of these things, and of course, and we're speaking still, carry over from yesterday, the nomination of the crude in I think you've spoken on that already, and then we're speaking on the protest as well. So a whole bunch of everything, and any new topics you'd like to add. 5 minutes though. Sorry, you're up next.
So let me just face this fuel import issue. If it's not going to reduce the price of fuel, the only people that are benefiting are the government politicians who bought shares in Dangote's refinery, Dangote himself and his billionaire friends. So I don't even know why people consider it news. It's not benefiting anybody. So that's my summary on it. That was my summary on it before. So the protest, I was also supporting it, because I believe there should be a peaceful protest just to show the government that people are hungry, because the government, they don't see your hunger, they don't see it. So they don't believe it's real. Even some people on this platform from their house in maybe Canada, they are still saying that Nigerians are not suffering, just because they are not living in Nigeria and they cannot see how many people want to rob them. So then I woke up this morning and I saw the insults. They started insulting, they started threatening. So I said, in fact, it's even good if Nigerian government should not allow them to protest, since they think that insulting people, threatening people, they've gone to go and hijack something that was supposed to be a peaceful protest just to show the government that they are suffering. So far, protest has not started. So many things have, I don't know, I think up to 15 things. Government has approved it within the last 24 hours. They are now selling bag of rice, 40,000, so many things. That should let you know that they knew people, they could have checked what people needed, but it's like I keep on saying, it's too sorry, too late. They've paid Igbo faction in APC, they've paid the traditionalists in Southwest, they've paid the Northerners, but the problem is you are still paying the thieves, the same thieves that are ruining your government. You are still paying them. As long as money is not touching the hand of the people that want to protest, that protest is going to go on. You can pay everybody, right? But you are paying the wrong people. You are paying the wrong people. Even that bag of rice, even that bag of rice, they will still find a way to loot it, because they don't have sense, because they are not the president. He needs to start punishing. Tinubu favors, those who have been with him long term because he can trust them. But those people are taking advantage of that issue, that they know that is not going to get somebody that he can't trust, and they are using it to oppress Nigerian citizens. Unfortunately, some people don't have sense. They don't know how to communicate with others. When you are going to toast a girl, You don't insult her. Because if you insult her, you are never going to get her. Never. Even if you give her money, as long as you have insulted her, you are not getting her. But they voted for your man, you insult them. They did not vote for your man, you insult them. It is very foolish of you to now be shocked that these people have decided that since they are going to insult me if I vote their man, why don't I just sit down in my own area and do my own thing? I've already kept on saying it. If you like, don't caution your people when they are saying defamatory things. Continue to fire them on. And the worst part is that it's people outside Nigeria that fire them on. The people that are going to suffer it are the ones in Nigeria. And you know that, but you don't care. You just want to see chaos and anarchy because maybe you know you are a sadist. You know, so the violent people, if they come out, they want to destroy something. If you like, say it's governments that sponsor them. If somebody did not come out to call it day of rage, and you see people destroying things, then that should surprise you. But people have already said it's day of rage. If people destroy things, you will now say it's government that sends people to. No, that's not possible. People have already said it that they want to destroy things. They've made videos, they've put it on TikToks. They say they want to kidnap politicians' family. They say they want to go and track them in their house, this one and that one. If they shoot you, that's your problem. Oh. Me, I don't care anymore. I could not even open social media the whole of today because all they have been pouring is insults on Yoruba. Before, 8 years ago, it was Fulani that was the problem. They wanted to exterminate them. You know, all of a sudden, Fulani people are no longer the problem of Nigeria. All of a sudden.
Sorry, where is this going on? You said they are pouring insults on Yoruba. Where is this going
just
on?
open any Nigerian blog on Instagram. I don't even want to go to Twitter because once I see that the insult is too much on Instagram, I don't even near Twitter. Open any post on Instagram today, you will see them insulting Yoruba people.
Saying what? That the Yorubas have done what?
Some of them are foolish. Normally, Yoruba people no get sense. I don't keep all these insults in my mind now. Once I just see the beginning of the statement, I just skip and move to the next comment. And again, especially that Linda Ikeji blog, 98% of the comments is just insult. And I'm now wondering, but what happened to the Fulani people that was the problem about 1 year ago? They are now suddenly saints. So this is going to go on for the next 8 years. People wanted to do peaceful protests to show the government they were hungry. You come with your foolishness and you now start pouring insults. You start threatening people. You start causing violence. You, the foolish Nigerian, are the one that is going to ruin this protest, not the government. Not the government. It is you, the foolish Nigerian, that is going to ruin it. They know that this protest was going to have effect, even if it was peaceful, even without violence, without anything, because they will see so much issues and so many problems that they cannot come back from. And the whole world will know that there's a problem and people are fighting back. They know.
So, Solly, are you for the protest or are you against it?
I was for the protest though, but Shebi, they've insulted me. Now I'm not for the protest anymore. You know, if I can behave like this, why are you surprised that people in Lagos are behaving this exact same way? That's just what I'm trying to point out. You see people, they are saying they are going to do their trash. If you did not provoke them, that would not happen. And if it happened, you have other people from that tribe supporting you. But now you have nobody from that tribe supporting you because you have insulted them and you continue to criticize them and you continue to threaten them. I will point it out again. When you want to have a girlfriend, you don't insult her. You don't threaten her. You don't go all over social media pouring insults and defamatory statements on her and pushing her to the edge. But when you want support of people, you do that. You must, you know, your brain has to not be functioning for you to think that's a strategy that will work. If that works for you, right, carry on and do it in your side. That is what these Lagosians are trying to tell you. If that kind of behavior works for you, do it in your side. You still and the worst part is that you will still see Yoruba people that will still come to join this protest after all the insults. After
But
we had
why would Yoruba people not join the protest? If the protest is protesting against hardship and the insufferableness of the
yes,
grind of
but
everyday
my
life.
point
Yeah.
is that you would have had more Yoruba people there. You would have had more Yoruba
Yeah,
people
but
to
there are Yoruba people that see beyond the baboons that howl at the moon to the actual substance of the
yes,
protest.
but then you've put off a lot of people from supporting your protest. You've put off a lot of people. Same thing, even if a girl likes you, you insult her, she doesn't like you anymore. You threaten her, she doesn't like you anymore. It's as simple as that. These are the people that own the land. You need their support, whether you like it or not. Now you are insulting them. Then there's nobody to back you up.
Their own which land is a nationwide protest.
Okay. Yes, but majority of it is being pushed in the southwest. So you need the support of the people. If you think you are going to insult them and get their support, even if you are doing the right thing, by the time police start wiping you a whip, you will not see any Yoruba person to fight for you. You will not see any Yoruba person to say that it is bad. You will not see any Yoruba person that will support you in any way, even if you are the victim, because you have insulted all of them, which is just a dumb strategy, which is why government loves your foolishness. That is why they don't care about going for what you want, which is reduction of fuel price. They will just need to pay the right people, and
All
that's
right,
it.
bring it home. Sorry.
No, that's the end of my statement.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Solly. We go round Ajanle Koko, Baba Pansat. So, Ajanle Koko, you are up next. So, Ajanle Koko, in the opening salvo, we're being somewhat rigid with the timing so that we get to other voices. We have other topics, by the way, but people, as ever, captured by these days of rage are upcoming. So how are you positioned? Lagos State restricts them to 2 parks for reasons of logistics. The central spaces are negotiating with the arrowheads of the protest, and they've identified about 7 states where that protest will take place. Curiously, none in the southeast. So as it starts to take shape, what is your latest opinions on it, both how it's been managed by the state and how it's being managed by the would-be protesters?
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think Lagos State, for using judiciary to restrict the movement of the people or to carry out protests, confine them to a particular place to carry out protests, I think it's
that was for reasons of manpower, by the way.
Yeah, but that's what do you mean by reason for manpower? Which manpower? Police.
They don't have the personnel to cover every single local government where the protesters are. So yeah, so they have to restrict it to.
Is that what they told? They said they told you in that.
That's what they
That's your own
said.
subjective opinion. Is that
No,
what?
no, that was what the litigation was. That they can't cover the entirety of this, and I'm sure you empathize with that. Lagos being one of the mega cities of the world, so they cannot physically, logistically cover a statewide protest.
That's totally untrue, one man. And as a matter of fact, it is not the responsibility of the state to seek for that injunction. Police should have done that. But the state attorney, the attorney general of the state commissioner for justice, or what do you call it, is the one that went to court to get that injunction. So you can see that, that crooked you know, injunction and you know, crooked way they are trying to restrict movement of the people and deny people their constitutional rights. You know, look, let me tell you this. You see, protesters have shown up their faces. You heard lawyer Onogorua, who is representing the protester. He came out to talk. And there's a press conference today in Lagos of group of protesters showing up their faces that we are the one that are leading the protest. So look, let me tell you this. When we allow these people to divide us against each other for their own, for the benefit of their own interests and against our own interests, I think when we allow them to do that successfully.
But the division is already there now. Patriots versus insurgents. Patriots versus
Who is
anarchists.
patriot? Who is insurgent?
The Nigerian people are the patriots and the anarchists are the insurgents.
So we are anarchists. We the supporters of the protest. We are anarchists now. We are no more Nigerian, right? One man. So, but let me tell you, I can understand why Lagos State is doing so, because of the incident of EndSARS. What went wrong during the EndSARS? I mean, any reasonable person will show pity on that state for the you know, billions of dollars in, you know, of valuable government properties and individual properties that were destroyed. Yes, we can understand why Lagos State government is doing this. But, you know, if you want to really look back and you know, look back and look at what was responsible for that violent protest then, it was Nigerian police and the military. It was when they started their violent, you know, and molestation of people. And the anger in response to that resulted into some, you know, miscreant and some other people, you know, to carry out that looting and everything what they did. So, but you know, government should be. I mean, we should be. I mean, they should be getting closer to the people, getting closer in such a way, in a manner of dialogue. Get closer and dialogue with the people. These people that are showing up, talk to them. We are all the same Nigerians, and particularly we are all Yoruba. Most of the protesters in Lagos are Yoruba. The leaders of them are Yoruba, Onogorua, and some others, they are Yoruba. You can talk to them. Look, yes, we want you to protest, but we don't want violence. Let us come together as one people, the government and the protesters. Let us come together. Let us address the press conference against violence. And let us see how we can work together, you know, to manage this protest, you know, effectively, and you know, and make sure that violence is not allowed to take over the protest. That is it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you think the protest will be violent? Yes or no, please? Thank you.
I don't think so. I don't think it'll be violent. Most my experience about violence is always the government that always turn it to violence. People don't come out and start looting and no. When they, you know, protesting, you know, peacefully, then you see the police will come, start shooting, and people in anger will start, you know, throwing, you know, stones.
But EndSARS was violence before police came now.
No, that's not true. It was when police when they started killing people, and people, responded in a violent manner as well, and that was what triggered the looting and everything. It's not a good thing, for anybody that is a Lagosian, particularly if you are a good Nigerian, if you're a patriotic Nigerian. What Lagos State, lost in terms of property. Look, the BRT buses, I think over 200 of them or 2,000 of them were burnt, destroyed. Look, what do you call this? The laboratory that, I think the best in West Africa, or maybe one of the best in Africa. They destroyed it. So many things, so many government valuable, property that are there for the betterment of the people were destroyed. We don't want such thing. I'm not in support of that, and I will never be on the side of violent protest. But Lagos State should have done better. The organizer. Look, Sanwo-Olu, during the NSAS, we saw the role he played. We saw what he did. We saw the way he went to meet with those people, the protester. We saw the way they nickname him Sarasoke when he was engaging. The security around him, they didn't molest anybody. That is how a civilian administration or civilian governor, civilian leader must engage with their own people. We saw what he did. He promised them, look, give me your demand in writing, and I will take it to the president tonight. And they gave it to him in envelope, and he traveled that very night to Abuja and delivered it to Mr. President. And he appeared on the TV with Mr. President, and Mr. President assured the protester that, look, I have got your request, and I will look into it, and I will make sure that whatever we can do to satisfy you, we shall do it. So it should have done the same thing. Bring the protester leaders, invite them to his office. Let the press conference, let the media house cover it, and then say, look, our concern is violent. We don't want violence. What happened in Hensas, we don't want it to repeat itself. And let us issue a joint statement so that the protesters, those who want to come out to protest, can really see that their leaders are not for violence. And I believe they will respect them. So that is what you should have done. And not to go to the court, get a kangaroo court injunction, and that people can only carry a protest in a restricted area. This is 2 places you can do it. You can't carry a. That is not the way to do it. When that action, that injunction shows that the Lagos State government is not, what they are doing there is to trample on the right of the people to protest and then deny them their right, their constitutional right. It is not good enough as far as I'm concerned. Sanwo-Olu is my man. I really like him for being a very humble man, a man that is not forceful, a man that is not oppressive, but for what he did in this time, for trying to restrict, confine them in a particular place and not allow them to carry out that trees protest. I think
you like him, Aja. She to repeat Jabuni Abi.
Baba. All right. Bring it to Maja and then we go to Baba.
Galaga. So that's my position on that. So, but on the Tinubu order that they should build more hostel.
Well, that is government promise. Let's see how if they're going to fulfill it. They have government have promised a lot of things in the past, and they didn't fulfill it. I think it should have done better. They should have invited the NANS, the NANS. Actually, in that article, they said the head of that board, addressed the NANS, but they should have make it more like, more open in such a way that what they should have invited the NANS and what NANS were demanding for in respect to, improvement on the educational infrastructure. I think they should have done it together, get NANS involved. They know better than the government. They are the one managing the university campuses. They should have engaged with them and let them do it together, and come out together to say, okay,
do what together. They said build more hostels, resident hostels for. Is it not needed, or what's the?
It is needed. What I'm saying is that
yes.
Where they are needed,
they would have identified the need now. Yes,
where they are needed. Look, that article, they said they addressed the NANS, told them we are going to build more.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is that they should have done it like a meeting kind of arrangement, and they look at it together and said, look, we have agreed with the NANS. We have agreed with the NANS.
I cannot, it's a funny thing that every single thing has to have a comma in it. There are 36 hostels at the moment. They are increasing it to 72 with a direct order to do that by 2025. Which is just next year. And those needs are identified. So you can just give them a pass mark without putting a question mark into it. Is the need not there? Or what exactly is the? I don't get it.
You don't want to get it. If you listen to me, you will get it. We have agreed with the NANS. It's better that we are informing the NANS.
Whether they agree, is the need there? Is the need there?
Look, hold on, one man.
Yes.
The NANS have been demanding for improvement on this infrastructure.
Right.
So, and they have stated clearly in their demand the areas of priority. Okay?
Right.
If the government is really serious and really genuine in what they really want to do on those hostels, or what do you call it?
Yes.
They should have invited them. Okay, these are your this thing. Let's work it out together. Where is the first phrase?
What work out to what doesn't even they are doubling the hostel, the modern hostels, double the complement in 1 year. So how is that not a good thing?
Look, woman, I am not saying it's not a good thing, but what I'm telling you is that government have made several promises in the past, and they failed to fulfill it, including the salary increment of the NANS. They failed to fulfill it. So what I'm saying is that, is it because of this agitation for protests that government is quickly coming out to say this, just to show a picture that, oh, we want to do something?
They've been
do whatever is
they've been doing pro-student policies long before the agitation.
Dialogue with the NANS, and let's do it the right way, the best. Don't just, they are the housekeeper. They own the what is wrong there, the government doesn't know. They got to tell the government this is what is good here. This is the kind of modern structure you can put here. This and make it more livable and more modern and better, for the future, for now and for the future. So it's this a way of just dishing out proper arrangement for it, without proper dialogue for it, without proper agreement on it. It doesn't, what they said that they want to do something on it is not good. It is good, but the modalities we are going to build, you are instructing us.
Can I ask
yeah, you can ask it, but I can't give a very big response because we have to go.
So this student loan, do you know anybody who has even received any student loan from this?
Bayero University came out to say they've received it. Bayero.
Yes. So they receive it. Only Bayero.
Other spaces as well. If you are monitoring it, then I'm sure you'll find out.
No, I've not heard about it because it's new to me. It's new to me. I don't know. Maybe it's the Agbado people telling you all of this. Where did you see this? Where did you see that?
But one man, that question that what do you call national man is a legitimate question. I mean, we should have been seeing students saying, "Hey, on social media, I collected my my letter, my I mean, what do you call it? Notification that the government is going to pay my money or this and that and that." We should have been seeing that on social media. We are not seeing it. What is going on? We should be curious and we should ask questions. Yes, we have heard that, okay, 70,000. What has happened to it? Why are we not seeing people jumping up on the social media that, yes, I'm one of the lucky ones for this student loan?
No, because they pay directly to the school. It's only the stipend. If they go in their pockets.
Yeah, the beneficiary, you have to come out and say, yeah, I'm one of the lucky ones that I'm giving that loan. And to social universities. So I'm not saying it's a legitimate question, and we want to see our boys and girls showing up on the social media so that can promote the government action and the program that, okay, yes, we have people that have been benefiting already of this loan. So let me leave it there. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Adani. So Baba, you're up next.
Is Pansa still there?
With the time at the front.
I'm just running up my dinner. I'll come after Pansa. Thank you.
All right, Pansat, you're up next. Pansat.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. Right. Whenever you call me, you have to exercise a couple of minutes patience because obviously I'm a busy man.
The creaking bones, the creaking bones.
Anyway, Baba, thank you for yielding me your time because it would have been unbearable to go after John Lekoko and Baba at the same time. I mean, that's too much. Let's be honest here. Femi Onokoya, welcome to our show. Are you a Yoruba man or are you from Edo, one of those nearby states in Yoruba land? Are you Yoruba? Femi? One man.
Yeah.
Can you find out if he's a Yoruba man?
Well, I don't think he wants to engage you. He is there. You can see him, but
okay, no problem.
He's pleading the Fifth Amendment.
Okay. So what I was gonna do is I'm gonna address some of the issues we have on this platform. I'll use about a minute to do that, and then I'll use my other 4 minutes to talk about the protests, because that's the game in town. All this clownish bullshit we're going through here, we should face that protest is coming. But one man, I'm disappointed that you have a guy in the comment section harassing your regular people here. The guy goes by the name Niger Man. He's very abusive. He's very disrespectful of Igbos, Southeasterners, Nnamdi Kanu, Peter Obi, all our fellow Nigerians who label themselves one political cause or the other. I normally try to differentiate because it's very hard to tell. All right, these people they feign counterfeit Yorubas, right? They're not the real McCoy, but it's very hard to tell. Like me, when I was back home, when they talk, normally I consider all of them Yorubas, right? Edo, even Ejo, some of those people, they're not the real McCoy. We have what we call Wazobia in Nigeria. I'm from the old school. I know Igbos, Hausas, and Yorubas. As I said, everybody else, you have to choose. You could try to talk nonsense.
Apologies, Pansah. Just a microsecond. So I'm going to post a message that somebody just sent me now to the comment section, just as a caution to that space. So somebody just sent me this now. So carry on, Pansah.
Let me see the message. What is it? Well, I don't see any message. What is it?
No, it's not for you. It's for the comment section, but carry on.
Okay. So when you have this Fox, F-A-U-X, I don't know how you say it over there where you are, counterfeit.
It's the same way. It's faux, not Fox or whatever it is. It's faux.
All right. I'm just an Igbo man. I'm not in the pronouncing things the way the French want to pronounce. If they don't want an alphabet in a word, they should take it out, right? So now these are clones, mimics, parodies, replicas. These are Niger men from our country. They're fake. They're sick.
Pansah, why do you like to go tribal all the time?
No, I'm not. It's not. Read the comment section. Hold on now.
You are not speaking to the issue.
No.
This is whether
actually
it's Yoruba or not.
One man, would you mute?
You just stop this. This is absolute nonsense.
This is one of the biggest.
We are not here for all this.
Will you shut up? Let me learn.
You keep your mouth.
If you don't want me to come to your show, you have to tell me. I can't have it.
After a
go and read the comment section.
Doesn't go after you who have not said anything against you, but you are going after that man, and you don't even show respect to somebody.
So shut your dirty mouth.
For the first time.
Shut up.
The man is just coming here for the first time. You don't even give him that respect. You started your madness.
Who wants to get out of the fight?
Hold on, Pansah. Ajale Koko is not actually addressing Femi. I think he's addressing whatever it is that is going on in the comment section. But read
the comment section, you're gonna see Niger Watch. But the people, it's not just Niger man. You have these morons, right? Who don't want to identify with our major tribes where they belong. It's like me going to a West African thing and saying, "Look, I'm an Igbo man." If I go to a West African thing, I'm gonna say I'm a Nigerian. If I go to an African, then I say I'm a West African. These people, they cannot pronounce issue very well. They pronounce it like the Yorubas, right? So they have a Yoruba accent, right? And you can't tell. They don't identify where they come from. They're opportunists. And they're very aggressive.
Why this job now?
Hold on. No. Read the comment section, because once we solve this problem, we're done. Nigeria is going to sell.
No, you can't pronounce issues. What are you talking about?
No, but it's the issue. Listen to what I'm saying to you. If you don't get it, it's going to go right through your head. Why we had the Biafran War is the minorities. They went to Awry in Ghana and made a deal. These minorities, they say, "Oh no, we don't want to be under the Igbos. They're going to dominate us," right? So they had to go on, had to use that excuse, and then these Yoruba, these Fulanis come over and take their oil, like he's taking stuff from the Girl Scout up to today.
All right, can you just back to the topic?
You know, one day we really have to have this topic, because these minorities, look at what he's doing. Like a terrorist.
I've invited you to debate that topic with Ajale Koko. You buckled, but
you could never see me buckle. But anyway, what I want to do, these nincompoops, right? These pinheads, right? We have to do something about it, because once we solve that problem, then Nigeria could do much better. You go to Abuja now; it's one of them doing it over there, right? Wike, you saw the clip of this fat guy, what's his name there, the guy in the creek, right, with a prominent stomach that you couldn't miss with a nice AK, right? You could shoot in any direction, you're gonna hit either his fat stomach or his big mouth. What's his name? What the guy's name in the creek here? Trying to antagonize Igbos. We look at them as nuisance. It's like a mosquito. We just flap them off all the time. A lot of people gonna be embarrassed. I'm addressing them here. Our Igbos, I'm saying, because they've been resolved. They know we're gonna win no matter what happens. So let me go ahead and leave that. But I cannot be debating.
But one man, I think it's 5 minutes gone now, isn't it?
No.
5
minutes for that. Relax.
No,
now,
you're
people,
5 minutes talking about crap. I mean, these are
you know, those people that normally think that we're on the same side, like Ajani Lekoko and Beware of Spinners, right? They take liberty because we're on the same side, and they won't let me talk. It's not like they're gonna say it as beautiful.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, people
they're the only ones who are gonna talk, try it, because they're embarrassed that they want me to be sitting up there. They don't even want me to be here because they have that much respect for me. So I understand, but look, I get down. I'm gonna get down on the mud with anybody. So now let me address something about that. The people in Lagos. I'm not gonna say Yorubas. You know, when I talk about the rule, the exceptions normally take offense at that. You have to understand, when I say the Yorubas, I'm talking about the rule, not the exceptions. There are a few exceptions. What I'm saying is that Igbos, anybody who says the Igbos are not participating, say IPOB, go and protest in your place. They must be living under the rock. The Igbos, the IPOB, they've been in perpetual protest. They're sitting at home. People come out here and they say, oh, stop sitting at home. Do you know what sitting at home protest is? Right? It's the most refined. It's beautiful. It's recognized. That's how African Americans got their independence and their freedom. Sit at home. These people are waiting for you. The Igbos are 1,000 light years ahead of other Nigerians. The same thing you're fighting that we went to war, not protest, in 1967. Can you do it? Can you whack what the hell they call their leaders over there in the north? You cannot do anything like that. The only thing we're begging you to do is go and protest. We didn't protest, we went to war. So one day you're gonna grow up to go to war. But right now, IPOB is sitting at home waiting for you. If all of you sit at home, Yorubas, sit at home, Edos, sit at home, Hausas, sit at home, the government is gonna listen. You don't have to go out on the street. You can't even be trusted. Somebody like Femi right there. Put on his generator. I guess it's in Nigeria. Look at his curtains. Right? He's coming here. He's talking nonsense about people not protesting in their areas. What do you think IPOB they're doing back home? They're protesting. They're waiting for your ass to sit at home. Let's have the government do the right thing. There won't be any division amongst us if we at least do the right thing. God damn it. Oh, the people in Lagos, we're just ignoring you, because if you actually cross the line one of these days, we're going to come over there and take you over, conquer you. It's going to be weeks. And we'll be in the mop-up operation. Every time you think the Nigerian army belongs to you, you don't even have any soldiers in the army. Buhari is not, Tinubu is not a Buhari if you don't know it. And they are northerners who don't go to school to be doctors and lawyers. They go to the army. They go from terrorism to the army. So, okay, so Buhari could talk. But what about the Yorubas? You just run in your mouth. If we ignore you, these northerners are going to deal with you. But we're not going to ignore you. We're going to be there to rescue your ass.
I hope everybody so is listening carefully to what.
And this is a man that is blaming people in the comment section.
Very
addressing the whole race of 150 million people from Caribbean to West Africa.
So I'm here to yang you a little bit. I'm going to yang you with the truth and the heart.
authorized to.
Okay. All right. All right. Bring it on. We have to move it around a bit. Yeah.
It's thought in our paper. But anyway, what I'm saying to
you, what are you doing yourself? What are you doing?
Baba, just
what I'm saying to you, right, is fear.
Land it in a minute, though. I don't want to.
I hear you. Hold your horses, one man. You saw them. Angelica spoke for maybe an hour then compared to me. So what you guys are doing,
you know the problem is you don't speak to the topic. You go very, very quickly to tribe and then shout the Igbos, and then it ruins the session. It's just then it turns it into a nonsensitive. But bring it on.
When you go back and you watch your shows from the first time I come here, you're gonna notice that the more interesting things are the ones I'm in there. Because I tell you the truth, you make me talk about the Igbos because of what you're doing.
No,
so
no,
I want to
you okay. If and when you come tomorrow, if you make that decision to come, then you will find that what you say tomorrow it is not different from what you are saying today. And we know that because what you are saying today is no different from what you said yesterday or the day before. The Igbos, we whacked the Southerners. The Igbos, we whacked the Southerners, and tomorrow is the same thing again.
Have your people walked the Sadwana in your life? You have not. But look, one man, let me address my people now. You were on Niger Watch there. I saw you. You see how they treat you when you are out of this place, right?
No, don't worry about that. I hold my own.
So
at least I go there on my own speed, and I give it to them
and
in my
own
language.
And you run, and they beat you over the head, and you run back.
They beat me over the they beat me over the head. They are intimidated by me.
Okay, whatever. But I'm just saying, people know you are there. They know me.
They deferred to my authority. As soon as I land, they want to hear from me.
That's right. They do want to hear from you, but what you shouldn't be cowardly. After you talk, you run. You should stay there and take it like a man.
I have a life, and they're not a conversational people. All they do is they insult you. They shout and scream. They holler like
they want to hear from you.
Blood fangs. There is nobody with the intellectual capacity to engage there.
That is not true.
Name one person that has intellectual capacity there.
Oh, you got Chris there, very smart guy. There's a panelist there called Chris, very smart.
I've never heard any.
Elvis is not smart, but he has some.
Elvis is a dunce, but
he is a dunce.
We know his stick, but I've never, in all of the times I've suffered listening to that space, even if I disagree, heard anybody that said anything that sounded even like the utterances of a functioning brain. It's like pass the baton, man.
Let me tell you.
Thank you, Mr. Elvis.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Elvis. It's just a silly little.
And he's playing a game.
It's more like it's comic relief. That's how I think.
Yes. I've never seen somebody so dumb in my life. He's playing a game whereby he wants to enjoy the success. If Obi is doing good, then he's obedient.
No. He wants to be a social media personality. That's what he wants. I don't think
you have to have some brain to do that, right? You cannot do by being a dictator like what he's doing. He's got all these people cowed, right? So, but I'm not here. I don't like gossiping. I want to go over there and tell it to him, right? But in your case, when you go there and you start up stuff, you should sit there and take some questions and don't run like
no. You know why the guy lets me go first? Because I usually go there under pressure. You know his time slot is a busy period for me. So I go there and I ask him, look, can I go first? If he says no, then I'll leave. If he says yes, then I'll go. Often instances it says yes, I have my spiel, and then I leave because there's nothing. They say he has collected money. How can we continue like this? It's just the vacuous nonsense, empty-headed.
But I want you to go back there next time. You stay there.
I will go there when the mood takes. If they're able to have a conversation, I'm able to hold.
They can. I've told you. They have a lot of smart analysts there. More than you do here. That's for sure.
You must be a joker.
No, no.
All right, let's carry on.
Yeah. So now, I'm going to address my people in a minute, but let's tie up that end. What I'm saying to you is this.
No, don't worry about it. I make my decisions on the way I
listen,
go and where I don't.
There's something I accused you of here yesterday. I said, 2 days ago, I said, one man, that you're smart. Like, you show a little splash of brilliance. You make this case. You spend the whole day, but at a couple of minutes here, you then say why we should have a protest. You did the same thing at Dr. Damages, which is a very popular clip now, where you told Nigerians why Tinubu should not be president.
I did not. That was clipped out of.
I was there. I was on the panel.
I uttered the words, so I should know what I said. I did not say that. It was clipped out of context, but I really don't mind because it's still good publicity anyway. But I bring it on them, going to Baba.
All right, thank you. So now I want to address my people. And I want them to have courage and be ready. I want you have to have some courage and you have to be ready. There's no shortcut to this stuff. The hubris that we're getting from the Southwest, it's a provocation. You guys just, waving it off like it's nothing. The audacity, the chutzpah, the cockiness, the vanity, obviously, which is the way you look at it. But it's time. We have to solve this problem. We have to deal with these people. You gotta have some courage. I know you over there doing other things. The arrogance. Now, you could maybe you take a look at Gaza, right? The Israelis, they sit there.
All right. All right.
Let me land.
People are waiting, please.
Yeah, I'm addressing my people. You want me to wait till I can have time to do that? I want to be able to address our people. They're making a big mistake. All this wasn't to make Nigeria better. You saw me address these minorities, right? I'm addressing my people now. If we could have all these sections do the right thing, then the whole will be good. The parts are greater than the whole. So what else do you want? The next you're going to hear me is, what does Babak have to say? You're rushing me off. Who do you have on this platform? Aside from Ekene, who's coming up next? What are you rushing to go listen to?
No, you are the most brilliant. Your tribe is the best thing that happened to mankind.
If Rational Man took his vitamin, I don't know. If they don't want you, we want you. Rational Mind. I'll end with that. I'm not going to address my people. I don't have enough time. So I would go ahead and yield back, but I want to say to Rational Mind, like I said to others, who what the Yorubas are doing nice when they have a good person. If you're telling the truth, if you're fair, they say, "Oh, that's not a Yoruba man. That's an Igbo man." Fine. But when we take all those people you're giving us, right? Don't come crying to us. Later. That's what I have to say. I'll yield that back to you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that's Pansat, of course, the inimitable Pansat, a one of one. One of one.
I want to talk.
What's the meeting of how many times have I called you, Charles?
I went to buy groceries, Jerry. One man.
You had to buy
they've taught me to house girl for this place. So I don't turn to maid.
You are the second. You were the second person that I called. And then I called you, but let Baba go. Then we come to you. Rational Mind, Shola. And then Ekene. Baba, you're up next. So Baba, as you say, the list is
to help with time, let me dispense.
Baba, sorry, Baba, let me acknowledge Ayo, who is celebrating Alexander Kashe. He says happy related birthday to you, Alexander.
You give back Ayo that money after I give it to you.
What money?
Do you guys do where he will give you money, then you give it back to him, then tomorrow he give it to you again?
Yeah, so you know the game. So yeah, to give the appearance that people are super chatting. So you know us too well. I'm
gonna your session like you do to Niger Watch today.
No. So happy birthday to Alexander Akashe, 18 at last, legal to drink. So well done, Ayo. So happy birthday to Alexander Baba. Flesh yours.
Yes, thank you, woman. I salute to you all, panelists, commenters. What's the topic is still about the protest, but I will take it from a different angle. I'll speak about our president. People are missing the big picture in all of this. Here is a man, without anybody knowing, without anybody believing, he became the president. He didn't wake up one day and decided. He was a senator. He stood by Abiola, SDP candidate who won, but never got power. If there are 10 people outside of MKO's children of immediate family that have seen him in his boxer's shorts, Tinubu is one of them. He came back. He became a senator. Meanwhile, he's schooled in America. He's a worldly man. He's been around. A successful businessman. He became a governor when nobody reckoned with him. When heavyweights were shining their eyes against him, when they were all in Haiti, he became a governor, two-time governor. And he waited patiently for over 20 years. I don't have that kind of patience. I'm not built like that. But then he shows that he knows where he's going. Don't tell me it's for frivolous reasons that he wants to pursue the presidency. He saw what we all didn't see, that our country is drifting, and he wants to position us properly. What the opposition is facing today is not something that surprises me, because when a country wants to prosper, when you turn the ship around 360 degrees and position it, definitely there will be people fanning the embers of discourse, blowing serious heavy winds to make the ship go adrift. He must have confidentially told a couple of people his plans for Nigeria. And that is where all these people, because it's apparently it's corruption that is fighting back. Apart from corruption, it's the people who are well entrenched, people who enjoy, who gain from the establishment that are against him because they know where he is going. This is where Tinubu is going. And this is why those that are outside are enjoying the West today.
You said it's only if people know where it's going.
I'm about to say it. Calm down, rational mind. Calm down. Calm down. Yeah, thank you. The West is a welfareist state. And this is how it works. People in the West live paycheck to paycheck. In the West, people work 2 jobs, yet they are not balanced. In the West, they didn't say they will subsidize farm produce. They didn't subsidize transport. They didn't subsidize gas, cooking gas, neither electricity, because they are all in private hands. You can't ask them to labor for nothing. It's about capitalism. But what did they do? Those who can afford it can go ahead and enjoy it. But those who cannot enjoy it, you get subsidized groceries. Through what? You tell us how much you are earning, how much your spouse is earning, how many of you in the house, and they give you food stamp appropriately. Ditto for gas, cooking gas. You know where to go as a citizen in the West. Electricity, you know where to go because the state will not leave you to die during the cold season. Grocery, transport, that is what they do. Your child cannot go to college, that child is free to source for loan, which he or she has to pay back when he or she starts working. That is the system everybody applauds today. That is a system people are enjoying today. And that is where Tinubu is taking this country. He has started. People don't pay attention. I hear people talking about expensiveness of how food is and everything. He has pandered to those who say they are the food basket of our country. And they are hoarding things and holding the nation to ransom. He has opened the ports. Please import for the next 150 days. The duties almost removed. And when an order is given, before the rubber hits the road, it takes time. It's not like rice will arrive at Papa Port tomorrow, or Tinkham Port, or the Free Port in Lekki. It takes time to source for this thing, to open your pro forma letter of credit and do the shipping. From Europe alone to Nigeria, the voyage takes at least about 12 days. Now we talk about Asia, Thailand, China, America, and all the rest. Those of us here who are old enough, I think we have military mentality of the Muritala era. Now thing. Now. Automatic, alacrity, with immediate effect. The world doesn't run on orders like that. One, we are a nation since IBB's time. We've been trying to have national ID card. Every regime since IBB, the Minister of Interior, everybody has defrauded Nigeria with this ID thing. Everybody, even including Ibru, during Abacha's time, he also chopped out of this ID card thing. Now it is NIN. So when we can count ourselves, our data naturally will be faulty. There is no data to work with. And that is coming, whether they like it or not. We will know our population. We are about 9 or 10 on the platform, the panelists right now. If we ask each of us, what is the population of Nigeria? All of us will give different numbers, from 200 to 240 million. It will just scatter. We can't even count ourselves. How do you think things will run smoothly? That is one. Two, my heart bleeds when Rational Mind asks, have we seen any...
Baba, you're breaking up a bit about Karen.
My heart bleeds when Rational Mind asks, have we seen anybody that has gotten this scholarship? I shake my head.
Baba, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, let me just address that. So that's what is actually on the screen. So that's there for everybody to see. But let me read it from this paragraph. It says, Bayero University Kano made a remarkable achievement and recorded highest performance amongst Nigerian universities. The outstanding performance of a reputable institution is presented in the table below. So the registered students, 9,800 and a bit, successful students, 8,500 and a bit, what they got in institutional fees, so that's the school fees for the for what they invoiced is 997 million. What they've been paid so far is 698 million. So that's total disbursement. And out of that, the upkeep for the students is just under 300 million naira. So there it is right there. But I'm sure that won't satisfy the space.
It won't satisfy. No, Rashmama, let me finish. You can stop because of my time.
Where is the source? What is the source?
From Adobairo University themselves.
No, let one man sorrow. I mean,
only now, the Nigerian educational loans. Just to Google it now. I mean, what do you mean the source? The source. It's from the Bayero. It's from the students' loan space. I suspect that's what it's saying. It says the National Education Loan Fund.
Well, it's okay. Wait, by the time when I have your time, I will go and dig all this in now. But just I don't have. No, just continue, Baba. I've been here. You're gone.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Baba. A couple more minutes. Carry on.
One man, Odio. Because
it's only because of rational mind. Shola Ekene is complaining in the comment
Shola
section.
will wait. Shola is my sister.
Charles wants to speak.
Shola.
Isaac Black is there. So many people. Yeah.
Let me continue, please. Yeah. You understand? The credit scheme is in the works. You understand? The credit scheme is on the work. So that if you are not working, they give you something to tidy you by until such a time you can have work. And a host of other welfare programs. Those who are against all of this, who knows what they'll be losing? Like he's talking about the hostel in the universities. I mean, some people who already, because there are hostels close to the universities built. Those things are like money spinners. When Tinubu built those things now, his own, of course, those people will be out of business. And meanwhile, if those people started rubbishing that program particularly and doing things that will mitigate against its success or delay it, we will think they have genuine reasons. These are the kind of things we are facing. But there are people, a lot of hostels around every university space. You follow my drift. So this man is taking us somewhere. It's a total 360 degree. We were here a few days ago when some people told us that terrorism, kidnapping, banditry is not the cause of food shortage, but petroleum subsidy. That's a new one entirely. You can't believe it. That somebody would tell me it's nothing. So I just say, nah. If you say it's not happening in your area, it's not happening. No problem. Don't come and cry. But whether we like it or not, this direction, we will go it so that we can sit proudly in the Committee of Nations and show that we are leading our people to somewhere. Look at this free thing. A country close to us, when the government came in, free education, boarding for secondary school, both junior and high, free boarding house, free food, and people were warning that country that, no, there are people who can afford it. Even if the cost is 10 times what they are charging, leave it alone, try and segregate it. They say, no, populism. Today, that country is almost bankrupt. That country is almost bankrupt. And the educational facilities have been run down because they were just packing people in, packing Tulu and doves and the rats together. So this is the issue. Then for this riot thing, I'm tired of saying people have the right to riot. I mean, to protest. No problem. They go to the street. The thing is, the command there is, just don't let it spiral away from you and turn into a riot and damage the little infrastructure every state have managed to put in place, because that will be retrogressive. Like I said the other time, the State Assembly House bombed in Rivers State will have to be rebuilt with a lot of money that could be used in other space. So those that are fighting right now, they are not sincere. As far as I'm concerned, there is no sincerity to it. Yes, Tinubu has his own fault. They've not been frugal. I'm here. I oppose the aircrafting vehemently and a host of other programs. But if that is how he wants to govern, as far as he delivers, I don't mind. You can put the lap of ram in one corner and put Nkpi head in another corner for Ishewu and be taking Fanta and Coca-Cola and champagne with it. As far as Nigeria is well, no problem. Because every nation has its own peculiarities. And where we find ourselves right now, I don't have any problem with anybody. I don't have any problem with any tribe. Other than I just want the country to work. But if it cannot work, it's not by force. We came, like Tinubu, into the project Nigeria. Nothing stops anybody from leaving if we all agree to it. Nothing stops anybody, because too many lies. At times, I ask myself, is it deliberate? Like somebody telling me, oh, there is no port to service the southeast or the south-south. When I know, as a shipping person, that One is functional, Port Harcourt is functional.
All right, Baba, bring it home.
That's south, not southeast, you know.
Yeah, Baba, bring it home. Now, Shola, if you're there, come back, then I'll come to you quickly.
That is south.
Can anyone
But,
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly, one man.
All right, if you can bring it home, Baba. Yeah.
The cost of shipping your container from Apapa or Tinkan Port or from Lekki Port by road to the southeast is very expensive, costly. But if you ship to One or you ship to Port Harcourt, they can put your container on a pontoon. That's a flat barge. A tugboat will push it into River Niger area and deliver in the southeast. That's how it works. So I'm only just saying this just as a reference, because too many lies, and how many do you want to debunk? And whether we like it or not, we are on the verge of production. Look, what Tinubu has done is not going to fight anybody. He will plug all the holes where they eat, where they chop from. He will plug all, like a Apapa Port now. You don't issue your check again as a clearing agent to pay duties and port charges. No. It is now e-processed. So a lot of, like Deji said the other day, a lot of those who are eating from the airport, they are now broke. The Mercedes they use those money to buy, they can't even maintain it now. That is what Tinubu is trying to do. Everything will be computerized, wthey like it or not. I know they damage it.
Baba, sorry, can I press you a bit just for the time?
Yeah. Didn't they kill EFCC dogs? That's the kind of Nigeria. They told us 2020, 2 years to 2022 December, get your NIN card. 2022, we are not ready. Boss Nigerians, bosses. 2023, they still push it until 2024. Now they see that July, which is the end, you see, whether you like it or not, you will get it in July. 1 minute, more minute, 1 man, they went now and started scattering MTN. Where were they all these days? They want to put all of us in danger by making communication, terrorist communication with unregistered numbers. We don't think. Thank you, 1 man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Baba. Gentlemen, I'm going to need people to help me manage the time. I think Shola had to bail out because I think the wait time and all that.
Or maybe because I've said what you want to say.
or maybe. Did we want to have a musical intermission? We have a minstrel that wants to give us a little ditty before we carry on. Are you ready, minstrel?
Is that Pansat?
I was born ready.
Yeah.
All right, you guys ready? Let's do this. I see a Kenny on the screen. Now, 1 man. I know all Igbos look alike.
Well, this is it. All you black people look alike to me. All right, the floor is
That's good enough. I like that one.
Yeah.
Ihe n'elu ụwa Chineke nyekwara anyị n'ụwa onye nweta ya si ibe ya enwetara n'aka Chukwu. Ụla gbara chiri le mmụọ mere ya, le gbara chiri n'elu ụwa le mmụọ mere ya. Chioma ye Chineke nyere anyị 1 man le na merapole rational mind na merapole Jewel le na merapole Baba Thomas.
You can't even sing to save your life.
I can't sing.
All right, well done. A round of applause for Pansat. So excellently done. So that's Pansat, of course.
I hope you were not insulting us.
Almost certainly he was. If we know him at all, then we know almost certainly he was. But rational mind, I was going to come to you, but would you mind if I go to Charles first and then?
Okay, go on.
All right, Charles, you're up next.
Yeah, what do you want me to talk about?
We were on there's only really one thing being spoken about in Nigeria, which is really the days of anarchy being planned by the obedient Showore space. But other storyline breaking through as well. Tinubu doubling the compliments of our university hostel. So that's going under the radar of the protest. Caused by the parliamentarians now for the sacking of Abba Kyari, which a lot of people felt should have happened a long time ago. That's also going under the radar of the protest. Lagos State is trying to somewhat contain that protest, designating routes for that protest. So that's in play as well. But this one now, still Nigerian, but from afar. We can't have Nigerians compete in Miss South Africa. So it's the South Africans with a Nigerian by parentage but born in South Africa lady now winning their crown, and they are apoplectic with xenophobia. So a lot of that as well. But we've not yet been able to move away from the days of anarchy being planned by UP.
Yeah, okay. I'll talk about the process. I don't know why. There's a reason for the protests that Nigerians are actually, things that are really bad in Nigeria. And I think it's easy. It's either the government listens. It's either you can solve it or you can't. And I think one of the reasons why this protest is still going to take place is because the Nigerian government has not provided any solution. Instead, it's more or less hiding behind the use of force to quell the demonstrations that the masses are planning on staging. But the truth of the matter is, I do know that what I don't really like about the Nigerian state is the way they still play this divide and rule card, which is ridiculous. Initially, it was OB, then it's so anybody that just opposes the government, they see them as persona non grata. They see them as they flipped the coin that even if Nigerians speak out, they tag it as OB or opposition trying to usurp the government, which is not true. The fact of the matter is that if there was no problem, if there was no hardship, even if OB should call for protest, everybody will look at him and say, or whoever, or Fawemi, or what's his name again? This Sahara reporter guy, if any of them call for protest, nobody would listen to them if things were good. The real reason the process is going on is because things are bad and the government is yet to address those issues. So and what I've noticed, the trend I've noticed is immediately the protests, people are planning to do protests, or if the East is planning to do a succession or criticize the government, that's when you now start hearing of thugs or non-government and stuff. So the truth of the matter is, if there's no reason for the protest, Nigerians will not be on the streets. Well, the truth about it is that the average Nigerian is a coward. But I think the real reason why this protest is actually going on is because they can't take it anymore. They will rather put their lives on. There's no point of sitting there at home and dying out of starvation. They would rather go on the street and make sure Tinubu listens to them. So this whole OB or Sobore or whatever, tagging it to different people groups, it's wrong. I think there's a real reason why this protest is ongoing, and the government should just listen. If they listen, I don't think they have anything to worry about. That's all. You there?
Oh, yes, I am here. So, is there anything else that caught your attention? As well,
the South African, well, they have every. That's not xenophobia.
Is it a story you've been following? It's been all over.
No, I haven't. I just saw. I've seen the headline like today, but I don't see it as xenophobia. I think Nigerians will do the same thing. South Africa.
She's South African by birth, though, but not by parentage.
Do they give citizenship by birth in South Africa?
I don't know, but no, even if they did,
they said the mom is South African. The only dad is
no, she's from Mozambique.
Look, they have every right to.
Who's from Mozambique? The mom.
The dad is Nigerian. The mom from Mozambique.
Oh, so the mom is not a South African. I thought they said the mom is okay. All right.
Yes, it's Southern African, but not South Africa as the country.
Yeah. Anyway, they have every right. I don't think it's xenophobia. I don't know. I don't think it's xenophobia, but look, Africa is a complicated anything. South Africa, I think they just don't like anything Nigeria needs, to be honest. So I'm sure if it was from any other African states, they wouldn't have a problem with it. But as long as it's Nigeria, they seem to have a problem with just Nigerians in general. So the girl is representing the country, and if the majority of South Africans don't like her to represent the country, then nobody has any rights. The girl should step down or whatever. I don't know.
You know what triggered them was that after she won the crown, she was celebrating, and as they looked at the family, they saw a bunch of Nigerians.
Well,
so I should be stripped of the title now.
I think they are looking to do that.
They should do it
because their minister of culture is the one speaking now that it's unacceptable.
No, that's unfair. If she's a born South African, so what's the point? You see what we're talking about? You see this.
It's the majority carries the vote. That if the majority of your people are saying no, what do you want? Is it because of one person you would say yes? I will do the same thing. I'll be honest with you. I won't see it as if this is what the majority of South Africa, if this is how the majority of South Africans feel, then you take it from her. There's nothing that can go wrong in that. I will not, because of one person.
You see, this is why we will never progress in Africa.
So they don't even get fine girls. They have to be hiring fine girls from Nigeria, and they don't get fine girls.
Let's not go there, woman. You see, this is not why we will never progress in Africa, because this mindset that we have of it must be my tribe, it must be my tribe, it must be from the native. I mean, as long as she's a born South African, why don't you just ignore the others? Because
so, rational mind, if you are the minister, what would be your approach to handling this issue? You will come out and say, leave the girl alone. Is that what you say?
That's what I'm going to say. That's what I would say. That's how I would say, because she's a born South African. She has a South African passport. She has a South African birth certificate. So what are we talking about? Why must we look at the white people that are there in South Africa? Are they native? Are they native to that place? I mean, when I mean native, I mean native. It might mean so many things to so many people. What I'm
No,
saying is,
that's
are
a
they
point
originally from there?
actually. That's
Yeah,
a
it is.
point. That's a point. The white
So
ones, they have no paternal,
so
lineage to.
yeah,
She's
so no
from yeah,
ancestry that could be traced to that place, even though because they
yes.
moved there. So what are we talking about? Why didn't they choose? You see, South Africa needs to get themselves together. Well, that's why the country is going down. I mean, you can tell the country is going down.
Is that there's a deep-rooted anti-Nigerian something
I think
there.
that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, one man. Which other topic is there again? Kayari, what happened to Kayari? Why is he's opposing Tinubu, I guess?
No, it's not opposing Tinubu. I think it's it is moves against the Dangote thing that is getting people agitated. You know, not giving the guy the oil to satiate the Nigerian market.
I've not been on the platform for a long time, but did we ever find out if that Malta refinery thing was real or it was just a ruse?
There's some sort of there's actually speculations linking it to the Tinubu family, to Wale Tinubu, who is the arrowhead of Oando Oil.
Because I don't know if you guys have checked on that matter in terms of that whole Malta refinery and stuff like that. But notwithstanding, even Tinubu's government is complicit in this whole issue, because I don't know why he had to take you. The guy had to cry out before you started putting together favorable economic policies for the guy's refinery to function at optimum capacity. There's probably some element of truth in that whole refinery, or them blocking his business from succeeding. So I won't just blame Kiari. I will blame Tinubu and that government. They have a hand in it. The guy did not need to. This is the first time we have a functional refinery, and the first thing you can do is to frustrate his efforts. I think Nigerians are our own problem. I don't understand what's going on with that country, but I want to ask you a question. So, what's the difference between Dangote crying out and taking action, and Nigerians crying out and taking action?
Because Dangote is taking action to the benefit of Nigerians. The Showore obedience space, they are anarchists looking to burn down the country.
One man, why are you not telling yourself the truth now? What do you mean they are taking that? Nigerians are speaking out because they are hungry now. Dangote,
are not hungry.
How does Dangote refinery even channel down to Nigerians? What impact has it would he even make, or has it even made since its inception?
It will guarantee fuel security.
What's the point of fuel security if you cannot afford to buy the fuel?
It will bring down the prices.
In the abundance of plenty, there's still poverty. You can't even afford the thing that they are secure about. So what's the point?
Let me ask one more question. What gives you that confidence that it's gonna bring down the price? Are you the one who will build his refinery for him?
Because if all factors remain the same, but the element of importation is removed, which is part of the pricing, then that's already just by logic brings down pricing. And then it's been denominated in Naira as well, which brings down the pricing because there's no pressure on foreign currency for transactions.
Okay, you have a point there. Yeah, I agree with you that. But we shall see how it goes, because he owns his stuff. So normally,
but he has loans to pay. I think before the price will even be regulated, he will have to break even.
Loans. Yeah,
he will have to break even on his business, and that will take God knows how many years.
But like one
it might reduce, but we don't know when. It can be 20 years, 10 years, until he services out his loans and he breaks even and he starts making profit.
It will reduce, but then also, there are several things that will reduce it. One, that removal of importation cost, which is a significant cost, and then the denomination in Naira, which is another something. And then what the part of the deal as well is that the rate of transaction will be guaranteed for 6 months. So every 6 months, it will know the rate at which it's transacting with the NNPC, and that also determines the rate that it transacts with the marketers. So once that has been established, there'll be predictability
in the pricing of our fuel.
But you've forgotten, you've removed one matrix. You know, the pricing, even in the Western world, is based on demand and supply, international demand and supply. How is it? Like in Canada now, it's based on market forces. It's not based on any of these indices you put in place.
No. That's what I think. That's the arrangement he has with the government.
Okay, because if that's the arrangement, then we are still back to square one. We're not really solving anything. We're just doing wuru to the answer. It's meant to be based on market forces.
Charles, may I contribute?
Yeah.
We are not thinking when we say he's going to pay in naira, it's not naira pricing. The dollar rate, going rate, Brent, Rotterdam, spot market will be converted into naira. So if naira is 1,500 today, and a barrel goes for, let's say, $80, that's 80 times 1,500 naira. So
that's not the agreement.
That is it.
No.
Okay, go on.
No.
Let me hear your own side.
I think Baba is right. Too. I think Baba is right.
No. It's not a matter of Baba is right or Baba is wrong. It's what the government said. It's what the guy from the Federal Inland Revenue Service said.
What did he say?
He said they are going to they're going to agree a fixed exchange rate for 6 months. So it's not going to be subject to the vagaries of the market. So
then
yes.
My take there is a win infinitum for Dangote, because it's a very big refinery. We can't consume everything it turns out every day. So he buys at that whatever you describe now, and the remainder he sells in dollars to our neighbors, foreign countries. And he's in a free trade zone.
Yeah, it's getting 4 cargoes.
It is in 4 cargoes. I read it, 15. I've not done the arithmetic because I just look at it like it's a waste of time because people don't pay attention to details.
Hold on, Baba. It needs a complement of 15 cargoes to satiate its complex, but the complement that is getting from the Nigerian state is 4 cargoes, and then he'll have to source the others by himself internationally.
That's what I'm saying. 4 cargoes. You see, wait. This is the problem there. When they say cargo, they are not defining cargo. They leave this vague. They use this vague language to deceive us.
It's an international. It's a standardized thing now.
It's not.
Oil.
Look,
a cargo of oil is a standardized whatever in the oil.
We have LC. We have rational mind. Wait.
Every cargo has their amount.
We have large crude carrier. We have very large crude carrier, and we have very large VVVLC. These are vessels that takes about 800,000 barrels to up to 2-point-something barrels. So when they say 15 cargo, which cargo do they mean? Is it the 800?
They did not say. Baba, you are still not. They are not saying 15 cargoes. It needs 15 cargoes to satiate its capacity, but what it's getting from the Nigerian refinery is 4, and then the remaining 11. The remaining 11 they have to go and buy America, Brazil, wherever.
This thing is a function of arithmetic.
Yes.
How many barrels that makes the 15 cargo? You're not following my point logic here.
No, you keep
saying
understand? 15. No, hold on, Baba. You keep saying 15 cargoes. It's not getting 15 cargoes from Nigeria.
Yeah, it's only 4. But yes. I'm saying, okay, let's define that 4 cargo, that 4 parcels they talk about. How many barrels are there in? This is the vagueness of it. It's a function of arithmetic, because this guy is going to, if we go through this trajectory for 2 6-month cycle, this guy will be nearing Elon Musk. I'm telling you.
I'm not sure how you are arriving at that, but that's based on your on your scenario.
But
Based on
Baba has a point. Woma, you're not seeing the point.
I said the point. It's looking at the extremities of it and then advantaging Dangote.
No, it's invariable that it's going to happen that way. It's going to happen that way.
Why is it invariable?
Okay, so let's assume that those 4 cargoes, they can't fill the whole 600,000 daily barrel that the 600,000 that he needs. So probably he has to go and look for the remaining balance to balance it, right? So if they say 15 cargoes, then 15 cargoes means that there's this capacity that each of those cargoes can carry to make that 600,000 daily output. But since only 4 will be delivered from Nigeria, so he has to source the remaining 11 from outside.
Yeah. Yes.
If he has to source it, and he has to pay in dollars to get those ones, because those 4 from Nigeria is not enough for him to deliver the amount of the 600,000 daily output. So he has to source from outside. So and he has to pay in dollars. So what is the guarantee that price would drop when the majority of the crude that is getting to churn out that daily 600,000 it's from outside? That's the point.
Yes, but the 4 cargoes should be sufficient enough to satiate the Nigerian market. What they've agreed with him was that it will get the 4 cargoes at a determined exchange rate, so which is not a discounted but a determined exchange rate, and then that exchange rate will form the basis, all denominated in naira, by the way, and that exchange rate then will form the basis of how much he charges to the marketers, which it will also be in tandem with that exchange rate. So they sell him to, let's say, for the purposes of the example, they sell him to, let's say, 100 naira, $100, and then that $100 then will determine then to the marketers. So that's the workings of it.
No, you're getting this wrong.
I'm not getting it wrong.
Wait, let me explain to you. Wait,
right.
Just calm down. We have 450 by OPEC allowance to use. It's determined that Dangote alone, out of that 450, this is a fact, they will be giving him 300,000 barrels.
Who said that?
Every day. Every day.
Who said that? Where you getting that from?
Yeah, because the other marketers too. I mean, because the report says, hold on, the report says that Dangote refinery and other refineries in Nigeria will be giving that crude oil from Nigeria. So it cannot be allowed to produce the whole crude oil. So what happened to the other refineries that are also producing for Nigeria locally? You get what I'm trying to say? So if, like Baba said, if it's 450,000 daily, that's what the OPEC gives to Nigeria for Nigeria market, then it means maybe they can give Dangote 200,000 among it. Why the many other refineries within Nigeria we share the rest? That's what's going to happen. At the end
and also, if they're saying he needs 15 cargoes to run optimally and is getting 4, so that already tells us that there's a standardized cargo size. So not the extremes of a ballooned ship that they will pump everything into, So it's all embedded in there.
Well, it's still vague. Still, I mean, the whole thing is still.
How so? How is it vague?
Well, number one,
wait. Let me rational mind. Wait, just let me give you my narrative.
At the determined price. What the hell does that even mean? At the determined price. Fine. That for me, that's another vagueness to that. And then, are you selling to him, or is it the Brent price, or are you selling at the OPEC price, or what price are you selling? That's what I'm asking. So all the things are not even clear from what they've just said so far. They just said we're going to give him 4 at the determined price. What does that even mean?
No, not at a determined price. So at a
determined exchange rate. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, not so much. Maybe that's my language, but the essence of it is that, let's say, for instance, the dollar is exchanging to the naira at 100 to 1 today. So if today marks the beginning of that 6 months, so they freeze it then at that rate for 6 months. So there's predictability to it. Do you understand?
Here's the catch, man. And if the naira gains strength against the dollar, what happens?
Yeah, so that's the yin and Yeah, so
Okay.
that advantages him, but then if it goes the other way, it disadvantages him.
Okay,
So
two.
it's a
300,000 barrels a day. In Dangote's refinery, we give us 53 million liters.
Sorry, where you getting 300,000 barrels a day?
That is what they say. They will give him out of the 450.
When did they say that?
I listened to one. I can't really pinpoint where I heard that, but I can check it up and pass it on to you, maybe within the hour. You understand? But 300,000 given to him will round up to PMS on production line 53 million liters a day. Nigeria, we don't use more than 30 to 33 million barrels every day. There is an excess. He sells it abroad in a free port zone area. I'm not begrudging him, you understand? It's a deal, it's a deal. What I'm saying, are we truly gaining? But it's good that
Baba,
they put it.
that 4 cargo that be supplied to him, is it on daily basis or on weekly or monthly
That
basis?
is where I say it is vague, Babaja.
No, it's
because
not
when
vague.
we
We
say
read
cargo,
it yesterday, one man. I think it was monthly.
yeah, when we say cargo, Babaja, a cargo is a vessel. That's what is inside.
Could I be hard on this point because
Yeah, hold on.
That is a cargo. That is exactly what is on the bill of lading, bill of exchange of a ship. A ship itself is a grounded cargo. So when they are now saying 15 cargo, that's why I ask, what size is the cargo?
Is the cargo, yes. We need to know what's the size of the cargo.
We know the size of the cargo, Ajanleko.
What's the size?
What's the size?
Okay, if you just have to let me explain to you. They are saying there's 15 cargoes to satiate full capacity for Dangote. So 15, that's to satiate. So out of those 15, 4 will come from Nigeria. So that already establishes that whatever the quantity measure of those 15 that satiates him, only 4 of them will come from Nigeria. So it's not going to be a ballooned cargo. It's the standardized cargo that composes of that 15. So it's all in the language.
You are woman.
No,
you are using this language.
Blue.
That's your own.
Please let me be hard.
I'm not begrudging him. I'm not begrudging. But I'm only pointing out that we are being hard.
Let me be hard on this.
There's nothing to suggest that we have been hard.
Okay, let me tell you one thing.
Hold on, Baba. Just hold on. The way it reads to me, I think everybody reading it based on their prejudices. But the way
not me.
Yes, the way it reads to me is that the whole of the thing hinges on that exchange rate. So if they lock in on an exchange rate, if the exchange rate spikes up, he advantages. If the naira strengthens, he disadvantages. But there's a 6 month frozen period for review, and that arrangement also transmutes to the marketers, which guarantees price predictability. So that's how I understood it. But
Okay, so let me tell you something on this because it's not a laughing matter, right? This is ominous.
Of course.
The only product we have in that country right now, until we start making anything, is our oil. So what they've done, basically, Buhari and Dangote and Tinubu, they go to the south and take that oil. Dangote has taken our oil. He's not going to do anything but sell that. Let me just land. You have your own theory.
Don't land because we are actually speaking to the minutiae of the deal. We don't want to do ethnic.
No,
you've done the ethnic already.
It is. Hold on. It is ethnic, okay? Let me just land now. After this, maybe I will just exit the stage because
maybe yes.
Either you're gonna have to pursue the truth here, and when there's something serious,
it's not an ethnic jingoist place. No,
it
is not a joke.
It is.
No. Enough of all this now. Not everything the next thing is the Igbos, the Igbos, the Igbos. It's not even the Igbos. We're talking about the inner workings of a specific deal, and then it's the Fulanis, the Igbos, the Igbos, the Igbos.
You are the one doing. If when you accuse somebody of tribalism,
all right, just do whatever
when
it
you
is you want
accuse
to do.
somebody of
All right,
tribalism,
I don't want to do this. You've done two slots of it already. All right, thank you. But next time, don't just turn it into
no, there'll be no next time because you're
all
not
right, thank you. All right, brilliant. Back to the conversation. This is a ridiculous
Yeah,
guy.
woman. Let's educate ourselves.
Woman,
You understand?
I'll be leaving very soon. I don't know. If
yes.
you want my friend to round up,
Okay, no. Rara, it's even Larry I'm waiting for. If Larry can
Why do you have to
continue.
use me so long? Yeah.
No. Guys, settle down. I'm still trying to balance the space. And sorry, round up, Charles. Rational mind, let's hear from you after him, or Ekene. I don't know how this guy, everything always reverts back to it is the Fulanis, the Igbos. Even the most mundane of conversation is just some ethnic jingoism.
So yeah, just round up with the whole protest. It's long overdue, but the government should know. We've been going through this NSAS and everything. We don't need to be repeating the same cycle. It seems as if the government doesn't learn anything. They just need to just listen to the people, pick one or two things that they can deal with, especially subsidy. If they can handle subsidy, Nigerians will not even bother themselves being on the streets. But they have to try as much as possible to ameliorate the surface of the masses. That's just it.
All right. Rest of mind, floor is yours. Thank you, Charles.
Yeah, woman, thank you, everybody. I just have to have this quick say before I leave because I have to be somewhere. Thank you, woman. Thank you, everybody. And for me, woman, I know those topics you have. I want to talk about them. I know you said 5 minutes. I don't think I will just rush through them. I have some other topics I want to talk about. First of all, I want to talk about sometimes I just wonder, woman, why is it that? And I accuse you every time of being biased sometimes of the kind of topics you bring here. But I understand it's okay. It's just for the crowd. You want to bring us all here. So they sell what's it called? Rice now for 40,000 naira, right? That's what they said the federal government is asking, or I don't know, maybe their own importers, or they release the grains in their reserve. I don't know where they're getting those rice from. And now they said it's 40,000 naira per bag, 50 kg. Suddenly, this guy realized that Nigerians are hungry now because when he felt threatened by the protest that's have been said. I don't believe that protest is going to hold because I know Timbo has done a very bad job in a good way.
Rational, give us location, or just tell us price.
Okay, I know they're on ground, and I see for online. I mean, as people talk about them for online, they talk say they sell a bag of. You see, that's the thing we're saying. You know, you don't even know which one is even true. Even if they challenge me now, so I don't even think about that. I say, now where is the location? But that's what I heard. But the only angle I'm coming from about that topic is just that, you know, you see, I said it at the beginning, from the beginning of time. When I speak about Tinubu, I don't speak good of Tinubu, not because I hate him. I just hate his politics. I was on the platform today and I saw, what's it called? What's this deputy governor? What's his name? This guy, the deputy governor of Lagos State, Sanwo-Olu's deputy governor. What's his name?
Amzat.
Amzat. People were gathered in front of Amzat house and they were being fed like the marjories that we saw in. You know, I've said this before here on this platform. I said Tinubu is not. I just don't know why some Yorubas could not see what some of us are saying. I said this guy is gradually turning us to what we see come from the north. People become beggars. I mean, there are several videos of him, even his wife, sharing Ororo, sharing a bag of salt and packaged one with his name on it. You see, you just wonder, how did we get here? That I mean, just like a footmat, everybody just step on. Like, I just don't get it. What I mean, I've said this even before this guy contested. We even knew he was going to become. Even though we knew he was going to run, but he clinched the ticket. I said this guy's I always talk here about this guy, and that is what his deputy governor, the one that he put there, the stooge that he put there, with the puppet that he put as a governor. And you wonder, these guys, they just turn Nigerians to beggars. 40,000 naira now. I don't even know if they really, maybe it's even true. But my point is that we are gradually becoming something else in that country. They're trying to pauperizing us, making us like paupers. I just don't get it. A few minutes ago, hours ago, I got a call from Nigeria. Somebody was asking me that because of the Awry festival, or whatever, he wants to go and buy food at home. He needs money, blah, blah, blah. I was like, come on. Because, yeah, they want to do Awry for 14 days. How many days they say they want to do it for? But I know it's not going to affect the money, but the point is just that how can people who work nights now, you see, woman, sometimes when I talk about this guy, I don't talk good of this guy. It's just, this guy is a narcissist. All because of your own crap of ambition. You have to step on other people's, not even in this dire situation that Nigeria finds themselves. All your puppets all your minions that you use to do your dirty jobs, they now have to carry over, and people that does nice job that have to go and do their nice, maybe sell to be able to make money. There are some women who does sell on the road at night to people who are coming from work, and maybe they make their money at night. When I mean they sell food, they cannot do it.
Rational, talking of Oro, what of the curfew? You didn't hear of curfew from 4 o'clock?
Oh yeah, so
Oro is meaningless. That of Oro is meaningless now when they already impose curfew.
You see, when I come here, I don't not because I hate this guy. I just don't like his politics, and I don't know why some Yorubas cannot see this thing for what it is. I wish people could tell him, you need to step back from all this crap that he's doing. It's not. You see, the thing is this: is you people think he's fighting for Yoruba. This is not Yoruba. It's not about Yoruba. It's about his own selfish, narcissistic ambition. But people don't see anything about it. I just feel for the Nigerians, ordinary Nigerians, that we are going to be affected. Not even in this kind of situation, whereby end does not even meet anymore. Ends now they see each other from afar. Formerly we talk about you grab this one, you grab that place, and you tie up together, you go make ends meet. End does not even meet. In fact, they don't even see. One is even in Kafanchan, and the other one is in maybe in Lagos. They don't see any. They don't meet anymore. People are in a dire situation, and then you are imposing curfew. There are people who does their work at night. I mean, if you go to do some of those bus stops like Ojuelegba bus stop, Allen Avenue, those area there, Eko there, you see some Yoruba people or some people that are selling food at night that makes their money at night. How are they going to survive for the next 14 or how many days? So you see, all because of one man's ambition. One man, let me just leave it at that. It's up to Nigerians, Yoruba people to think. I mean, this is where the Yoruba Ronu has to come in. Not this is their crap of a Yoruba Ronu of Tinubu crap that they always talk about. We need to have foresight. This thing that Tinubu is doing is going to backfire. It's going to backfire. Because for me, I don't understand why one man will, because of his own selfish ambition, have to bring in what they call culture, Ishembaye, something that we so cherish that we always do in a more sacred way, all because of his own ambition. That suddenly he realized they were bringing over outside. Let's leave that. For me, one man talking about the issue of Dangote. For me, I just believe there's so much. There's a lot of opaqueness around it. As usually, NNPC is opaque. Everything about the oil, because the criminals are all having their field day from it. So the best way is just to make it, maintain this status quo the way it is, or try to make it more opaque, or try to bring some kind of more vagueness to it. That's why you see, we have to determine the price. I mean, see, one man, like Fayose said today, I know he did not make that statement, but I was listening. I was here. I was waiting for him to say it when he was being interviewed. Was it today or yesterday? He said something like, if you bring, when Jugulo Jonathan was there, we complained. When Bubu was there, we complained. Now is this one now? Emilio Con, Mr. Strategist is there now. What are we saying? Does that not tell us that there's something fundamentally wrong? Just like a woman, and that could also apply to a man. No offense to our women here that are here. But when I use the word women, well, okay. Let me just say any sex. I mean, like, if a man or a woman has been married 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, and is counting. He needs to sit down and ask himself that question. All these men that I'm leaving, all these women that I'm leaving, are they the reason why I'm, are they the problem? Could it not be I'm the problem myself? Now we keep changing president and we're still having the same problem, if not even getting worse and worse. I know Farage did not conclude that. It's not that's the inference I draw for what I think, because that guy, like me, he has so many things. He always like to die. He will be saying one thing, and then before you know it, he just moved to another thing. I know that was where he was going. And I really appreciate him for trying to bring out that. When he said that, even though he didn't say it outrightly, but I draw that inference. It is for us to think that there is something fundamentally flawed about the system that brings every head of state that becomes an utter failure. I've said it here on this platform. This is not a way. It's not what I wish. It is what is certain, that what is a pattern we've seen. Babangida was there. All of those people were there. We have military. We have Wasanjo. All of them, they were all there. But Nigeria remains just the way it is. In fact, it's getting worse. That's to tell us there's something fundamentally flawed about the system called Nigeria, or that country called Nigeria. You see that the system that operates that country, it's flawed. So we need to sit down and rethink, or go back to the drawing board and see how we can fix it. It could be maybe not renewable is the problem. It could be maybe the system that he met on ground. Yeah, it could be that too. Maybe himself came and do his own crap too. But my point is this, is that we need to rethink that Nigerian system, that system that we operate in that country. Because any country, even though bring Jesus Christ, I've said it here many times, he will fail. Jesus Christ will fail if he's going to run on the same system that we're running currently in Nigeria. So for me, that's that for that. So talking about, I understand that the Tinubu government now, they are looking for money in all.
Sorry, rational mind. I have to bail out because I have to go and attend to something. Okay. Thomas is around somewhere, but the conversation can carry on. If you have to leave, then Ajalo Koko can just hold the space for Thomas. Tope O, Niger Man, or Ayo, of course. There's Isaac Black and Ayo wishing people happy birthday. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right, woman. So for me, I might need to leave very soon because I'm getting texted. So you see, for me, Thomas, are you there? Thomas, okay. Let me just. So for me, I just feel like yeah. As I said, Tinubu is looking for money in all corner now. They're talking about now that all these dormant accounts that have been there for many years, they want to start taking the money. We talk about pensions some few days ago. We're talking about pensions. Now these pensions, they said they want to take some money from that pension money. I don't know. You see, what is this guy doing? You're borrowing money. That is not even enough to satiate this your pension for just frivolity and just, I mean, lavish, ostentatious life that you people are living. Still, you want to go and touch people's money that are maybe probably they are not here in the country, or maybe their family are not aware of it, because I know the process. Some people, I know some people in the past who passed away, and their family were trying to get those money from the banks, and they had to fight. Some of them are still on the case up to today. It's all about who you know. What kind of a judge can give you a judgment for that, or whatever lawyer that can help you to get that. So some people, they could not even get that money because maybe, I don't know, maybe they could not prove it as their family member, or the banks or the bank managers, they do their shenanigans like they do and pocket those money, or just put their leg on those money. So now the federal government wants to go and touch those money. It makes me ask the question, what is this guy doing? Does he even know what he's doing? Thomas, let me just ask you, because I need to bounce, because I'm getting this feedback here that I need to be somewhere. So guys, I just have to leave here. Ekene, it's up to you. I mean, if you want to continue for where I stopped, it's up to you. Thank you, guys.
All right, Rational Man is bailing out. Ekene, are you there? Ekene? Okay, so let us hear from you. So what's your take on what is this matter? What's your take on Sanwo-Olu? I mean, Lagos State government getting injunction through the court, limiting the people that want to protest to Ojata Ganifa Park and another park in K2. And maybe you want to run on that, or maybe if you have any other things you want to talk about, you can flesh it out. Let's know.
Okay, I don't think. Well, I don't have much to say again because I have a limited thought because how the show went on.
And the
So
important, Emeka, another important thing is that we watched a video of your people. Maybe you are one of them, Alaba market people, telling the whole world that they are not participating in protests, and the leaders there, telling their people, don't do it, face your business. And in general, they are saying them in Alaba are not going to participate in protest. So you can include that as you run your comment.
they have already give that mandate that Alaba is not participating in any protest, but I don't think individually that augurs well to every individual. So anybody that wants to protest can maybe leave the premises of the market and go and protest. So, but I just making it as a general statement. Protest is a fundamental right because there is
But
this thing that
let me ask you a question on this Alaba case. Is there any opposition from any quarters against that directive that people should not protest? Because those people who are speaking were telling the market people there, don't see any voice of opposition or any body raising any resentment position.
No, nobody raised opposition. Nobody raised. Normally,
so everybody is complying. Everybody is complying.
Yeah, everybody is complying. Even they are watching the situation. If the situation is what they cannot control, they are planning to shut down the market, at least for people for better security. But me individually and what I understand and with the people I interacted with, I have also APC supporters as a friend. Not this thing that we do here on this platform every day and online throwing each other and other stuff. So when we are talking, all of them even agree that they're going to protest. So, and these are people that I know that are staunch APC supporters who really voted for the current president. But because of the situation, most of them want to protest. If not for privacy reason, I would have, or maybe people here will not agree. I would have made a video of that when we are interacting and sent to one man. But people will not have it. They would think that I staged it. So I decided just to keep it. But Joe, is for people to understand that the hunger in the land is not about APC or Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa. Everyone that is living in Nigeria is feeling the heat. So they are calling there is need for people to speak out. Because there is an Igbo adage that says, Ukwu amaro ibezie, kochili ugbozo. So when you don't know something, you allow your kinsmen to direct you on how to go about. And I think protest is a way of retracing the government footstep, telling them that the direction you are heading to is not really what we plan for. So, when I see them talk about protests these days, you know how many protests that happened under Goodluck Jonathan? Many, uncalled for protest that really happened. Even few months to the administration, I don't think it's up to a month or 2 months. There was a great protest led by this current administration. It was not violent. It's because we have a human being there that has a heart not to waste the blood of Nigerians. So he never used police, he never used army or any force to restrict them, even Bola Tinubu, from going to the streets, and a lot of his supporters then. He never used any force against them. He allowed them air their view, even call him all manner of name and all that. And he didn't use any force against them. He allowed them express their view. At the end of the day, they vote him out. So why should this one be different? And that time it was happening. Nobody was saying it is Yoruba. Nobody saying it was Igbo. Nobody was saying it is Hausa. Everybody that was protesting that time was like, good luck must go, or good luck did this, good luck did that. That time petrol was about 95 naira, coming from 65 naira. So now you have sometimes they say PDP destroy PDP. You have a GDP of 500 billion then. What do we have as a GDP today? And we're not even talking about that. If we are talking about PDP, bring us back to the era of PDP. If we are saying that PDP is bad, what they had that time was not a good governance, then bring us back to their era, where we still buy petrol 95 naira, buy a bag of rice for 12,000, 9,000, 10,000, buy a tube of yam for 450, 500, 600, buy a good size of fish for 600, 500. Bring us back to that era. You understand? Don't always say PDP destroy the country. Yes, PDP destroy, to your own and APC narrative, PDP destroy the country. Why not bring us back to that destruction that PDP put the country to? And you are now restricting the people from voicing out their views and all that. You turn it to violence. During NSAS, the government turned it to violence. Today they want to create fear in the mind of the people that this thing will turn to violent and all that. They would have told us that they have plans to inflict the protest and make it violent and blame it on the people. That's how they used to do it. So this one, if they do it, I will not be surprised. So I'm trying to still understand the policy direction of this government. I'm still trying to understand it. I've not understand anything. Sharing palliative is not a policy direction. Sharing rice has become a common thing to use to cage the voice of the masses. Every time you bring out rice, sharing people 1 deliga, 2 deliga, half deliga. Is that how to govern? Is that a policy direction? So I'm still trying to understand their policy direction. All this sharing. Once they hear protest, they will bring out money. Share these people, share this youth, share this organization, and people will shut up. If the problem will still continue. Is that how to govern? Let's see your policy direction. Where are you taking Nigerian to? After your 8 years, what are we going to benefit? Generally. So that is it, Ajali Coco, because I don't think I have much to say again. They just one few thing I have for Nigerians, what I see on internet every day by day, trying to destabilize.
But some people will say that this government, so they have been able to do some few things that they've been able to do some few things that are good for the development of the country. One of which is the newly created, or they just passed it into law, Southeast Development Commission, or what did they call it? Southeast Development Commission, which a lot of people believe that is going to transform the Southeast. What you Southeastern has been calling for, the federal government presence, that will bring that federal government presence there to build infrastructure and to transform the Southeast. The areas of the ecological problem that you people are facing there, the erosion that is cutting the landscape into smaller size, can be tackled by that Southeast Development Commission, and a lot of federal presence.
I know what you are talking about.
Yeah, some people will
What
say that.
Yeah.
For
For me, Babaja,
Hold on.
until I
Okay. Ajale Koko, you weren't here when we brought that news. Ekene wasn't excited at all about it. So that is his position.
You sure
no, but
that?
let me still maintain my position, Babaja. Until I see implementation, I'm not excited. You understand? Until I see implementation, because for me, I see organization of crook being given a certain position, and that is why you see somebody like Pius Anyem leaving PDP. And then if you watch the period when that bill was signed, a lot of prominent PDP members from Southeast joined and moved into APC. It's just like NDDC and all that stuff. You understand? So, and you ask yourself, what development has all this organization have been able to impart in the Niger Delta and other areas that have this development plan? What have they been able to achieve? So until I see implementation, you see a lot of even from Labour Party, from PDP, most of them move into APC because they are going to benefit more than the masses. So that's why I'm not excited. So I will only be excited when I see the development plan being put into action, and I don't miss my words. You understand? So that's my take on that. And this government has a way of settling his support base, and that is what they have been creating. If you check the number of ministers and appointments that happened under this administration, it's just every day that passes by there is an appointment. Maybe somebody they have forgotten, they would have given an appointment. Maybe tomorrow they will just create one appointment and give to that person, just to keep that support base for an election purpose. And I don't blame them, because that's the only tactics they understand. Because if they know the better tactics, which is to govern and win the masses to support you, they would have done that. But because they don't know that plan, the only plan they know how to do is to keep their support base by creating ministries, unnecessary ministries.
So Ekene, are you saying
appointment.
they are not governing now? What are they doing now?
They are just romancing the surface. They romance this one and leave it. They romance this one and leave it. So when they start to govern, we'll tell you they have started governing. So it's not about all this stuff we are making up here. When you go to the streets, I have a lot of them, both APC. I have a lot of them as friends. We don't even fight. We don't even quarrel. We don't even abuse ourselves, just the way we do here. We talk as Nigerians, and I can tell you their view. They're not even happy with the man they voted for. But maybe a cup of rice or 2 bags of rice can solve their problem also.
Ekene, why are we not seeing that online?
Most of them are not even what you see online.
Let me land. Yeah, why are we not seeing them online? Why is only the obedient, the bloody losers, and the articulate, the bloody losers? Those are the ones shouting online.
Well, most of them you cannot necessarily say they are online. Most of Nigerians are not online. Most Nigerians, they don't have, the real Nigerians are not even here. I mean, tell you, the Nigerians that are being governed are not here. What you see here is still the elite. Even you, Thomas, you're among the elite. Everybody here is among the elite. That's what you still see here. So the people that are being
I'm
governed,
not elite too.
you are an elite. Everybody that is here is an elite. So the people that are being governed, the real men, the real Nigerians that are being governed, they are on the streets of Lagos and everywhere. It is when you hear their voice, you know what is happening. Not necessarily our view. What we are doing here is just trying to explain to them, because maybe a lot of us here understand their policies or the direction they are moving to. Most of them don't have time for those stuff. They want to just go to the market and buy it in very cheap. Eat 2 or 3 square meal a day and be comfortable. That's life of a common Nigerian. And they're not getting it. And that is why they are venting their angers on the government. So most of them are not here. Did my papa or my mama or even few of my siblings that I know, how many times? Most of them don't even have WhatsApp phone. And most of these my papas and mamas, they voted in the election. Even many of us here did not vote, but I know that my papa voted and my mother voted, but they are not online. We are only getting the message across to them. This is what the government is doing. So the real people that are being governed, you don't expect to see them here every day. We only hear discuss things the way it is. So if you want to see Nigerians and their reaction, you come down to the street and see Nigerians and their reaction. It's just like when you see many of these pages on.
We have family members in Nigeria. Do you think we don't have family
I know
members
you
in
have.
Nigeria?
I know you have. Even you, Thomas. Even as rich as you are, or as young as your mother might be, just check how many times you see him here on Facebook or having time to discuss all these things we are talking here. Maybe after our discussion here, you go and explain to her, Mom, you see what is happening, how do you see it? And in the next election, she might be the one to vote, and you say you don't have the time to go and vote. So that's how it is. So the stuff, what is happening in Nigerian, the people that are feeling it, is what when we hear their voices or when we discuss with them, we come here to deliberate it. And most of the time, if I say it, they say you are lying. You do this because you want to cover the government. So the government need to act. We need to see their policies. And Babaja, another thing I want to speak before I go is that Kenneth Okonkwo declared that he never leave Labour Party on Arise News. So, are you there, Babaja?
Are they here? They listen.
Yeah. So he declared that he never leave Labour Party. Was angry about the problem Awry created in the party, and he's still trying to. He was trying to make out his own view that Obi, the way Obi would have reacted. So all this take it easy. It's not the type of politics that would make him president. And Kenneth Okonkwo, is not that type of person. Every time take it easy. So he have not left the Labour Party, but he's fighting to know if we can create a structure that will definitely resist any atom of rigging in the next cycle of election. So that's his view. And he made a lot of.
But do you see now that what we have been saying here about
But I think
Obi. Can you hear me?
there is no more Nigeria than one Nigeria. You are Ekene, you are no more Nigeria than me. I'm no more Nigeria than you. We are
I've
both
not said
Nigerian.
that now. Everybody is Nigerian now. I'm not.
No. You say you. I'm just extracting from your comment that if you see Nigeria, you know them, the one that are suffering. We are all Nigerian. Despite
Yeah,
our level,
we are not. You
everything.
know, most of the reason why I say that is that people, most of us that have opportunity to have a smartphone and buy data every day. The privilege to buy data every day has made us to think that we are more Nigerians, but that's not how it is. Because we can go online, we can discuss with people abroad, and people abroad can talk to us because internet has made that easy for us to communicate wherever we are in the world. So we think we are more Nigerians, but we are not the more Nigerians. Everybody is Nigerian. So, and if you want, that's what I mean. We're Nigerians, but we
But
have to bring our level of feeling and emotion down to those people that don't have the same privilege as we have. Then we should be able to lay our views. That's what I mean.
Emeka, I mean, sorry, I said Emeka, Ekene.
Yeah.
But you did not. I mean, having listened to Ernest Okonkwo and his reason for not happy with Obi, the way Obi handled the situation when Abure was doing all those corrupt practices and did not listen to how to organize the convention. I believe you will now agree with us that all we have been saying about Obi is right. Everything we said about it is totally right. That Obi is not showing that leadership that is ready to win election. It's not showing leadership that, can manage crisis and, manage it well. You understand what I'm saying? So that is what Kenneth Okonkwo is saying now. And another thing that you failed to mention, Kenneth Okonkwo is not happy with obedience for staying out and not joining the party.
He
said they
mentioned
can't
it
win
now.
like
Yeah,
that.
he said it in that interview that the party
Hold
did
on
not
now, hold
allow
on.
you.
Let me land.
Okay.
You will talk. I'm just trying to tell you what that guy said, that for obedient to stay out and be saying, I'm not a member of this thing, I'm obedient. He said they cannot. That is not a good strategy for people that want to win election. They have to come inside that party, registered, participate, organize, and then see how they can, form alliance with any other political group or party that share the same ideology with them, or something like that, and then go frontally against PDP. I mean, against APC, the way APC did. ACN, CPC, APGA, and some other party joined together, and PDP, some part of PDP, joined together in 2014 to confront then incumbent Jonathan in power and flush Jonathan out. He said that is the best strategy to use against these same people. So you didn't comment. I want you to comment on that, because
Okay,
really
Baba,
make a very
yeah,
good point
I
there.
understand your point of view, but he made that point clear that what he really wants is Joe Biden to be integrated into Labour Party. You know that, but P2B have a different view that most of the obedient are not members of the Labour Party. So in so doing, it's becoming a difficult task. That is where most of the two of them is having disagreement, Obi and the Kenneth Okonkwo. So Kenneth Okonkwo is of a strong view that all the obedient must be integrated into the party to form a good structure that can fight an election. But Obi's view is that, during the election, you see some PDP, APC, other stuff, organization group, and other group supporting Peter Obi.
So which one do you stand for between what Ekeneke
I
Okonkwo
stand
is
for
calling for?
the Obedient to be integrated and form a new party and make a Labour Party a stronger party. The reason what I found out is that before that unnecessary convention that happened, Abure knew that he was Obedient have already have their candidate in mind who they want to be the Labour Party chairman, and Abure don't want to lose that position. So in doing that, he connive and they have that nonsense convention. We should see the outcome now. INEC never recognize him anymore, and you see, it is good that sometime you now see it playing out naturally. INEC totally is now rejecting him as because I think his tenure has expired and that convention is no more recognized. So that is happening gradually. And maybe Obi is following that footstep. But Kenneth Okonkwo wants him to come out frontally and confront Abure in that why he should hold that kind of convention. But for me, somebody like me that really know that nobody has to push me to be a member of a party and make my ward or zone very strong for the next election. Nobody need to apologize to me. Nobody needs to. I did it. I did that on myself. Registered, being recognized, made a vice chairman of my ward. Even almost vice chairman because my chairman is not. Is in the east. You understand? Tomorrow is today is my meeting day. We have meetings today, so nobody is pushing me to do that. But my vision for the next election is pushing me to do that. And I'm doing it and it's working. So that's what every Nigerian that wants to join the Obedient movement, we don't need to come on television and be talking tough. Just do the needful. It will fall in place. Something? Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah, Obani.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I don't know, Baba Jalen Koko. Why are you narrowing Kenneth Okonkwo's grievance to you're narrowing it to the most, how do I even put it, the most insignificant point he raised in his letter. There are more weightier issues that Kenneth Okonkwo raised. And for me, the high point of what he raised is what Yoruba will call Shekusheye. That is the yes, that is what he raised. He said his very first shock was when Peter Obi publicly said that he did not promise Nigeria to build a strong political party, but just to solve Nigerian problem. That thing shocked him because he's wondering whether Peter Obi understands what leadership is actually and what party system is. In a country where you don't use independent party candidacy or candidature, how do you want to solve Nigerian problem without building a strong political party? As far as I'm concerned, that is the strongest point and the major point Kenneth Okonkwo made. And one of the major...
That's a strong point, Obani. But let me, for me, I will narrow it because this is not a state issue. This is now a federal issue. Because I think he wants to carry it on the way he handled it when he was governor. Because when he was governor, he was not really interested in that political party structure. And that was why he allowed PDP to be doing him all those nonsense they were doing him when he was governor, impeaching him and putting him back. All those stuff that happened during his time as a governor. But coming to Nigerian stuff, I don't think that will work. And I support Kenneth Okonkwo on that. He needs to sit up and make sure that he builds a good structure. Because this is Nigerian. This is a many ethnic tribe that you want to bring their mind together to support you. So you have to build more strategy. Because then, as a governor, he is never interested in all this party issue, party that, and that is why he had issue with somebody like this our current senator Victor Ume and all that. But at the end of the day, Victor Ume found out that it's not that's his type. They still come together, and this was through him that he now become the senator that he was desiring, even on that apoga. He never got the desired senator he wanted to be. Still Obi that said, "Come and join me. You will win," and he won. So, and that's his style of politics right from the onset, and I think he needs to change. So there is time for change. There is time for change. He needs to change.
Sir?
Because if it is not, because under the time he was governor, throughout his tenure, it was PDP at the assembly, and he never bought that, and he never think of changing anybody. He just keep maintaining them, all those stuff. So, but this time around, it is not working again. The laws that will guide you are not there. So he needs to change that strategy. This is a national politics. It's not a state politics. So that has been with him.
You see, my point is.
Ogbeni, can I make point? Please, 1 minute.
Okay.
Ogbeni, I think we have to commend Alex Okonkwo for being very bold to come out to talk about Obi's
ineffective lack of leadership.
Ineffective leadership.
And lack of leadership, yeah.
To be bold, to come and say, look, I don't like the way this man is doing things. You see, when we were saying it then, a lot of our brothers, Igbos, were calling us bigotry, this and that. We are hater. We don't want Igbo man to be president and this and that. But for him to be very courageous, to say, look, to damn all the concept, whatever, you know how do I describe it? Do you know how much courses they have ran on this guy on internet, on social media, on this Obi?
Baba, imagine him fi dín lẹ́nu on a sister station, to Naija Watch. Tẹ́bárí bó ṣe ń bú barrister Kenneth Okonkwo.
Baba Ja, let me say this before I go. Let me say this before I think
and I like I like you for your sincerity to say what Okonkwo is saying is the right thing. I like you for that. I like you for that.
Ekene surprised me this night too, for his view. In fact, I like Ekene's view this night. Very good view. Point.
Because it aligns with yours.
BQB. And now there is no hiding place for them. That's why don't give Ekene any kudos. There is no hiding place. This Okonkwo now is their home brother now. Abi, Shebi Yoruba has been saying it before.
Yes,
if you say we are bigotry, we are maggots,
yes, they will blame you.
The way they tear that
you are anti-Igbo, you are pro-Igbo, but this is their own brother now. Their own. And it's not even their own brother.
It's not about our own.
No, Ekene, no. We are not fools. No, you can't deceive us.
Yeah, Ekene, 1 second. Obedience are focusing on presenting Peter Obi as a saint, infallible. So they don't see anything wrong in what the guy. They did not see anything wrong in what the guy is doing. They are only focusing on presenting him as perfect. Anything he does is the right way, is the best way. So anybody that is painting any picture of you should have done it this way should have been better. They see the person as enemy. That Barrister Okonkwo was a mole in the first place.
The reason, BQB, the reason why I understand him more.
Okukwe said something too about him. Okukwe too was a mole. Anybody that comes out that work with Obi, you did not work with Obi now. You are only a supporter. Okukwe worked with Obi. Okonkwo work with Obi. Those people work with him, so they know how to come out.
Oshutokun
to see those. Oshutokun too. So you do not work with him. So if those people
Oshutokun is still with him now.
Right? Still, that one is
no,
still with him.
It's
so
not.
If those,
it's neither here nor there anyway. It's
so
not
if those
coming
people
out.
come up with some points, it's better for the obedient to listen and dissect those points rather than just labeling those
Sure.
people and attacking them and abusing them.
That's
No,
serious.
Baba, if, as far as I'm concerned, or Chidogun has never made any comment concerning
Okay, is
whether
OBJ
leaving
still
or
with you guys? Ekene?
It's still there.
I'm not. For me, I'm not in discussion on who he is or who is not. You understand? But
No,
what
no,
I
no.
know
I
is that
just want to have thought.
the reason why I understand Okonkwo view is because during the last election, I know how difficult it is to protect a vote, even a single vote in your polling unit. It is a very difficult task. If you don't have, in fact, let me tell you even the reason why we win Lagos. Even though people still claim that we are.
Ekene, give me 1 sec. Don't take me as a tribal now, because everything now you guys always go to tribal. Why is the obedient not causing Okonkwo now? And why is Igbos not
No,
causing Okonkwo with his what is
Thomas.
saying
No,
now?
they did. Oh, they
Some
did.
attack him.
They are doing
Thomas.
that.
No,
He
they are doing
flog
it.
him,
Some
man.
attack him.
No.
Even
People
Aisha,
attack him.
Nobody has
Aisha,
attacked him on this platform. Nobody
No,
as a
no, maybe on
Igbo
this
and
platform.
obedient. They've
Naija
never
Watch,
attacked him.
No,
Naija Watch
obedient.
TV,
You are
YouTube
not.
channel. They
Thomas,
attacked
you are
him.
not on Twitter. They attack him
They
well.
Obedient,
attacked him.
they are dealing with him. Oh. If
They
you
are
go
dealing
to
with him.
Aisha,
Really?
yesterday,
Even after this interview, they say who send them. They don't send them again.
Yeah, they say he's a mole. They were calling him so many names.
God.
attacking
Obedient.
him. But I don't, for me, I don't pity Kenneth Okonkwo, and I've said it here
Of
before.
course, I don't pity him.
When
Benny, I
Doyo
don't
Okonkwo
pity him.
left, he was the same guy. He was the mad dog they always sent out to lead the obedient. He was the one who called Doyo Okonkwo an opportunist, put us tribal
Opportunist,
influence
yeah.
and everything
Of
against.
course, he call him many names.
When Abure was the one, so Arabambi was the one who called Apapa an angry man, that the man looked somehow that somebody who could even have.
Ogbeni, there is a lesson to be learned here, Ogbeni. You see, I used one word 2 days ago on the platform. They burnt all their bridges, including this Okonkwo. I'm sure he looked right, he looked left, back, front. There's just no way he can go back to anywhere other than remain there, whether they throw him shit or not. Because he has called them names that are unprintable. So how do you go to those people and embrace them? They're not going to welcome you. And this is the problem we are
even
talking.
the people that went back to APC still call Tinubu name. Even Daniel Bwala today. If you check his comments concerning Tinubu, you will even wonder why he's still why he's in Tinubu camp. You understand? So all those are politics.
Hey, obedient. Hey, I carry you up for now.
Obedient, articulate. Now, obedient, they are, there is something my sponsor used to call group thinking. They have something they call, that's the bracket you find them, that's the box they confine themselves. It's a group thinking. So it's a sadistic way of thinking. If it is this, it must always be this way. Obi must always be the saint. Nobody must see fault in Obi.
Yeah,
if
that's what
anybody
is
sees
happening.
fault in Obi, you are against them.
Just Ekene,
this communism.
You know how I describe obedience? There is a fish in Southern America, they call it piranha. They are very small, but with teeth. If you take a rope tied to a dead human being and drop it in a pool infested by piranha fishes, 5 minutes, bring it out, only the skeleton will remain.
They'll pieces
as small as they are, they will finish the flesh. Only the skeleton remain. That's how I describe obedience. If they confront you, they give you boza.
Baba Ogbeni, sorry for interrupting. I think if you look at Peter Obi's response to Kenneth Okonkwo, he's trying to provide a safe landing for Okonkwo. I think that from my understanding of Peter Obi's tweet in response to Okonkwo, he was trying to protect him in a way, because I think into sense that they were attacking him too much. That was why, if you look at those tweets, that tweet shows some form of solidarity with him. If you look at the comprehensive tweet that Peter Obi put out, After,
And you
yes,
know,
if you read it very well, yes.
And
So,
Okonkwo was calling him my brother today on national TV. My brother, my brother.
you see,
My,
so
my
he's
brother.
still his brother now.
it's still
He
his brother,
just
yes, now.
giving little water that they are not leading well. It's simple now.
But I like for me personally, I like what happened. I like what happened. So, at least I need some wake up from Obi. He's becoming too docile to me. I need him to
Absolutely,
wake
you're
up.
right.
I shall hope that
I'm not
Okonko will
that
be
kind
able
of
to vote
I'm not
him.
that type of obedient. I know what is happening in our politics. You need to do sometimes. It's not that you fight or you kill people, but confront. Like what Okonkwo described, he called it resistance. We need some resist. We need to resist. So you
It's
need
true.
to build that structure, not to fight, not to kill, but to resist. He made the statement clear, and that is what I like. So if you don't have people that will resist, I was right. Just in the last election, what the reason why we won Lagos is because of the kind of chairman we had in Lagos State. That woman is a lion, and he was a collection officer. She did her job very excellently well. If you follow what happened in 2023.
Sorry, let me tell you all these things that you're
Yeah.
saying. I was in Lagos during the election. Significant amount of Yoruba people voted for Peter Obi. Don't say one chairman or something. It was not in my local government. I'm in Alimosho. Significant number of us in my area. I can tell you so many words and polling unit that Peter Obi won normally. And I told you in my estate, I live in a Lagos State government estate. We have 2 polling units in my estate. It's one of the biggest estates in Alimosho. Peter Obi won the 2 polling units. So some Yoruba people still believes that in terms of capacity, they still feel that Peter Obi is better.
Yeah.
So that explains the reason why he won Lagos. Not only one the chairman was doing anything that he want to start pressing one chairman. No.
Many of my
in our estate.
Many of my
Yes.
No, I'm trying to I'm trying to say in terms of protecting the vote.
Yes, of course.
I mean in terms of protecting the vote.
What obtains in my area, it couldn't have been everywhere now in all the local government. You know how many local governments we have in Lagos State?
I know, but I say, she served as a collection officer and all that. In terms of, most of those rigging don't happen that place that we voted, yo. It happened in
that individual people protected the vote for Labour Party. If you look at Etiosa, go and look at the work done by Fast, Macaroni. Those guys did their job to protect the vote. They were announcing the results.
And you don't have that kind of people in every other state.
Yes.
Like the northern state. You don't have people like Macaroni, like Faust. Like you don't have it.
Let me say something.
Please. Your success in Lagos is
BQB. Please,
yes,
can I say something? Let me make an observation.
Your success in Lagos is still significantly pushed by some Yoruba people.
BQB, please let me make an observation here. You see?
Okay.
And I'll start from, I don't know if anybody listened to INEC chairman yesterday. Yesterday, INEC chairman had a meeting with all political, stakeholders in terms of the off-cycle election that they're going to conduct now in Ondo State and Edo State and others. And he was saying that out of all the political parties, I think they still have outstanding about maybe 5 or 6 now, that as at that yesterday, they don't have a single polling unit agent in their state with some political parties. And as at that yesterday, some of them don't have ward unit yet. And they've been aware for a very long time. And at that portal, for them to feed in the names of their polling unit agent and others, we close tonight. In fact, must have closed by now. It's 4 hours after now. Should have closed by now. Now, these are the same political party that will come after election and be shouting, they rig me out.
That they won.
They don't have polling unit agent. That was exactly what happened to Labour Party. But they are just a set of people that would cover their own weaknesses. And thank God now that some of them are coming out to come and tell. Like what Okonkwo is basically saying here is that, look, you don't take a stance. We don't even know where you are. I can't continue defending you because I don't know your standpoint. That is what that letter is saying. And it's one of the reasons back then during the election, INEC came out and said, look, Labour Party don't even have up to 60% of polling unit agents in the country. Oh, they came out, Abure, oh, Tanko, they almost finished everybody. Oh, no, don't mind them. We have them 100%. You will now be wondering if INEC that owns the portal and database will not know more than the people that are attacking, obedient that don't have access to the database. So, and that is where election starts from. If you don't have a polling unit agent in a particular polling unit, forget that polling unit for your party. Nobody will be there to defend your votes. And that is the essence of having polling unit and all these guys up there. It's election, it's a pyramid. So you need to protect your base. And for me, what happened in Lagos was, if you look at Lagos, they had polling units in all their polling units in Lagos. So it was so possible for them to be able to
absolutely.
Their people.
They have so many obedient volunteers that
so
defended
many
the votes.
because
yes, that was what happened. Not only one chairman that this Ekene want to start praising one chairman.
Lagos is just like
yes,
it's cosmopolitan, so it's just like a major base.
Yes, Lagos is the major base of the obedience.
For the obedience,
protected the votes massively in
seriously
all the units. Yes, that was
that's the way I see
for
it
the success, not one chairman that is trying to praise.
But if you discuss this thing now among all those
they will say it's tribal
they
or
will
something.
attack you. They will tell you Mande stolen, Yakubu is bad.
Mr. Ogbeni, I told somebody that immediately we finished that presidential election, the following weekend, if we had conducted the governorship election, Vivor would have won Sanwo-Olu also. Because I was on ground.
BQB, I agree with you.
Yes,
I was shitting in my pants. I was shitting in my pants.
Yes, the tempo, I told somebody, the tempo that is going on in Lagos then, of course, you can't talk about Lagos without Alimosho local government. That's the largest local government, which I was. The tempo already that week is going that Vivor is always going to win. He doesn't need to do anything. If they had voted that following weekend. That delay.
It was that gap. It was that gap, that period gap they gave that made him lose that election. Honestly speaking,
is that one week?
Won.
Now one kill person.
If they had conducted that election following week,
that
week gave Sanwo-Olu opportunity to be running enter-skater. It was the only point I saw Sanwo-Olu shaking, responding to Rufai on Arise.
Enter church immediately. Attended all the church in Lagos under 2 weeks.
My governor become a hairdresser.
Did I go
Sanwo-Olu was shaking to respond to Rufai on Arise. I said, this thing was very hot that period.
Even if that election was conducted the same day with that president,
yes,
there is no way.
Just
forget it.
Won. Somebody is saying Muslim.
Something.
And I think that's how election.
I
think that's how election should be. I don't think any politician should rest and just be sure that they will win election.
Yeah.
They should be all out to
no,
contest.
Absolutely. Lagos APC couldn't rest on that period. Everything was moving fast.
No sleep.
I wish Obi were, but for me, like Wike will say, if he didn't day, he just lacked that capacity. But I don't know, the obedient think is something that he can wake up in a day and adjust.
But Ogbeni don't use it as a barrier to bring him down. Yeah, I know what you mean. You see, it's still his nature. I wouldn't want him to kill anybody to win an AD post. You understand? I wouldn't want him to.
Adorati,
yeah.
give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Yeah. I wonder how one man say we should not be mentioning those platforms. You know, platform I'm talking about. One you mentioned two earlier on now. I wonder how you people watch them. Because
sorry, Thomas. Have I mentioned the name of the platform here?
No, sorry.
Okay, did anybody mention the name of those platforms?
BQB, you mentioned one.
I mentioned
one.
Yes. I watch those platforms. I listen to them. I don't.
I go there.
I listen to them.
I don't know how you guys listen to them. If I listen to them in 5 minutes, I will be depressed. Because if A wants to talk, you know what he wants to talk. We are clamoring for democracy. What is democracy about? Let people free to talk about their idea. Let me land, please. Let me land.
Okay.
Let people free to talk about their ideas. Even on our small platform that we have, we are not even practicing democracy. If anybody came, has another view to what you know about, they will climb you down, they will curse your father, they will curse your generation. You are the problem of I don't know how you guys watch them. I can't even watch them. You know what baffles me? I block them on my YouTube. I don't even want to see their video at all. It's very depressing. That's what I want to say. I don't know what you guys. I don't know how you guys watch them all.
Mr. Thomas, let me quickly comment, please. I was on one of them. Can you believe that? He's on the comment section. The host blocked me and called me satanic. He used the word satanic something very well. I don't know if you. He called me a satanic viewer, and I just expressed a contradictory something different from what they are saying. That let us look at it this way. Immediately, the guy labeled me satanic and blocked me.
No, you see, Kibi, you said something that it was actually that probably Obi won based on the fact that the Yorubas also, some Yorubas voted against Tinubu.
Absolutely, against Tinubu, absolutely.
Which is right. The majority of the Yorubas that voted against Tinubu did not vote against Tinubu based on capacity that Peter Obi has the capacity to do better than Tinubu. I do not agree with that. You see, that Muslim ticket, you and everybody, Thomas is here, Ogbeni, you're also here. You know, you know how many times we watch the video on church. I'm a Christian, you get it? Say I'm a Christian. Church, take back your country, take back your, you know that what that means. The church in Lagos kind of generally sided with the Labour Party. It plays a role. So if you want to put it on percentage, you can't whisk away that Muslim ticket. Do you notice that nobody is talking about Muslim ticket again? Because
no, BQB, don't discount the Yoruba
that
nation.
Muslim ticket.
No, the Yoruba nation
Muslim
issue
ticket
also contributed, because if you remember a year to that period, when the Yoruba nation activists, they wanted to come to Lagos to do a rally, the Oba of Lagos and all other ballets, they were against it and they don't bring the Yoruba nation to Lagos State. So since then, there has been a kind of rancor, and that played out during that vote too, during that election period.
But the Yoruba nation,
thank you, Baba.
They have too many members now.
But they still have some reach. They have some reach. They have some reach over there.
They don't have members as much as the Christian Pentecostals in Lagos.
No, it's about
Christian Pentecostals voted against Tinubu now.
Christian Pentecostals, they voted en bloc against Tinubu and for
against Tinubu. So BQB saying that it doesn't matter. Do you notice now that nobody is talking about it because he has balanced everything. He has balanced his appointments and stuff.
Don't forget those prophecies that were flying around every time.
Mr. Doa, there's no way we would the importance of that Muslim cannot be wish away like that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if you look at most of those election period, Tinubu too was fumbling. No, if you look at it too, he was not putting up a good showing in all those their campaign. He was saying so many nonsense.
Yeah, you are right. BQB, let me chip in this. Let me chip in this. Do you know that my final straw is it was that NESG day when he had the NESG stuff.
Yes.
That was what finished Obi finally. That was what made many Yorubas to change their mind. In fact, I watched it for the first time that was the day I joined One Man Went to Motion.
Which NESG
it was that
are you talking about? Which one?
That NESG, he first of all did the one in Chatham House. So there was a particular one he did that they invited all the
The
three of them,
Nigerian Summit
and
Group platform.
economic summit group,
That was the
and
day
that
Obi
was
lost
where
me
he
too.
threw.
Darati, you know what he said that day that lost me, that made him lose me that day? He said, why should containers bring in loads and then they go back
Now,
empty?
good morning. Now, good morning.
That the containers should have been containing exports. Then I
Ekene, are
pinched
you there?
myself. I asked myself that, are you not the biggest importer or one of the biggest importer? So what have you been exporting? When you bring 100 containers in, when the 100 are going back, what did you put inside? And I said, no, this guy is a joke. Carry on, please. Dorothy,
Thank you, Baba. Thank you, Baba. Ekene, good morning, everybody.
Yeah,
And
good morning,
Mama
Mr.
Jolly
Adams. Good morning. Welcome.
Please, I want to inform everybody on this platform that we have cashed the caught kidnapper, the people that used to come and kidnapping our people in Yoruba land. There is a incident that happened yesterday morning in, I think Alaroye is the one that covered the incident. These people, they have been coming and kidnapping our people and taking ransom and be burying them in the shallow grave after collecting ransom for these people. And they will later kill these people and bury them or throw them in the well. And these people speak Yoruba fluently and they live in Anambra State. These people are Igbo people, live in Anambra State. They will call themselves, some of them live in Yoruba.
Yeah, take the floor back. One man has pushed out.
Which state is he talking about now?
Yeah, that's what I
Right.
want
I
to.
don't know. I don't
I
know.
just
Just
wanted him to
came
land
in,
because I'm not getting him.
and it's
That's
not even
why.
connecting with what we are discussing now. These people came, and you see, one of the problems we have in Nigeria is when we keep maintaining this and that, this and that, this, and it's one of the things I like correcting among obedience. Like, look, every tribe voted for Obi, so don't tribalize Obi.
Yes,
Don't
Mr. Benny. Yes, yes, you are right.
don't. And the guy keeps saying, please don't put me in the bracket of the tribal. And so if we are correcting that in another space, then why should we, in probably somebody who wants to be in your space, also be peddling that narrative? It has been a narrative that has not been working in Nigeria for a very long time. We should disabuse our mind of all those things. If you find thieves in your area and they are Igbos, deal with them as criminals. Don't deal with them as Igbo. Deal with them as criminals. If they are outsiders, deal with them. After all, there are so many Yahoo guys outside there that are Yorubas and they are doing Yahoo
Reverse
plus.
to, yeah.
Who is dealing with them as Yoruba? They are dealing with them as criminal who they are. So criminality knows no tribe now, you know. And even our elite, all these our politicians, do they even think about tribe and religion when they are embezzling our money and practicing their corruption? They don't. All those things don't matter to them. But the politicians I'm very close to, you to tell me, say, look, no politicians is religious. Forget all those things. See them going to church and it's just for election.
No. It's just for convenience.
They're not religious.
Politician. If you see bone, human being bone, now you go chew them.
Well, so we shouldn't entertain all those things. And I am happy for the host that yank him off from the platform, and let's sanitize our space. Thank you.
It's not even
Yeah, I think
related to
Ekene has the floor. Is he still
it's not
around?
even related to the topic of discussion. So
It's like Femi Falana and others are taking over leadership of this protest.
I think it's Adegboruwa that carries it on his head.
Yes, they had a meeting with the IGP today on Zoom, which was a live telecast on or broadcast, on Channels TV. Adegboruwa, Femi Falana, some senior advocates.
And Inebe, that one has his grudge anyway against the government. Because there was a
And
time he was locked up in Calabar by
and there
Akpabio.
wasn't it was one judge that locked him up now. So why?
Yes.
You know, you see Nigeria.
I think that action had defeated you people narrative. Oh, these are faceless people. We don't know
Yes,
people that
yes,
want to.
Baba.
Yes, now
Baba,
that's
that's
what they are
what
trying
government
to
wanted
say.
to achieve.
Yeah.
Also,
But
to
it's
put
like
face to it.
they've edged Showore away from it now. Bajaliko, what do you have to say about that? Your boy, they've edged your boy out.
Our too much they've edged
Oh,
him out.
it's outside the country.
They must smart.
It's outside the country. Don't worry. It's
But
communicating with his
Baba, Baba, ẹ sọ fún
Cowboy
Sowore
no
yẹ
go
kó
see.
wà Sowore
Cowboy
yẹ kó
no
join
go
wa
see.
fún protest yìí náà Baba.
Is he coming?
Ó yẹ kó join
You
wa. Baba
ẹ má
Sowore.
worry. Àwọn kí lorúkọ bọ̀bọ̀ lawyer, that new lawyer in Abuja, what's his name?
So lọ́ọ̀yà Sowore tó máa ń tẹ̀lé Sowore káàkiri báyìí.
No,
Adedeji,
Adeyanju is there.
Yes.
Ó dilé mú fún un. So ẹ má pẹ̀gàn.
Ajá má worry. Deji ti sanra díẹ̀. A máa nà pákó. A lean padà. Ẹran ara díẹ̀ tó ti níyẹn.
So all these propaganda that you people have, oh, this is a faceless this thing. We don't know these people. We don't know them. We cannot do this. Now they have showed up their faces.
No, Baba, it's good now. At least they show their faces. So, Toba ti fẹ́ di protest fẹ́ turn upside down. Government can know some people they will round up. That's
okay.
Yes, sir.
They will start from there
yes,
first.
They will round up those people. It's easy.
And then start doing mopping up.
Yes, so that's what they are going to do. But we hope the protest can be peaceful. If it can be peaceful, I don't think anybody is actually against the protest.
No. BQB, you know what is it now? Even right from university days, they always infiltrate the student union. It is not the protesters that will start it. They will pinch them right from inside and they will spread. That's where the trouble will start. The government will pinch them. That's why I'm like saying they shouldn't just.
We know how all these things happen now with this student union activism now.
Government does that truly.
They will just get few ones among them. Let me tell you an experience I had during that NSAS thing when around that Hapo, we did Abuja. We were part of Abuja. So
Abuja.
We were Abuja Hapo side.
Abuja base, okay.
We did Abuja our own small
answers.
But they invaded ShopRite Abuja, the one along that airport road then. So when they were shouting, when the SRS guys were shouting, Hulom, government sponsor Hulom, and police now paraded some of those guys that actually enter ShopRite. I could spot some of these guys that were with us in fact, they started with us in Iguske. We both moved around town before they ended up in ShopRite. And I was telling somebody that no, don't say that one is Hulon sponsored by any government. This one was actually part of this protest. But unfortunately, because something happened along that and they pie about 2, that was what triggered those guys and they started entering shops and others. So the government has this way of trigger, particularly when you don't have a leader. Once they just trigger those guys, they start misbehaving, and then they use the opportunity to disperse people to go home. But now that Femfa and others have, as far as I'm concerned, it's more like they've hijacked. I think the only space they've not been able to hijack now is the northern part, which nobody can really tell what will come out from that space, because that space is always very unpredictable. I support protest, but I don't really support riots. Protest peacefully, embarrass the government, fine, maybe to put them on their toes. Make your demand known and set timelines for them. Even if you have to retreat back home, set timelines, make some gains, embarrass them in the globally and internally and globally, then go back home and wait for another day to come out. That is how protest should work. But when you now turn into riots, where
Yeah.
you are destroying people's property. Why will you destroy my property because you are protesting to government? I shouldn't be your problem. So government is your problem. Then secondly, why do you have to destroy government infrastructures, which is meant for both people protesting and those not protesting? You know, that those are the questions one should be asking. And as far as I'm concerned, the way this government has been managing these things so far is commendable for me. They've been pushing out and then go soft. They will beg, they will plead, they will use all these people to them and still come out and say, look, don't misbehave. Then so these are strategies. I think let's say it's going to work. Tomorrow will be the D-Day anyway. It's not to be story again by tomorrow.
It's going to be interesting.
Tomorrow is not the first now, Ogbeni.
Tomorrow
Is the
now.
eve.
Today is 31st. Today is
Oh, okay.
first
No,
to 10.
today I'm still 30th anyway.
Okay, your play. Okay. Yeah. So countdown to by one man. Are we going to do countdown? 24-hour live broadcast, countdown to protest. so that we can be updating what is happening in our area about the protest.
Ekene should be giving us live update now and the uptown, all of
Because
them.
some people will be very, very happy that the protest is going on. I know some people are very, very happy. They're even praying about it that please don't let it enter the heart of man, all those men in Nigeria. Let them join the protest. Let the protest go on. Let the protest go on. It's the prayer point of some people now.
No, the protest, BKB, the protest is it's good that they do the protest at least, but let them not focus from. And since they have given them where they are supposed to use now, let them just
They
at
are in
least let the
Lagos.
government also know
Yes,
that
I know they have
no, I'm
in
not in.
Lagos. They have a court
What
Yeah,
about the
limit of
demands that
70.
say Tinubu must resign?
But
no,
if you look
they are
at
stupid. You know, they are
if you
stupid
look
for
at
that one.
strategically in Lagos, they cause more distortion in that Lekki than in Ganifa Park in Ojota. That place, if you know that place very well, that place is very big. You can hardly cause destruction of movement in Ganifa. The place is so much big. There's so much road, so many roads. But if that Lekki toll gate,
No road to block.
yes,
You are not
now
going
you
out. You are not
understand.
coming
So
in.
yeah, so if you understand that Lekki toll gate, they just paralyze all those axes. So the impact is more, it can be felt more in that Lekki axis than in that Ganifa Park. That's why they are trying to limit them to
But
Ganifa
the letter Ebonde Gorua wrote to the IGP this evening says that for Lagos they are converging at Alausa Park.
Those places are good if they can do that. Those places
It's
are
Alausa
they are
Park by
okay.
Secretariat in Ikeja. That's where they are.
Of course, that place is
But the
close to
Lagos state government has rejected her through the courts. So they are
you see now.
restricting them to Ojota and Ketu.
And yes. Because even if you look
He
at
just wrote that letter this evening, no?
No, there is a court subsisting court injunction that said
Nobody
only
will obey
those two
that
places.
injunction. You think
Well,
those
that means
protesters will obey that injunction?
well, why would a senior advocate disobey court order?
But how can a judge also make another against publics that are not before you?
Well, you are the lawyer now. You know how una be.
All these abracadabra rulings sometimes?
Not today.
You are making order at large against who now? Protester that you don't even know. Protester that is not represented before you. Who represented
No, take
them?
it back. Take it back is one of them. They even asked them to publish it tomorrow in national
Which one is
dailies.
take it back again?
The one
It's
that
one of
has
the
big money in
organization
UBA that Inibehe is after.
Wow. If I were a judge, I won't grant that kind of application anyway. Because
Take it back is the one that has taken over now, and they didn't say their own is days of rage or day of rage.
Okay, yes, the one Ebu is representing is called Take It Back.
Yeah,
Take it back movement.
they have a lot of money in UBA, which has been blocked.
All those diaspora money, they should block all those money now.
They block it. That's why Inibe is in that movement. He wants to access that money. It is
They should
lie.
forfeit all those money to the government. Seriously.
Even UBA didn't acknowledge their letter.
How can you be financing protest from outside?
Terrorists. They want to,
It's not okay
so they
now.
can, so they can turn the country up. You know, you have to just understand something. With the way the problem, Nigeria, we are just coming on. We are not just there. Yeah, we are not there. If you want to go and do Kenya style of protest, we will cry. Look at it. MTN has already shut down all these operations. MTN, they are saying that they are shutting down their operations. So
You see what they did to MTN today? But you
I
not
saw
see
it
what they
yesterday
did
now.
to
They
in
uprooted their fence.
Investors. They even destroy some of the cars and well, in what we saw on the internet, because we can't believe everything on the internet these days. They just go and bring picture from Afghanistan and start telling you it's Nigeria. So one cannot really
That's it.
believe more.
I fear Nigerian bloggers now. Nigerian bloggers, they are one of the most desperate. I fear them.
The
They can
mischief in that space called blogging, eh? I've said it here before on this platform. Unless I don't know where the world is going, this blogger thing and commercialization of it has come to stay. We don't know what we can do about it. We just have to be managing it. But for me, as far as I'm concerned, I think government, particularly from the Western world, should try to now thinking of the way to decommercialize traffic to vlogs and blogs, because what motivates people to put things on vlog and blogs now is the money they're making from it. So
money.
You can go to the extreme, tell lies, bring falsehood, cut and paste, do shopping, Photoshop, AI. A lot of people do now just to bring traffic. You know.
Ogbeni, do you know that you are the one? You are guys that you are the one. Yeah, now you are the ones that are talking about democracy. The new engine room of governance in the world right now is technocracy.
I agree.
and that's where all these social media CEOs, these guys are powerful as any president. They can bring you down and they will finish you. They can cancel anybody. just one. Look at it now. Just one blogger. He just put up something together and it flies. The algorithm support it. You just see all these protests that we're talking about. Is it not now that they can even easily start the protest online?
It's just one idiot somewhere that just created that banner now and pasted it. And from there, everybody started and it glanced from there, and everybody started. Initially, I thought, who is this one now that is just went on Photoshop to create something and paste. And before you know it, even serious activists, they're also buying into the idea, and everybody is just finding the fire, and the thing just keep burning, and So for me, I think governments in the world, the committee of they should start thinking of how to reduce, how people commercialize all these things, or also to start doing something like, the way you register a company that is not faceless. When you register a company, you go to either company house, or is it CAC we call it in Nigeria. You go and register a company. That is when you can now function as a company. So if anything happens, they can trace your company. I think that's the way.
I agree with you, because that thing can cause world war.
Seriously.
Seriously.
They should be regulated in terms of registration. Even if you don't regulate their activities, regulate their registrations. They should be registering. They should find somewhere so that there is one of my clients. The guy had deal with his wife, and then one of them just picked the news and then started overblowing it, telling lies, bringing pictures that don't even relate. But they just started creating story out of nowhere, to the extent that guy started becoming, suicidal, because a very private guy who he hates being in public. Just pick on the guy's story and then just blow it out, his picture everywhere, and Do you know the date? That case happened about 4 years ago. Do you know the date? I've not been able to locate that blogger. And that blogger is still blogging. I've searched all my life. I've tried. Sometimes they said that some people advise me that there are private investigators in Nigeria. I've not been able, and so I started wondering, okay, so if you can pick somebody who has been building a reputation all these years, and just by a click, sitting in the comfort of your one rickety place in maybe Okoko or somewhere, you just put a click, and then the whole world is watching. Then it should be known somehow. You know, it's terrible.
You know
Sorry, Dorothy. Let me just come in for a microsecond. I'm not sure if Thomas is fully there. We've not heard from Zita. I think she's there somewhere. We've not heard from Prince Daddy as well, so he's not spoken. Atunaja is in the house as well. But one of our members, engineer, a lot of you will recall him. So he sent in a clip from Nigeria describing an experience. So I'm going to play that clip and then I'll bail out. So he's in Nigeria with his daughter to go and do whatever it is. Want to introduce the girl to home and then to do some important matters. So he's in Nigeria with his daughter. So in the course of being in Nigeria, he's left his daughter with a member of the family to go and attend to matters in Abuja. So he's on his way to Abuja, but did he make it there? That is where the question is. So he bought his ticket, everything duly paid for. He arrives at the airport, and then this happened.
Hello, man. My name is Engineer Jay, as you all know me. Well, today I was just about to board a flight from Port Harcourt to Abuja. We got to the airport, just about checking in. What they said is, the flight has been cancelled. People from Lagos in the flight about to take off, their flight has been cancelled as well. So this is what we are passing through in Nigeria, and this is what is happening. It's real. It's real. Nigeria is a lovely country, but we have cabals of evil leaders, and this is what we are passing through. I just pray that things will go well, but I don't see it going well. This is Nigeria for you. This is Port Harcourt Airport. This is Port Harcourt Airport. You can't see no flight again. Check in or check out. It's quite unfortunate. Everyone is stranded around this area. And it's quite sad that the way it is. Nigeria is a mess. And hopefully I see you guys shortly. One love. Bye-bye.
So there it is. Engineer always mild-mannered and he takes things in good grace. So he's there. He's not able to live in any form. He's 300,000 naira short. The prospects of a refund, categorically no. No flight out of Calabar to take him to Abuja. Making his way back to where his daughter is, a different set of difficulties. And then the set of people coming in from Lagos to Calabar in the same situation as well. So when they say, may Nigeria never happen to you, I think he's gone home and Nigeria just happened to him.
But this is not new. When it happens to me like that, all I do is hop into a car, shatter, off to Lagos. I just take it.
Get on the road.
I've done it from Kaduna. I've done it from Port Harcourt. I've done it from Awry. It's not new.
Guys, Baba, wait. I don't know why one man left. I was going to tell him. Did you guys just hear that Onyeka when he just passed away?
Yeah, I read it. Surprisingly.
What's going on?
She must be like 71.
I mean,
no,
like, it's like you guys know within 3 days, like prominent Southeasterners just, I mean, they just, I don't know what's going on, man. I don't get it, man, because it was a shock. Even the what's his name was the I was surprised and then
People die every day now. It doesn't have anything to do with Southeastern.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying like prominent figures from that side. Why is
That's
like
number
those type
3, isn't it, Mike? That's
yeah,
it
yeah.
was
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like
Iwanyanwu.
what?
And then
Yeah.
who was the other guy just recently?
Uba.
Chris
I mean,
Uba.
yeah, the Uba one, that one
And
shocked
now
me a lot.
Onyeka. I think Onyeka will be around about 62, which is not really a great
No, Onyeka is
70.
around late 60s at least.
No, she's 72. They say she's 72. I was shocked too. She's 72.
It's not young, though.
I mean, like, it didn't shock me, man. I'm like, because I've known at the time of Onyeka, you are always surprised that she's aging, because I've known her forever, man. Like, I'm like, Onyeka, are you kidding me? I mean, I don't know. Time is flying, Sha. But with that age, Sha, I mean, yeah. But it's still kind of shocking, Sha.
Life expectancy in Nigeria for male is 40, 48, 47. For female is 52.
It depends. It doesn't like
So
Lagos.
they live
All those
long.
areas. If you
They
go
live
to
long.
rural party, those one they live long. Those rural part, because those one they eat organic, they rest and they take care of their traditional medicines and all those things. Those one they live long, man. And if you go to the rural parts, you see old people everywhere. But if you live in city, Lagos,
And they still practice polygamy too. Do that too.
Exactly. Those one they live longer. They know how they take their traditional medicines. They eat.
Which help them a lot.
Yeah.
Anybody that lives above 70 years in Nigeria live long.
They
You
eat
live
organic
above
food.
70.
They don't inhale other chemical in the city. All those that Lagos and the way people inhale all those emissions. Oh my God, man! I'm like, how you guys like when I go to Lagos and I can't even breathe, man.
You don't,
I always,
Mr. Mike, you don't know what Rufai said about Lagos. He said people living in Lagos, that they are living in hell already. That when they die, God will just forgive them and put them in paradise. Because they have already lived in hell already.
They will get exemption from Baba God.
Exemption, yes.
You guys know what's really funny? In Lagos, they don't understand the
But Lagos
concept of
is interesting.
the concept of trees, planting trees. It's some areas you don't see trees. You don't see anything green.
See, Mr. Mike, let me buttress what you said. If you go to Ikeja GRA, yeah, if you go to Ikeja GRA 10 years ago, you see trees. But now, what you just said, Bogito and GRA, all the trees in GRA has been cut down. I don't know by anybody.
Mike, you wanted to plant the trees in their living room or their bedroom.
No. You don't know the importance of trees. Like no,
I know
it
now.
doesn't have to be for living room. I mean, you gotta.
My point is that there's no space. I mean, it's all congested now. Come on,
Yes, congested. If you go to Ipoli too, you see all those trees before, but now they are uprooting those trees, building high-rise building and opening the space up. That's what they are doing everywhere.
There's no way people can live long if you don't. That's why if you see cities like New York, they create a Central Park.
Dude, to your
because
point, Mike,
they need that, what the trees breathe out. Human being we breathe oxygen and carbon monoxide.
Dude, I'm telling you, the fumes that come out from the generators everywhere. I mean, I'm telling you right by now, Lagosians, that DNA has changed. I'm telling you, it must change because
I can't do it. But
the way they are surviving it.
When I go there, I always go close to the water, like the ocean. Like I always stay in the, Victoria Island, like so that be close to the water. But today, inside that mainland, other area, I can't be there too long. Even my amigo, I'll start falling sick. I'm like, it's not the same Lagos I grew up in. When I was growing up, we had trees, man. Even my old neighborhood, we used, where are the trees? Man.
I know.
I can't do that.
Ìwọ babaláwo tó bẹ̀rù nǹkan kan pé ó máa pa ẹ́ tó bá wà nílùú ẹ̀. Smoke. Ìwọ babaláwo.
Go and drink poison. I don't know where you guys get this idea that so because somebody is practice traditional is just
àjẹ́ ọ̀lẹ babaláwo ni ẹ́.
Aja, let Zita come in. She's
Oh,
been waiting in the wings.
okay. Let me
Zita.
go out. Let me go out. So they can come in.
No. She's on already. So she should just pick up on mute. Zita, on mute, please.
How na dey?
We did fine.
Good day,
Oh.
my sister. How you dey?
Ajani Koko, there are some people I've not seen. I've not seen Jewel of Nigeria, Bishop.
Oh, Joel was here today. He spoke today.
Rosie.
Yeah. Joel was here.
And the other two brothers, what's the name? Those ones that like abusing me.
Pansat.
The younger ones.
Oh,
My brothers, my two brothers.
Ekene.
I saw Ekene.
Okay, Emeka.
No, Emeka. No, I've not seen
No,
Emeka too.
it's
No, the
Emmanuel.
my
Emmanuel.
own, the other two brothers.
Okay, Emmanuel. What's the name from this guy from Ikoyi?
And Daz.
No, I think man of prestige is she may be talking about.
No,
man of prestige.
Too young one.
No,
that's
this guy from.
One is
No, this guy from Lagos. What's his name from Ikoyi?
Hola. Why am I messing with their name?
No, can do. No, Paddy.
Uptown.
It means Uptown.
Uptown of Lagos.
And I've not heard from them. I've not seen them. Well, I just came back, but I've not
Des was here yesterday.
They are preparing for protest now.
They are preparing for protest.
They are loading
they are printing their placard.
They are preparing their placard.
What about Bishop? Bishop joined them.
What about Bishop? Fortifying them.
They are holding their position.
Collect Okigbe and Okibon.
Hello. What about Bishop?
Uptown is holding his position already. He's ready to go and burn down second red line in Lagos.
Now we blue line.
Yeah, I'm not there. I'm not there.
If they try, just one window.
Bishop is on strike. Okay. Okay, no wahala. So, what are you people speaking on today?
Well, there isn't much
it's about the
topic
protest,
other than the protest issue.
And the preparation for
actually,
the protest.
that's the topical thing now. And we are just 24 hours away, I think, depending on where you are staying in the world.
They will soon start the protest, right?
They've started. There's been a prelim of we don't want protest in Lagos, and a miniature kind of protest in Niger State, and also Abuja. That was yesterday.
As I said before, they have the right to protest, but let it be a protest, just as the meaning of a protest.
Not a riot.
Well, for your information, Zita, let me bring you up to speed. Lagos State has gone to court. They got an interlocutory injunction that the protest should be restricted to Ojota and Ketu alone, that the police lack the personnel to chaperone them along the streets. So I don't know how they will react to that tomorrow. So that's where we are concerning Lagos at the moment.
Actually, not to cut you short, the other day, one man flagged something on Kenneth Okonkwo. I actually wanted to speak on that guy. I want to talk about Kenneth Okonkwo. You see, I heard what he wrote and what he said. I always have problem with us. We've been lying to our younger ones. We have been lying to our younger ones. And that thing is causing a lot of trouble. And most of us get away with it because they don't ask us questions. Hello. I came into this platform sometime last year, and I said a lot of things, and I doubled down on it concerning P2B. The people who hate me in this platform, they hated me because of that. I tripled down on it. Kenneth Okonkwo was not a young man when Peter Obi was the governor of Anambra State. Neither will he feign ignorance of the activities in Anambra State when Peter Obi was governor. But that man called Kenneth Okonkwo, he had a voice in Nigeria as a celebrity. He came out in 2023, did all he said, campaigned all he campaigned, pretended all he pretended. He campaigned, abused, speak, do everything. As if he didn't know who the man was. That's not right. And for somebody like me that came and said he doesn't have that capacity, capability to rule a country called Nigeria, I was abused and I was called a liar. Is that fair? Don't you people think Kenneth Okonkwo should be apologizing to our youth? You don't think so?
I think so.
You see, when you do something, I came here, I said something, and I am still saying it. And I will continue to say, in fact, if there's what is called quadrupling down, I will. Everything went for that man. The hate for establishment, religion, ethnicity, according to some people, they see him as new breed. But the only thing that did not go for him is him. And Kenneth Okonkwo knew that. He came out and galvanized. By the way, let me say this. A man who was a governor of a state, and twice he was impeached and removed from office. He has to come back through the court twice. Does that show leadership? That alone is a knockout to present such a person as a leader. That alone is a knockout to present that person as somebody who galvanize people, who bring people together, who gonna make people understand and believe. But all those shenanigans were going on in 2023, I said, no, this is the hate for establishment. This is the hate for the single religion. This is the hate for not giving it to a particular region. But nobody believed me. Kenneth Okonkwo ran around Nigeria telling our younger ones lies. And now he came out. So let me ask this question. Had he been that man won and he's not carrying leadership? So this is what Kenneth Okonkwo would have come to tell Nigerians. You think he doesn't deserve to apologize to all the people he told lies? Because when the man was governor, Kenneth Okonkwo was not a baby. He knew all that happened, but he decided to lie. Is that fair? I ask everybody in this platform today, is that fair?
Madam Zita is not the only one that does that.
Is
There
it
are
the right
plenty
thing to
people
do?
like that. They do it a lot. The people do it a lot. There are very many. That was why I said 2 days ago that the future of our country is bleak because we have a lot of people like that in Nigeria.
Welcome, Mr. Simba.
He decide to
Yeah, good
do
morning.
all that.
Good morning. How
He
is preparation for
decided to
protest tomorrow
do
in
all that.
Ilorin?
He was among those that almost, with his voice, caused mayhem. He almost, with his voice, because he has a voice. He's a celebrity. He's one of our early celebrities in the movie industry. He has a voice. He almost used his voice to cause mayhem. And he knows the truth. And he
Madam
hates
Zita,
it.
do you remember that in the courtroom, it will be the one that will come out and be talking rubbish after the court session, when they went to court?
Anyway, they do that because, in as much as I say I pity our younger ones, I will still say they get away with it because they don't ask them questions. Number one question every smart young person will ask, because that's the only thing that we are not denying, because they don't know the gravity of it. They actually see it as honor, as dumb as they can. That impeaching somebody twice and removing that person from office twice shows leadership and strength. But if I'm a younger person, I will tell you, he couldn't get those people together to follow him. So why are you calling him a leader? If he cannot get all those people together to follow him, why he leads? But Kenneth Okonkwo said all the things. If I want to do something bad, I will bring clips. You know how they bring clips of all that man said during that election. And somebody like me was abused. And even one ridiculous, I don't want to insult somebody, threw me out on the comment section for 5 minutes. Why? Because I said that the nonsense I said a year ago is making sense to some people now. Because somebody in this platform said he knew that he doesn't have the capacity to lead. I said, what? Did I hear this person that is so much into this man say this? I thought I was the one saying nonsense some years back. And now my nonsense is making a lot of sense. Somebody put me on timeout. That person is lucky. Because I think I have his or her mate in my house. That he or she is nowhere close to them. But I won't blame the person. The person is captured and doesn't see anything except one thing, the ideology that captured him. What's the next topic una dey talk? I'll finish with Kenneth Okonkwo. But for me, I believe he owes youth in Nigeria, he owed them an apology.
Madam Sita, somebody told me you're getting your ticket, return ticket for the protest tomorrow. When are you going?
Yes.
There is only one protest I did in my life. And up to today, I regret it. I regret ever being part of that protest. I don't know how they get me to be part of it. Asking a company to tell me how much foreigners are being paid. Otherwise, we pull down the company. That's the dumbest thing I have ever done in my life. And anytime you ask me, what's the dumbest thing you've ever done? I will say participating in such a protest. I don't know how they get me to be part of it. I was very young then.
Mm-hmm. That was why I want to say that, maybe because you are young.
So I am not really, not that I'm against protests, but when you say we want to protest, I look at the organization. If the organization is not making sense to me, I will not even support it, not to talk of participating in it. There is a lot that has been going on in Nigeria. And if you listen to voices all over the world, they're seeing it as an uprising.
Exactly.
Against Tinubu.
Started from Kenya to Uganda, now Nigeria.
Not against Nigerian government, but against Tinubu. But let's see how it works. who much is given, much is expected. They called him a gangster. They called him Chicago. If you know how Chicago.
Madam Zita, let us ask this. Let us ask the supporters. Who are they going to use to put there to replace Tinubu? They should come and answer us. By the time they succeed in removing him, they should tell us who they want to put.
I want to put the army.
Uh-huh.
They want to put the army.
Okay.
If they remove
So
him,
they want to turn Nigeria to Sudan, Abi?
you see, let's see. Check in few hours now. They will go into the protest, right? They are supposed to. I think we are 1 hour ahead. They are supposed to have started.
We have 18 hours more.
Huh?
18 hours more.
18.
Yes.
That will be 12 noon today. 12 midnight. 12 midnight today.
Okay, I was thinking it's today. Okay, today is Wednesday. I was even
Today
thinking
is
today is
Wednesday.
Thursday.
Madam Zita,
I
tell
thought it
them
was.
we
I
are not
thought it's
using
on
tear gas, so
Wednesday.
no tear gas, so
Huh?
no tear gas.
Who said
And
no
when I
tear
say no
gas?
tear gas, you know what they will use. Everybody sit at home.
No, the thing is that if they are doing, they did protest now. You remember when Oshomole organized one of the strongest protests in Nigeria?
Yes, against OBJ.
Against OBJ.
Yeah.
No life was lost. The government they didn't even stop them because they were not violent. But Nigeria lost, remind me, I think 1 billion, right?
Yeah.
He was even the one that called off he didn't believe that protest will be so successful. And that was why Obasanjo dismantled labor. Decentralized it, right? Decentralized it. He vowed to decentralize. That was then that Obasanjo destroyed the labor union. After that protest, Nigeria lost 1 billion instantly within 12 hours, right? The market women did not go to market too. We were all in Port Harcourt watching that protest. It happened and it was so successful. Nobody died. There was no police brutality. Nobody was shooting anybody. No, it wasn't ensize, but it was extremely successful. So there is nothing wrong in that was a genuine cause. But this one they want to go tomorrow, I don't know. The reasons they gave was genuine. They're hungry. They want things to change in Nigeria. That's okay, but how far have you pushed it? Everybody, they have how many groups? And each group, the one that we gather in Maitama have their own list, right? The ones that we gather in Area 10 have their own list, right? The one that we gather in Oshodi, they have their
Even
own
there
list,
was
right?
there was even a pastor. He has his own list also.
Everybody has their own list. It's just ridiculous human being around.
So I don't know how.
Madam Sita, let me ask you. Let me say something. I listened to Wike. Wike said people wants to use Eagle Square. They are sending. They are sending permission online. They put permission online. Wike said, why are they scared to put permission to his table? Do you understand what I mean?
But I
want to use the stadium now. I now put it online. Solomon Grandi, we hereby ask for permission to use Eagle Square. Then they put it online. So they expect Wike to go and get the just ridiculous human being. Who does that? You ask for permission online.
Somebody asked me the question yesterday. I told him, I said that we are faceless. He said they are not faceless. This is one of the reasons why I said they are faceless. You said you have a genuine reason. Everybody agree with you. Have a genuine reason. The whole place is on top.
Zita, you have forgotten that Hassan told you that they are NGOs. That they are NGOs.
NGOs, they don't get representative.
No, and they don't have name. The NGO doesn't have a name.
It doesn't have a name, and there is no representative. The NGO is in the air.
He's a blatant liar. Now that guy is a blatant liar.
He's not here to defend himself. Let's be.
No, you can. No, it's not about that. No, it's not about defending, because he put it here. He said it here. So we are not saying something that was against him. If you don't want us to discuss it, then you won't come and talk online. I go Benny.
No, you know,
there are so many people.
He came as a panelist. He could push back then. He would defend himself, but now he's not. He's not.
He should come back. He's listening to us. He should come back.
Okay,
whatever he says, we discuss it till
for him to come back.
Yeah, he should come back and come and vomit those rubbish again.
Mr. Simba, my own is how is your preparation for tomorrow's protest? You are in Ilorin, Kwara State. Tell us.
I've already bought my vest, 6,000 naira. Why
what description do you have on it? Ebin Power. To Niger, you are around. To Niger.
Yeah, I am.
Are you joining the protest?
You guys enjoy yourselves. I'm not.
To Niger cannot even come here. He is living in a country where they have 4 prime ministers in 2 years. So he cannot even come here and come and talk.
Look at this one. You don't know what you're talking about.
He's living in a chaotic country.
I don't talk about country
like that too.
See, I think you see how you guys are enjoying yourself, not interrupting each other. Don't do that to me, because I know the moment I start talking, all this you just.
To Niger. So, hold on. Before you start your this thing, everybody you can see we are interjecting. Nobody is saying don't talk. Madam Zita talk, we interject. So you can't come here and monopolize everything and start crying like a baby now. Say, let me talk also, because nobody will allow you to talk for 5-6 minutes. You hear? So let's to have conversation.
Yeah, that's fine. So you see, the thing is, Nigerian government is already trying to respond to the demands that the people are making, and this is something that Nigerians don't pay attention to close enough. The moment they start moving, you saw how quickly they resolved the Dangote issue. Suddenly, Dangote should be giving crude oil, blah, 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 and now they are selling the rice for 40,000 to people. And I think there are other moves that they are making. And one other thing they also complained that, which I raised while I was here, was that the demands of the protesters is very vague. I don't know what is wrong with Shore even. What kind of demand is that? Who wrote that 14 and
it's faceless now. Nobody knows. Now it's one idiot just put it on a blog and everybody started.
That is just vague. When you should make specific demands for security, specific demands for our refineries, specific demands for electricity, specific demands for this in education, you just make vague demands. These are things that matter, and this is the point where people are actually frustrated with the government and they want to do something about it nationwide, and you want to drop the ball by making vague demands.
The one talking. Tunaja, you the one talking.
Yeah, of course it's me that is talking. Who else can talk like this?
Thank God.
Who else can talk like this?
I said thank God.
So
you are now making sense. You are now making sense.
Because you agree with me now. Don't worry.
Because I
agree. You disagree with me.
Yes.
He's done with those platforms. That come now.
I'm on those platforms too. See, point is that if you want to make demands, you look for the ones that will give us the biggest.
But to like that, do you fight them like this on that platform?
Yes, and to be fair, most of them agree with me that you have to make specific demands. Because I even use the example that if you are going out with a woman and the woman just says, take me to any hotel, it's okay. You'll be fine with it. If the woman says, take me to a 5-star hotel, that's the way you treat the woman. If the people themselves don't make proper demands from their leaders, why would the leader treat you well? The leaders will just slouch and keep buying SUVs for their people and all that nonsense. So when I even wrote a list of them, I said create 2 million jobs in the security sector that have been killing a lot of people. And when I was on this panel proposing that as a first demand, I didn't know what was going to happen after that. When I went away, I think the last time I came here I mentioned it, that somebody that I used to know, I worked with in Nigeria, lost his life. And this same person, his mother lost her life from a terrorist attack in Jos, somewhere in Jos. And he too now has lost his life to the same type of terrorists in Nigeria. So it tells you that the issue in the country, first thing you need to deal with is security, so that you deny those people space. They are supposed to recruit people, create 2 million jobs, because that jobs you are creating, you are going to pay tax, somebody's going to build the houses, you are going to stimulate the economy from that point of view. And Nigeria is not going to lose $10 billion to $50 billion every year that we are losing. Then declare a national state of emergency in terms of our refineries to make sure those things are working, and provide weekly updates to the people in detail so that people know exactly what is going on with those 4 refineries. Whoever is blocking it, they need to unblock them. These things are killing our nation, and these people want to protest and they don't even put it as a major stuff. What kind of human beings do that? Then you demand federal government this in the supply Dangote with oil. This is something I said a few days ago, I think just a week ago. Today they've already done that one. So that one is out of the list. There's no need for that anymore. Declare a state of emergency on Ajaokuta Steel this power plant, and brief the people on a weekly basis on what is happening to that. You want to know why is it that all our national assets that is going to make us industrialized nation and developed country, they are being killed? Who is doing it? You want to get to the core of these things and demand answers from that part of it. Then also declare a state of emergency on electricity. Just yesterday, I watched a lady that visited Nigeria, African-American woman that visited Nigeria. She was saying that she was so lucky that she was in Nigeria, that she was in Kenya. And Kenyans was on that video saying that, thank goodness, we don't value our country when you compare to Nigeria. And the Nigerians are there saying, yeah, that's true. Now our country is so horrible. And one of the issues that she was complaining about was power. That our power supply is so anemic, there is just destructive. I've been to a shop where they sell these stabilizers. The person that said is a stabilizer, we were watching his own stabilizer there. He was showing us his stabilizer. His own stabilizer failed before our own eyes because what? The fluctuation of the voltage of the national grid. They are destroying our equipment. That's just like they supply us petrol to destroy our cars.
Nigeria is very funny. NEPA office is installing Meccano. Just imagine that in your brain. NEPA office or PHCN, what do they call them now? They are installing Meccano generator.
It's just total toxic. It's a total toxic environment, and you have to tackle those things head on and ask the government to declare an emergency on it, because mobile power plants are actually relatively cheap. 50 million, you are going to get 50 megawatts of mobile power plant that you can use to support the national grid. Whenever it fails, it supports the businesses in the capital cities, so that our capital cities can be lit up 24/7 while the national grid and the energy generation plants are built to sustain for the long term. That is the kind of stuff you are going to do in terms of when you want to approach it in terms of this as an emergency. Then you go into this thing. You've got in short, I've not finished the point I will make regarding the destructive nature of the electricity in Nigeria. Because it's not only petrol. You know how they supply us bad petrol and gasoline that is destroying our cars? They supply terrible electricity that is destroying our equipment too. It's like, what is wrong with this our people? Where the kind of stuff that they are doing to kill their people's prospect, that when people come to this country, some of them they will politely leave, but in reality, they are running away because they see a country that is not being run well. Everything, nothing works. Everything is designed to stress their people out. So now I'll go to this in the personnel welfare in terms of the national security and the legal system. You have to improve the welfare of these institutions and what happens to their families when they lose their life in the line of duty, because so that they will be motivated to do their job the way they do it for other nations. You improve their welfare for those things. That's a major demand. If you do that, remember, those people that are going to police the protests, they too will hear that and think, okay, you didn't forget them. In the legal system and the national security system, You need to make sure those people are solid. If they're not solid, your nation is not going to stand. Then buy Nigeria made goods. See, today I'm still hearing that governors are busy buying SUVs for different chiefs and different even judges. They are buying vehicles for judges because they are looking to use it to bribe the judges. That they go to where judges are being sworn in and they celebrate the judges because they know that's the way to maintain their power now. Look at the corrupt, we build corrupt practices on top corrupt practices. Because of the last one that just happened, where the judges, it was how they decided the election. Now politicians are gravitating towards that end and giving judges SUVs left and right. And these SUVs, are they from Nigeria? No, they are buying it from overseas. These are the kind of behavior, toxic behavior. I just wrote 9 of these ones. And if I look at the 9 that this thing, I don't know whether it's Showore and all that, but they say it was from Showore, to be fair, on this in the Sahara TV. If it was him that wrote this, it's just useless.
Have you seen some lists saying Tinubu must go? Have you seen some?
That is, you see, that is stupid. Why would you ask? See, you don't need to remove a government to make them do what you want. And the Tinubu is already doing it. Like asking Nigeria this is the organization NNPC to provide crude oil to Dangote. Did you need to remove the government to do that? Make solid demands and impose it to them.
Sunaja, you have to understand, Shore is not protesting because he wants Tinubu to do something or change something. Shore just want revolution. You understand? So he's not demanding, others demanding is not because he wants those things. He just want revolution. He wants the government top.
Don't mind him now. Yeah, you just want a revolution for the sake of revolution.
Exactly.
Well, what good is that? You just want revolution for the sake of revolution. You want revolution because you want to change this for the better. If you can do that with the same person there, do it. Is that not the purpose? And I believe that the Nigerian government, they are so scared of the people that they will do what you ask them to do.
Tonight, sorry, give me some seconds. Let me just try to straighten some probably record on something you talk about giving judges SUV. You may not be aware that judges have their emoluments. That's an entitlement, not only from the federal, they also have from the state as a matter of law. Not when you see those judges giving them, when you see the state government giving them those things, it is their duty and responsibilities. Our law that stipulates what they must give them. Let me give you an instance. If they appoint you today as Justice of Court of Appeal, for instance, there are financial responsibility that your state, because you are not there, you are filling a quota, okay, of a particular state. For instance, I'm from Ekiti. If they elevate me to Court of Appeal today, don't forget that Court of Appeal is a federal court. Now, the federal has their responsibility towards me. At the same time, the law also states responsibility that the state government has towards me. That's my state. That's where the state I'm representing at the federal level. Okay. I remember part of it is that I must have a residence in anywhere I want it in that state. And then I think vehicle and 1 or 2 things that my state must provide for me. Okay. So it's as a matter of duty, it's statutory. And that is why over time, during Buhari time, Buhari tried as much as possible to gain autonomy, financial autonomy, just like what local government had now. But Buhari tried to get it for the judiciary, so that for the judiciary relying on the executive, the reliance should be detached completely, so that they can draw their money directly from the treasury. They call it consolidated fund, so that you won't a CJ, chief judge of a state, will not need to start relying on the Attorney General of that state or Commissioner of Finance of that state to draw whatever money he wants to draw. So that a judge elevated from the state level to the federal level will not need to fall back on his state to provide those things. Another thing is, if you retire too, for instance, you are CJN, if you retire, the moment you are retiring, there's a responsibility federal government has towards you. At the same time, your state government also has some responsibility towards you. So when you see those things, don't go with the narrative of, oh, they are bribing the judges, they are bribing the judges. Those are normal events that
I said a few things about this. It's not only that aspect. It is a fact that they go in there when the judges are being sworn in. They soiree with them. They kind of have meetings with them, discuss with them on basically the kind of job that they're going to be doing. Then one of my biggest gripes is not only the influence and the closeness between the politicians and the judges that is the issue. There is also the aspect that they are buying foreign-made vehicles for these people. This is foreign exchange that is scarce in Nigeria. These are our own leaders are the ones encouraging those lifestyle. They are basically advertising foreign vehicles to our people. So those type of things, you have to discourage that type of mentality. If you start turning it, and when these people, these leaders of this process have the opportunity to start changing it, what do? They start making vague demands. That is my issue with what they are doing.
On that point, let me say something also on that point. I'm one of those that believe that the government should be using our locally made vehicle, seeing all these guys and others. But I listened to Seun Kuti recently on this issue. Seun Kuti had you with Innocent recently. I think they even exchanged words. I don't know if you watch that space. Try and watch that space and see what Seun Kuti and Innocent, they've been, throwing banters. But I see them engaging more on what exactly is the issue. What Seun Kuti did was that he called Innocent out to say that your cars are expensive and that you don't have any originality on your cars, that they are just mere assemblage, that you are just assemble things. You don't have your own. You bring from Nizam, bring from this and that, and you assemble that. If you are assemble, an average Nigerian cannot afford your car, that the list of your car, I think maybe 25 million or something like that, that if an average Nigerian cannot afford it, you shouldn't be marketing it to people, because the rich people are the one you eventually market it to. So of what value is it to an average Nigerian? But Innocent also came out and made his own, the exchange banter. But what I picked from Innocent's own is, look, Seun Kuti now said he would rather go and buy Benz, because if he has 25 million naira, he knows if with 25 million naira, if you go and buy nice E-class of relatively 5 years ago, you still get a very good E-class Benz that is stronger and has everything stamped, custom, everything paid, than to go and buy Innocent that is made in his own country, but not as strong as Benz, but too expensive for him. Innocent argument was that, look, there are many logistics to these things. For instance, if electricity is affordable in Nigeria and is being supplied, is to reduce costs, all those things and co. So I don't want us to just be too simplistic about our engagement on this.
Okay, now about simplicity. Let me just simplify it.
Okay. Can I just add to what?
Remy, give me one second. Okay. Yeah, give me 1 sec, Remy, and also that means what we have been saying earlier on when we discussed about Innocent is he's still getting almost, I don't know percentage, he's still getting it from abroad. So it's still dollarized, manufacturing. So it can't be cheap. Let's be fair to Innocent. So that German making sense. He got engine from abroad. They don't build anything in Nigeria. I think what they did in Nigeria is also fabricating of the body. Almost all the parts in that cars is being imported. He's not going to pay them naira in China. He's not going to pay them naira in America. They are collecting dollars. So let's be fair to Innocent. The cars cannot be cheap.
Let me quickly answer Thomas. Mr. Thomas, that is what Seun Kuti is saying. Seun Kuti is saying, go to Ford, go to Innocent, go to Toyota, go to Benz, go to all these things. You will not put what part of Benz and go and put it in Ford. You won't put Ford in Tata. You won't put Tata in Toyota. What makes you an automobile company is that there is an intellectual property, a patent, a trademark you have that is yours. Seun Kuti is saying you don't even have any. They are producing it for you. Are coming to assembly that. Shut your factories down until you have your own originality. So if the best you are giving is that you are putting all things together, you are still one of those that is overboarding our naira dollar exchange rate. Then what exactly is your value?
Yeah.
The other time,
Yeah, the other time when we talk about this thing, I told you the Chinese model. They started with a car called QQ and they target the lower cadre of the populace. And the car is being sold below $3,000. But when you now
Wow,
juxtapose it to
$3,000.
yeah, below $3,000.
Wow.
Yes, I'm telling you.
Wow.
And when you now look at Innocent and the rest, although we know Nigeria in terms of machines and machinery and other logistics, we are not as good as Chinese. But they target those people, and a lot of people from the countryside started buying them. But when you now look at Nigerian situation, the cheapest of your car is 25 million. Tell me, how many Nigeria will have 25 million and go and buy a vehicle that there's no quality assurance? So compare, although it might be new, but you already know that you don't know a lot of. They are not doing their marketing very well. It's not cheap at all. So if you have your 25 million naira, you can even get a used car at that price that is equally better and a good standard.
But Remy, hold on. My narrative now, did you agree with me? The car cannot be cheap.
I understand you, but the local content from Innocent too is not good enough. What are they doing? What are the local content? Are they fabricating the steel? When I watched a video about them, it's like everything was being imported from China. It's not even from America and the rest. Everything, and then they assemble, they put them together. And remember, they are bringing this thing to Nigeria as a CKD or whatever, which the duty on it is very low. So at the end of the day, their price is so expensive that
Can I clarify some things? Can I clarify some things? They manufacture about 30% of the parts in Nigeria, while the rest is imported.
Which one are they manufacturing? Can you give us a list? Can you give us a name?
Like the body parts, the chassis, and all those parts, which
No,
are significant parts of the vehicle.
That's
They
true.
showed it now. They showed it when they were
That is
manufacturing
not
it
true.
now.
That is not true.
They were welding it in Nigeria here with.
Okay. Welding is different from manufacturing now. When they couple something, that's what I say sometimes you stand up.
If somebody buys steel and somebody comes and uses
Where
it
did
to
they get
manufacture
steel?
something here,
We don't have that. Do we have metal in Nigeria?
Even what they use in welding, is imported. What they even use in welding for their
now you don't
welding.
want me to talk. You see, you are making it appear as if you don't want to have on this conversation. You just want to have your this in position and take
Tunaja, go ahead.
They asked them. They asked this is Innocent this point, and he said that 30% of the parts that they manufacture in Nigeria, the rest they admitted that they import it. The idea that other companies don't do the same is a mistake. Most of the parts that you see in cars that you see today is not manufactured by Mercedes or by this Range Rover or by Toyota. They are manufactured by a third-party company. Maybe not the opposite car company, but a private company is manufacturing the parts for them, specialized parts. That's how it works overseas. That's why even in airlines, you see that it's only two major companies that are manufacturing all the airlines you see in the world: Boeing and Airbus. That's it. No other this in the body is manufacturing major airlines in the world. So in terms of this Innocent, the issue that they are having, part of it is scale. If they don't have scale of customers, they can't bring the price down because they have to maintain this in working. And to have scale, you need to have a federal government that is working with the industries to limit access to these fairly used vehicles that are being dumped in our countries. So, but the government is not doing that. If anything, they are encouraging it to come in.
What is the
You see,
durability of those vehicles?
see, the durability will improve. I'm not saying Innocent car is that good. I don't even want to argue that they are not very good at marketing too. But you can see that our leaders are the ones making it hard for them because our leaders are not doing what they need to do, like other countries did. This is not new science. This is something that other countries do. You isolate foreign vehicles from your economy and allow the local industry to develop. That is what you do.
Don't do that.
Put big tariffs on them.
I want to ask you.
Don't do that.
Let me. You put high tariffs on foreign vehicles. That's what China did. That's what India did.
No.
They all did it. I don't know how you don't understand that. It's what they
Can
do.
I ask you a question? The question I want to ask tonight is very simple. Can Innocent also produce his own electricity for his plant? Can he do that or not?
They can if they want to. Yes, they can. After
So that will help them. That's what we are talking about. You can create electricity or have your own power plant by yourself. But Nigerians, they always want to start from the top, not from the bottom. That is the mistake.
I don't think that is the mistake. Yeah,
If the federal government is not supporting you, look at what happened recently with Dangote. They almost killed Dangote too. If not because the people stepped in, Dangote would have suffered.
But
we are
that's
all
not
over
true
the
now.
place. Let's talk about
The entire building of Dangote refinery.
No, I'm giving you an example of the
federal government.
I'm just giving you an example of what an enabling environment does. If you don't
Yeah,
have a government that is supporting industry, you are going to kill any industry that wants to develop in your country.
Is it the
Dangote is a
government
very
that
good
is going to
example.
think your business for you?
No, you create the environment because that's what other countries have done.
Let me say this. I was expecting Innocent, right, to target Nigerians, not the elite. I was thinking Innocent would have started with building something like, not keke, but something like a car that every average Nigerian that have little money in his hand can have. And from there, he spreads into the rest of Africa. And then gradually he starts making aesthetic things, targeting those first cars he will make will be so durable that when he starts making those aesthetic cars, those people he's targeting will buy it. I think that's how somebody who you don't expect the government to think your business for you. You put a Toyota Land Cruiser, you put Innocent Land Cruiser. The price is almost, I don't know. But at the end of the day, the Toyota Land Cruiser is more durable than that Innocent. Is that how to do a business? Then you expect the government to force it down the throat of Nigerians to buy that Innocent. It doesn't work that way now, Abba. It doesn't work that way.
I agree with your first assertion that it would have made sense for Innocent to look for a lower cost vehicle to manufacture. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't even do that because it's a really strange, thing to just go for higher end vehicles that you can't compete very well. You have to compete on price and go for lower quality or cheaper vehicles. So that makes sense. However, regarding that, you said something about whether government should not support private businesses. That is only for the birds.
I didn't say the government should not support. You too, as a businessman, should
Okay,
make
so
it
you
easy
said
for
something
government.
about they have to
You should
compete
make
in
it
terms
easy
of
for
with foreign
government to
companies.
support you. Okay,
No, I
let
agree
me
with
give
that
you an
part. That you
example.
should make it
Let me
easy.
give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let's assume that Innocent have a car that is a little bit bigger than Keke, can take 4 passengers comfortably, has AC, has little things like a fizzy, but very durable. Pan, they used to call it. And he was selling it for something like 2 million naira. That car is littered all over Africa because people can always afford it. People, working class people, the moment they get money, 2.5 million, 3 million, they just go and pick it. Make it maybe 3 grades. I'm selling a business idea to him now. I hope he's listening. And then somebody brings in, maybe Toyota wants to sell Toyota Corolla, the lower version, want to bring it to Nigeria. Now, Innocent doesn't need to tell Nigerian government to put tariff or to stop it. They will definitely stop it. It's as simple as ABC. Any good government will protect that car. So not when you are making, you are competing on an item.
Is it me? I can't hear.
I think she
Madam Sita, can you guys hear me?
I
Yeah,
think
I
maybe
can hear
she
you.
dropped. Maybe she
Yeah,
talk.
yeah.
So
Yes.
I was
let me let me
checking
just let
just
me just
now.
say this. No, Junaja, please let me say this. You know what Madam Zita is saying is actually because I could remember when he was interviewed, the North guy was interviewed, and then the innocent guy was also interviewed, and they asked them which of your brand is actually enjoy more patronage, and they told them that it's actually those small bosses that that they have more sales on that one also. So just to buttress what Madam Zita is saying, that you look for the brand that people can afford and is selling, and that is the one you have to put. But in a situation whereby you want to replicate the luxurious factions of all the major vehicles, you say, okay, Toyota Land Cruiser, you want to have your own Toyota Land Cruiser, you want to have your own brand of SUV, all grades, and they are selling for almost the same price with the brand that people trusted, then you are looking for trouble. I remember when Tata started in India, they started manufacturing all these small vehicles. Those are the ones that you see on their streets, affordable to at least the lower income people. And those are the ones that you have to. You can't be competing. You are starting and want to be competing with the brands that is well known. You are bound to fail.
Simba, if Innocent is still selling car in Nigeria, it cannot be like 10 million, 8 million thereabouts. Come on now.
They are selling cars of 50 million. They are selling cars of 50 million, 45 million.
Even up to
How many people will be able to buy that?
Even a car from North is 85 million naira.
I think that
And the
point
people
is
that
well
are
made.
the people that are patronizing Innocent more is the Nigerian police and the Nigerian military. They are buying that.
Yeah, Remy, I think the point about this in the Innocent competing in the area of lower cost vehicle is quite a valid point. For the life of me, I don't know why they keep going to manufacture things that it's already being dominated by Toyota and the other brands. And Nord, if you notice that Nord does the same thing too. They go and start manufacturing high-end vehicles to compete with high-end manufacturers out there.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
are
think
right.
that is a wise approach to go. And I think first you need to compete with utility vehicles.
Please hold on. Tunaja, please hold on. Let us put it in mind that they are not selling only to Nigeria. So they have to make it a little bit quality. Am I right to say that?
No, you are definitely right.
So
You have to start from where you are.
How can they compete with the established brand when their price is so high or something like that? They even not said something. Sorry, Tunaja. Not said two things. He said that his brand almost 85 million naira. The first time he's selling it, he sold it to an Egyptian. And the one that's selling more in Nigeria is that kind of commuter bus where people can ride from Lagos to Aba or Lagos to Kano, all those that can carry 16 people. These are the ones that
that's what I wanted to say.
All the other ones that are there. All the other ones that are there. All the other ones that are there, they are not making it stuff like that. It's not easy. 85 million, 60 million. Come on.
Let me go. That's what I wanted to say. I wanted to say that
you have to produce the cash. What are they talking about? Is they financing?
Yeah,
We don't
so
know.
they should be going for, like you said, those utility vehicles and cheaper ones so that you can compete with the overseas company, while the government puts tariff on the foreign companies. Because if the foreign companies,
You can't put tariff when there is no alternative now. You must have an alternative before you start putting tariff now. You want to kill Nigerians?
No, there's not gonna. You don't understand. If you don't put tariff, you are not going to get an alternative. That's the problem. Because you have to give room for your local industry to emerge. That is what other nations have done. I don't know why we always think that everything we do has to be easy.
Because you are the one that you are the only one that understands yourself. What we want to say is this: do you know how we got to the stage of importing cucumber to Nigeria? Nigerians don't use cucumber before. If you don't know, I know you're a young person, you might not know, but we don't use to buy cucumber in Nigeria before. So at what point do we get to that point that we are importing cucumber majorly to Nigeria? So it shows that our purchasing power has been declining over time. when we now switch to, because I remember before we have Volkswagen assembly in Nigeria, we have Peugeot assembly in Nigeria, we have even.
So what is the relevance of that point? What is the relevance of that point? What is the
What I'm
relevance?
saying now, what I'm saying now, we create.
Let him land. Let's
Let me land. Yes, what I'm saying is this. Now, Nigerians are using Tokubo because of their low purchasing power. That is the alternative that we have now. And even with that alternative, even the tariff the government is even putting on it, on custom duty, is still even very high. So now you now wanted to put more on them when there is no alternative. So if you want the government to increase tariff on those ones, say, is it innocent that you now ask Nigerians, do they even have the capacity? They are not producing what Nigerians can use, and then you want the Nigeria government to put tariff to stifle Nigeria more?
What is it with you?
I think I had
let me finish my point. Can you just stop interrupting me constantly? You don't let me talk.
Naija, hold on. Hold on, please. What Simba is telling you is that these cars, they are not even viable for now. So if we put more tariff on the importation of those foreign cars, you are just trying to stifle Nigeria. How many people do you know as innocent, not as their private car in Nigeria? They sold more of commercial cars.
Finished?
Yeah, I've finished.
Have you finished?
Yes.
So the reason why you don't see that? Oh my God, Jesus Christ!
This guy, you are so. Let me tell you, Tunaja, you are too irritating to have conversation with. Believe me, you are. Nobody has been crying before you came. Why are you crying?
Because you don't let me talk. That's why. You all have your say. Then when I want to talk, you want to stop me.
Let him talk. Let's the next voice I want to hear is Tunaja. Let him talk. Yeah. Let's hear from you. Yeah.
So the point is, the reason why this you are not seeing what you are asking for, that how would the Nigerian this in companies replace these foreign companies, is because there is no enabling environment. If you don't enable the local industry to emerge, Nigerians will not start buying it. If Nigerians have a choice to keep buying the cheap one from China, like we are talking about other imports like petrol or whatever we are importing, when are we going to transition? Every nation, if you want to transition, you have to put tariff on the one that is coming in to slow it down, not necessarily stop it, so that those people that truly want those vehicles so desperately buy it. But the tariff, they can use it to fund the local manufacturing to eventually replace. That's what they call substitute manufacturing. So that whatever you are importing, you replace it by local manufacturing. And when you replace it with local manufacturing, you start supplying your people. Yes.
So that the local manufacturer too can strive. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. It makes sense. And even what Simba said to make sense too. Both of you are making sense.
Now, please. But what he's saying is that he's saying that you should leave the foreign listing cars to be coming through. Where if they keep coming through, they will not give space for the local manufacturing to emerge. And if that is going to happen, the government will have to subsidize the local manufacturing heavily for them to be able to compete with these cheap vehicles coming from overseas. I remember there's a lot. Also you remember there is also local repairs and refurbishment companies that are in the country that are basically they are not very active right now because they keep getting cars replaced by Tokubo after Tokubo. But when you have a restriction on cars just coming through, then people will start fixing cars. People will start manufacturing cars. You're going to see even other companies start springing up to meet the demand. See, what creates these cars that are coming to the country is a requirement, not the other way around. If you need a car, somebody will produce the car. If eventually in Nigeria, somebody will produce it. It doesn't matter whether it's coming in or not.
Can I come in now?
Please go ahead.
First and foremost, Nigeria does not have that power. And I will tell you my reason. First and foremost, we don't have a lot of associated car manufacturing that are manufacturing different parts of the car when they assemble them together. We don't have the brake part industry. Our tire industry is dead. So many of these parts are put together to make a whole car. So we don't have all of them. What I think the Nigerian government or Innocent should have done is this. I'll make an example of China again. What they did was very simple. They have a very good local manufacturing plant that have the machines and the machinery. But they did not stifle the foreign part. They go into partnership with them. Instead of, I remember VW, Volkswagen, instead of them coming to Nigeria, they have a partner, they will have a partner with Innocent. But I have seen Innocent plant, it's not up to standard, okay? That is not totally automated. So they will have a partnership with Innocent. They will allow Innocent to produce their car, and they will now help VW to also produce their car in Nigeria. So that way, people can have a choice. Even in China, when all these their local brands started springing up, most Chinese did not buy them. They said they are inferior quality. And they have their own reason, because everybody wants the established brand. And they go for the Mercedes, the Jaguars and the rest, the VW, the Toyota and the rest. But when those local manufacturers came on board, they started with low-end car. I told you, $3,000. A lot of people rush it. And the people from the countryside, they were able to get, and they started to build on it little by little. And then where they have a cutting edge, and where they have an edge is this. They pump more money into electric vehicle. And they came up with a beautiful brand and very sustainable. So people now started having choices. And this electric vehicle, the government started giving, if you buy this, then you don't pay tax on your vehicle. And the tax on vehicle in China is high. Sometimes up to like 20%. So if you buy an electric vehicle, first, you don't pay tax. Second, you can apply some section of the road that
I just saw just now. Sorry, I just saw just now that Innocent is actually 65% local content. So
that's what you put. I saw it, but it's not true. That is not true.
They are lying. They are lying. That's not true. I saw the plan.
Why do you always think that our people are lying?
No.
People tell you it's true.
Listen carefully.
Okay.
We've seen the documentary. And when they showed that thing, I did not see where they are really. I want to see from the base. They don't have it. What you see is something already done, and they put it together, and they are now assembling, putting it together. So it's not that they are manufacturing a lot of things by themselves. You might be right that we should protect them, but how do we protect them when the cars they are producing is not for an average Nigerian? Let's be factual here. A 10 million naira car is even not for average Nigerian. 5 million naira car is not even average for ordinary Nigerian. And we are talking about.
If you're not for 5 million naira, go and use the keke. Come on. What if you got what does you want the car? You want to be making a car for 1 million naira?
I am telling you today. Look at India, for example. They came up with Tata, and they have a lot of low-end car for the ordinary citizen. If they come up with an idea that our car is 5 million, but you can do car financing for maybe like 5 years, they will make a kill, okay? But when you come out with something like 25 million, you're already targeting the rich and the elite. And that is where the required growth you are thinking they should have. They do not have it. So sometimes you have to look at other countries' model. As countries that are well established, they have the they have the machine, the manpower, and everything. They still collaborate with established brand. Talk less of a country that so many things are not put together in the right perspective, and then you want the government to give them all the all the
support. You see, you have to. You see, I think you place.
The last question I will ask you, Nigeria, so that now look at Dangote refinery. If now government is not supporting Dangote, all what you are saying, I want you to use Dangote refinery to compare with Innocent, and then you know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Then Remy, sorry, what I want to say, let me say this to Nigeria. When even Nigeria have assembly plant for Volkswagen, for even Mercedes, because I remember all those buses were assembled somewhere in Enugu those days, Peugeots and all those things. Most of the accessories of those cars, we have companies in Nigeria that are manufacturing it. The glass, the brake pad, the tires, there are so many things, even the battery. They were all manufactured in Nigeria. Tell me all those parts that I mentioned now, which one is being manufactured in Nigeria that they are claiming that they are doing 65%? local content?
I think you may be surprised to know that there are quite a lot of things that can be manufactured in Nigeria. Like steel, it's not like steel is not present in Nigeria, but it's not present in an industrial capacity level where you can manufacture rail tracks, trains, and aircrafts. No, but it's not like steel. It's not copper is in Nigeria. Plastic is in Nigeria. So quite a lot of things.
What we are saying is not about present in. We have all this, even the polyethylene, polypropylene, all those things that they use in manufacturing plastic, they are all imported. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
So
they are importing quite a lot, but they are also manufacturing.
The issue, don't even have a single company now in Nigeria manufacturing tire.
Yeah, so
those days we have Dunlop, we have Michelin.
Yes.
You understand? We have the Excite battery in Ibadan that is manufacturing battery. We have the CGC or what is the name of this company in Ibadan that is manufacturing glass. There are so many of the cars. Yes.
Why you see the reason why they all failed is because of cheap imports. If you don't start protecting your,
don't go into that. What we are saying, we just want to tell you that the so-called 35% local content that is claiming is actually a lie.
Okay, it's not realistic. Okay, I guess you can say that. We don't. I just have to go by their words. And personally, I think somewhere 30%.
How can you go by their words? If I come here to this platform,
hold on.
Because if it was a lie, somebody would dispute it.
Hold on. I thought you said 65% local content, not 35.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what they said on their own this report.
Yeah, Simba said 35. Okay, right.
Because they have to be certified with all this, so they don't just make claims. And somebody will come and check. It's like somebody saying an aircraft that they're making is 65% local content. Somebody will go and check.
Are you sure? Can you even imagine? If they are even claiming, I was even thinking that it's 65, 65.
Yes. That's what they're claiming.
You should.
No, don't be surprised though. I don't know why you are so surprised. Nigeria is making quite a lot of things. Let's not act as if Nigeria doesn't make something. There are a lot of industrialists out there that are manufacturing. Why do you think all this gasoline is going? Gasoline is guzzling in Nigeria. Go and check it. That's where it's going. So, but the point I'm making is that the overall point is Nigerian leaders need to encourage Nigerian products, because when we start supplying ourselves Nigerian products, one, we are not wasting our foreign currency, just like Dangote is going to save us foreign exchange now. Then we can also start exporting. Can you imagine when Nigeria start getting to a point where we start exporting not only petrol? Can you imagine that? The difference is going to make it's going to be just. I can't even, it's going to be blinding. And the idea that's what frustrated me, because the original point was from these demands in the protest. That's what frustrated me about that demand in the protest. The protest doesn't even engender anything that says the future is bright for Nigeria, even if all those demands are met.
But you were here before supporting the protest. So why change?
No, I support the Nigerian people's voice to be able to say, you know what, the way you are governing us is complete rubbish. And the government knows it. They cannot pretend as if they don't know.
Before, do you see what they are asking for? Do you know that there are different lists?
I don't have faith in the demand.
Come on, look. There was a day you and Pansat, I saw you. You have the 15 list in your hand. You are comparing with Pansat that day. So sometimes I now wonder how you judge your 360-degree turnaround. And then change
you are not listening to me. You have not been listening to me then, because I disagree with Pansat, and I even said, how is it that you are going to include Nnamdi Kanu on this thing? Yeah, all this, like, why are you doing all these things? You are making it hard for the government to be able to talk to you.
Don't worry,
you really want your government to do something, if you make these demands that I have on my list, it's hard for them to refuse.
T-shirt they printed, released in Nnamdi Kanu. They are already selling it to people. Some of them are already buying them. So so when you see that,
that is just stupid. Now that is just stupid. You see, you are contaminating the entire the suffering of the Nigerian people with.
That was why we are telling you to Nigeria.
No need of this
kind of. It doesn't mean that the Nigerian people cannot vent.
You are being naive. That's what we are telling you, that you are being naive. When we are telling you that the protest is not original, it's not about Nigerian people. That it has an undercover motive. That's what we are telling you. That's what you are realizing now.
And how can
One
somebody
You can
second.
say that maybe you
One
do have
second,
a
Remy.
point.
Tonight, I have a quick question. 1 second. On the Innocent website, how did they determine the percentage of the components for the car that they manufacture? Is it by the cost of each? Is it by cost or by unit count?
I think it's probably by unit count and maybe weight of components, and I think it's units, because if you look at the body parts, they are the ones that are making it. The doors, the chassis, and all those sort of things. They are the ones that are putting it together.
They don't make
How
those
did
things.
you know that?
They did.
We don't have
Coupling
steel in
it.
No,
They
no,
are
Nigeria now.
coupling it.
no,
They are just coupling. They are not
because
making
you can
Jojo.
see them doing it.
We
How?
don't
Oh,
have
what
steel
if
in
How
it's
did you
another
see
Nigeria.
them?
company?
You
Okay,
see
hold on,
them
calm
where they are
down.
melting the iron. You see them where
Who
they are
just said we
melting
don't
the
have steel in
iron.
Nigeria?
They show the
Who told you we
documentary. They
don't
are
have steel in
coupling. They are
Nigeria?
not making
Well, what you
Okay,
No
watch
country
now
can
guys,
to
did
Niger?
they list the
no
parts? Did
country
they
can
list the
survive
parts on the
without
website?
steel.
Did they list the parts on the website that they manufacture locally?
Yes, they did say that the 65%. It was on the
Yeah,
newspaper.
I
They
So
mean,
I
said
think
did they
the
list the
parts.
part list? Did they tell us the windshield, the wipers, or whatever? Did they list the
Okay, the
parts
no,
on the website?
wiper,
I
the
don't think they
glass,
make
the
windshield.
tire.
I don't think they make windshield. I don't think they make tires. I think it's mostly the body that they make.
They
Things
don't
that
make
are
the body
just,
too. They do not make the body. You know what?
look at
Tonight,
this
I
one.
will
Look at
advise
this
you to
one.
go
We
and
have Panabita,
watch
you
the
know.
documentary.
He said they don't make. They don't.
They are just
What is wrong
coupling.
with this guy? They
Why?
don't make it. As if it's high science to make the body. It's not high science to make the body. Now you
I'm
should know
telling you,
that.
they don't have the
So
skill, and you are continuing to say they are doing.
they
I'm
have
telling you,
skill. How do you think we make
they are.
bridges? Why do you keep saying we don't have skill? How do you think they build bridges? They build
I'm
mobile
telling
towers and
you,
all the
these
rest.
people are coupling everything together. You look at they showed in that documentary, they showed their plants, I mean the factory. There's nothing like they show us that this is where they are doing the doors or the boot or whatever. That nothing like that. And the guy they were asking
I
questions,
think
like
they did
cannot
show
even
some
answer. You
them
know what?
working
Let me
together.
tell you something. The guy that you are asking question, that guy at the end of the day, they asked him, "Are you using any of the Innocent car?" He said, "No, he's using a Toyota Avalon or something like that."
Avalon,
That's true.
yes, you are
That's
right.
true.
That is
That's
totally
true. You
bad
see,
marketing.
that is a sign of the people that don't know what they are doing. See, let me just
What
add
the
something.
people
See, let me just add something to what you are saying. See, if you know all those fancy gates you see in buildings, they are metal work that Nigerians actually mold and make themselves. There are a lot of metal work you see in Nigeria that are made in Nigeria. You've seen them. So to transition from that one to making a car body is not very large. It's not a big leap to do that. So you can see how it's possible to be done in Nigeria. And it's not exactly like Innocent is high, like they are making 2,000 vehicles a day. They barely make about 10 if it's maximum that they can do a day. So they're not, it's not high
Yes,
volume
not
manufacturing.
innocent can. They said it depends on the type of vehicle. He said the smallest vehicle they can do 10 per day, and not said they can do only 5 per day. That's what they said.
Exactly. And he says that's when
Innocent
they are
operations.
full tilt.
Innocent operation looks like one that manufactures custom cars. I've seen a video about them. It looks like they manufacture custom
I
cars.
think they should just have focused on utility vehicles. Utility vehicles are very, very makeable because those people that are buying it are businessmen, according to Nord. They will make judgment calls. When you want to make sentimental, you want to buy a car for your
Okay,
family,
you
nobody
guys,
wants to look at
you guys,
innocence.
allow me. So you guys talk all the time, especially Remy, talking about Innocent should break into the market with what you call low cost cars. It's impossible to do that. The China model example that you give. Okay, it comes with a lot of incentives, just like you outlined. And keep in mind, the reason why China is able to do so is because they have a broad manufacturing base that they can source from local manufacturers to help build manufactured components. We don't have that leverage in Nigeria. So Innocent, by the way, I'm not even sure. The question is, I'm not even sure how much profit it makes per vehicle. Quite frankly, it may not be a lot actually. I mean, because it probably costs them a whole lot to import those engines and the CDK body parts, just like Kulata said. And I know for sure it does manufacture a lot of plastic stuff.
If you are importing CDK engine, the duty is very low in Nigeria, okay? So that's why they
Yeah, I
do
think
that.
so.
Yeah, it's very low, extremely low, because then you come to Nigeria and
The
copy them.
government do give them a lot of
So
tax
you give
relief
them that
to be able to
incentive.
import these things.
So, so it's not that all those things they are importing.
You see, what you all are saying here is interesting because you all have made a solid argument for lower cost vehicle. Maybe it's something that if I had the money, I would be looking to make it myself. If I can be able to get a vehicle that can be manufactured at 5,000, 5
To
million,
Nigeria,
10 million,
see the
I'll
scenario
go
we
for
have.
it.
To Nigeria,
Let me say this. Yeah, to Nigeria, to you, 25 million naira innocent car is not that outrageous for Nigeria market.
It's too much. If you want to scale up on your own, it's too much.
No, it's
I don't know
too
why
much.
they do that. And that's not a very good business plan. I don't know why they do
To
that.
Nigeria, see this thing. To Nigeria, if you want to buy an average Tokumbo now in Nigeria, you have almost 5 million plus because of all those factors. Now, let us say we have a company in Nigeria that is producing something that's similar to Toyota.
If you want to cut the government out, find a way to
Similar
make a very cheap
let me
vehicle.
finish. Similar to Toyota, because all of them copy one another. Similar to Toyota or similar to Nissan, and then the price is 5 million naira, and you can pay in the next 3-4 years. Don't you think Nigeria will go for that new one? That is why he is going to have value for what he's doing. But now, how many Nigerians can close their eyes and drop 25 million for a car in Nigeria that cannot be compared to established one? So that is the point we are trying to make.
Okay, so allow me. So you guys say Innocent makes about 10 cars a day on average. Okay. What do you think a manufacturer like Hyundai or Honda makes a day in just one of their plants?
Yeah, you cannot compare. Some of them even make
Okay.
more than 1,000
So
cars.
okay, so then how would it be possible for Innocent to be able to sell cars much cheaper compared to the other manufacturers, his competitors? The point I'm trying to make here is that look, number one, they don't have the economical skills to be able to sell those cars much cheaper. It's taking them much longer, it appears, to do one unit of a vehicle. And there's a lot of resources and manpower because they're not that fully automated that goes into manufacturing one car. So that's essentially driving the cost of making one unit of a vehicle. Okay, because they don't have an automated assembly plant. Okay, so everything that they do is quite manual.
Let me update you. Let me update you from information from May 2024. It says Innocent set to commission new factory to build 30,000 vehicles annually. You see, just give me a second. You see, this thing that you are hearing right now is probably the reason why we have seen a law in Innocent. When that Nigerian blogger went in, you saw the site looks a little bit unkept and stuff like that. I couldn't explain it myself. I'm like, why are they leaving a place like this? Now it makes sense that they are looking to build a new power plant and they are transitioning.
Naija, are you chance to take over for a couple of hours? Maybe an hour. I'll be back.
Okay, an hour, please come back because where I am, I don't have a
And
lot.
tell you not to monopolize everything, so that I'll be talking
No,
for
no,
10
come on.
Don't worry, I will make sure Remy never says anything.
No, no, Remy. Naija is one of the moderator. I don't know. Maybe you don't. You know that.
No, I'm
So
just
it's
trying
one of
to say that it does not like. I don't know.
You are patronizing him just because we want to help you now, Abi. You can
no,
go.
nah, he's one of the moderator.
Sometimes he also
We don't want him. We will protest too. We will protest.
Oh, so you like protest now? You see that? Suddenly they like protest now.
To Nigeria.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me land my point out. So to Nigeria, you said they're going to be producing what 30,000 cars a year. You said?
Yeah, I also learned they are trying to have
yes,
plan.
annually. Yes.
How much
are they planning to spend to build that to build
Prince
a plant?
Daddy, don't even mind him. How can somebody that is not even getting patronage for 10 cars per day want to build a 30,000 capacity? How can you be even does that one make business sense to you?
How do you know he's not trying to build a cheap car that you are looking for? Maybe he wants to make a cheap car. That's why he needs a bigger plant. Yeah. I think it's a good thing. If he is trying to scale up, I talked about scaling. If you don't have scale, you can't make profit. And if by the time he gets that done, the federal government needs to step in the way they stepped in for Dangote, the way they stepped in for Yema, to give him the space. You have to limit the foreign cars that are showing up to
Okay,
give
we
him
are
the
waiting.
space
We are
to
waiting for him.
emerge.
We wish him well. We wish him well. So we are waiting. Let him do
That
it.
would be great.
Because
And
let me even
another
tell
thing is
you,
not only
if
cars, even
to
other things too.
Niger,
We
to
should be
Niger,
supporting locally manufactured goods.
to
Yeah.
Niger, to Niger. If let me tell you this, if it can even manufacture a car, you understand, that can be sold for $4,000, $5,000. Believe me,
Yeah,
Nigerians will buy it.
I agree.
Believe
I
me,
agree with you.
if they can get value for that
$5,000 is
money,
the key one.
yes, it will make it. People, Nigerians will buy it. You understand? Because presently, even an average Toyota Camry, it goes for like 15 to 20 million. You understand what I'm saying? Which is maybe not even the latest model. We are talking about maybe 2013, 2014, 2015 model. You understand? And the other thing I want to
Okay,
say
yeah.
that we have to actually look at. I could remember those days when Nigerians used to buy even new vehicle. I remember that we have a lot of dealers and they used to buy on higher purchase. People used to buy on higher purchase from those dealers those days. They will give you and then you'll be paying, not like a formal mortgage this thing. No. You understand? They will give you like, let's say the price of the car is like 10 million naira. They can give you for like 40 million, 15 million. And they will ask you to pay over 2-3 years. You have certain amount that you'll be paying monthly. Do you understand?
Is it
But
not higher
presently,
purchase?
higher
Higher purchase.
purchase, yes, that's
Yeah,
what they used
higher
to call
purchase.
higher
Higher
purchase
purchase.
those
Yeah.
days. Those
See,
days. Those days.
yeah, one
It's
second.
just like a form of mortgage, but not a formal one.
Yes.
Those ones were very rampant those days. And what they used to do is that
So,
if you failed, they will come and
They
collect
take
the
the car
vehicle
back.
from you, and you will lose your money. You understand? But now, do we even have that one? Because our situation in the Nigerian purchasing power is very low now. Now, compared to those days, now we don't even have that one now. So, what can these
But
manufacturers do?
Simba,
Yes.
hold on. See, you see, the problem with Nigeria is that everything they require everybody to pay everything upfront. Like if you want to buy a house, you have to pay everything. If you want to
Hey,
buy a
that's
car,
what we
you
are
have to pay
saying.
everything.
Can they?
They
How
need to do
can
it so
they
that
do
they can be
it?
doing it trickle.
Exactly. So, can they? Can this manufacturer provide that kind of
The government
facilities?
is the one that has to
see, okay,
assure that transaction, those transactions. The government has to
the
ensure
model,
it.
Because let
hold
me
on,
tell
to
you,
Niger. Simba, let me jump in real quick
where
for you.
okay, PD.
The model that Innocent Motors needs to incorporate or use, it's already in existence from China to United States. There's, I mean, the model's there in terms of a good example is what Simba just said. But for example, Ford Motor Company, I mean, for many years they were number one auto seller in America. And how come? What were the reasons why they became number one for such a long time? Well, because they had their own quote unquote in-house finance. It's a real financing bank. They only finance Ford Motor Cars, for example, and they give people like a 0% interest rate for 5 years to buy their vehicle. They give them cash back and yeah, the financing, auto financing is a quick way to increase your volume, your sales volume. Now, a
Yes.
couple of months ago, we talked about it. If Innocent is able to partner with one or some of the banks to have a
May
special
God bless you. That's
financing,
what I want about to say, PD. That
a
even
special
in Saudi
financing,
here, most of these car manufacturers they partner with banks, and even the bank that will be advertising to their customer that okay, we have these facilities, we have these facilities, so they can partner with banks, with financial institutions.
First, they need to build the
But
cost-effective cars.
Simba,
To be fair,
to Niger, I remember my dad told me that Volkswagen then was sold for 3,005 naira, 3,005, and it's motorable for Nigeria. Nigeria can afford it. Even Pojo, these are Nigerian produced then. I was talking when they were that is donkey years ago. but Nigerians can afford those cars and durable for Nigerian road.
Let me tell you, that time, maybe you are still young. That was what I was saying. Most Nigerians that you see that are buying it those days, they are not paying cash. You understand? We have millionaires that are actually sponsoring those things. You understand? I
What do
could
you mean?
remember
What do you
most
mean
of the
Nigerians?
command,
What do you mean that in those like in the 80s, Nigerians were not paying cash for their cars?
even they are not paying. Even government, the people
Well, they
take
were
car
paying,
loans.
no. They didn't
No,
have car loans in those days.
don't kid me. How old are you? Those days, go and check the people.
How dare you tell me how old
I'm
I
telling
am?
you. I'm telling you, people get car loans those days. Even government, I remember, even when you finish university, before by the time you want to start working, those days, if you do professional work. I remember my brother that graduated as a doctor in 1981. When he started to work, even as a pharmacy, the company will give you a car to start with, and they will be deducting it from your salary. So, and that is what people used to see those days. That people you just finished and you bought a car, but they are forgetting that they are paying it. I mean, instrumentally. That's what they do those days. It's not as if most people buy
I
bike
didn't know that,
paying cash.
I need to confirm that. I didn't know that they used to do higher purchase before in Nigeria.
Okay.
Is that
I'm
what you're
not in the
saying?
same
I didn't
category
know
with
that.
you. Yes, that's what they do.
Okay. But all I know is that the ones that I've seen buy cars, even within our family, they paid upfront for all the
No,
costs and
it's
handovers.
not true. We ask them where they are working. They actually, the same narrative that the people in diaspora used to paint. I just got to Canada and this is my second year. I just bought a car. Really?
I see. Hmm.
You understand?
Okay.
Really? Oh, I just bought my house. The way people used to say you bought a house. Do you really bought a house?
Okay, so if that is the case, they were doing it before, then this government can probably reinstate it again. And if you look at the student loan stuff, that it's a kind of similar these provisions where the government assures that these loans are going to be repaid. They can come in with the CBN and have meetings with the banks to say, you know what, enabled innocent cars to be that the higher purchase to happen, and then if there is any shortfall in terms of customers being able to return the vehicle back or something events occur, they can't recover the funds, then the government will assure that part of it. I think that could stimulate industry, not only innocent, in any major
No,
areas.
one thing they need to do for sure is they need to innocent motors before they go to like a more like a mass production. They need to prime the Nigerian consumers first. What I mean by that is
Exactly.
that they need to, in terms of the quality of the vehicle, they need to choose a brand like maybe Toyota, Honda, or Hyundai, and try to do comparison by association. Try to accentuate the value that you get for buying an innocent vehicle compared to maybe a Hyundai or Honda, right? And over time, now if they can get the Nigerian minds, consumer minds, start thinking in that direction, and have people, if they have patronage from the government, especially the local government and some celebrities, right? And that's the beginning of it. Then eventually, by the time they go to mass production, okay, then they're gonna have more buy-in from the consumers to embrace innocent cars. I think they have a good opportunity to be able to do that.
Prince Daddy, another thing that they have to consider also is that they must establish their servicing units all over the country so that people that use their vehicle don't need to go to regular mechanic, because those are the things that those brands used to do those days.
Exactly.
In those
Yes.
days, you understand, people don't take their vehicle to roadside. You can't buy a new vehicle and be taking it to roadside mechanic. You
I
understand? So
think
you can return
Okay,
it.
there's a way to go about it. So what they would do first is to have, let's say, they're going to start by building like 20% of their service centers across the nations. By doing
Exactly.
so, they're going to partner. They do a partnership with established mechanics or auto
Mhm.
shops, whereby
That they
they
will
they will
train.
train them. They will train them
Exactly.
in house. Okay, about the innocent vehicles. They be like what you call the specialists on innocent vehicles. Once they start doing that, and there's more repair shops closer to the consumers, that's be a good driver for the consumers, right? And eventually, then they start building or increasing their own service centers over the next 2, 3, 5 years. And by the time you know, they will have a large footprint across the country. People would, at least if the car breaks down or something goes wrong with the car, they can easily take it to a repair shop and have it done, especially when it's not going to cost them much. So I mean, there are plenty of ways to improve the image of innocent cars and really get into the mind of the consumers.
Yeah, you have a point.
I think we are all in agreement on that front.
Innocent,
but right now, but right now, the government and our politicians and our leaders, even chiefs, they are still obsessed with foreign goods.
You know the problem, to Nigeria, don't be fixated on everything. We are giving you an idea, but you are just fixated on government, leader, government. We are giving a business idea. You are just fixated.
Because what do you mean? I know of the business idea, the way it would work. There's no point giving business ideas when the environment is
first and foremost. Let me tell you something too, Nigeria. If you want
let me say this. I would rather choose a Grady Hay Toyota to innocent brand new car.
Okay. Even Thomas, Thomas, are you not the one telling me that you are using one of the BYD SUV?
Yes, I'm using.
Is BYD produced in China? Produced in Australia? No.
No. Alva.
It was exported here. And I saw BYD SUV also here in Finland. Most Chinese vehicles are also here in Finland, especially the electric vehicle. And the buses they are using here, the electric buses they are using here, are all manufactured from China, because I see their logo. I know that. What we are trying to tell Innocent is this. First and foremost, look at the manpower. Look at the people working there. They are not professional enough. Look at the person they interview. It did not market the company enough. But if really Innocent want to go in
even when you see the building, look at the entrance to the so-called manufacturing company. It's so disgusting. Even the packaging,
I think you now know why it is like that. Now they are building a new one. That's why they don't.
No, before that, before they are building.
I agree with you. We in Nigeria, we are not good at presentation. Is that not the sickness we have? I'm just saying that if you want this to happen, there's no use. See, hold on. I think this point you are missing it. All of you are missing it to an extent, because we keep saying that the people should do it. I just told you that in Nigeria, petrol that they are bringing to the country is damaging our cars. Electricity is damaging our equipment. If the governments that are overarching the system are not creating an enabling environment, they will destroy anything that grows there.
I think the only way for that electricity is this. I will tell you why. I will tell you my reason. First, every electricity generated from every state should not be connected to national grid. They should first decentralize it totally. Because every electricity, even state are take it to national grid. That is not good. I think they should regionalize them so that every region you have your own national grid, or maybe every 3 state. For example, if you go to all of these other countries, everything does not go to one central place. That is why we're having that problem.
I'm even looking for somebody to supply. If they can be paying me regularly, I want to be supplying electricity.
Yeah, why not? So, because at the end of the day, even I was talking to somebody.
Because the one I'm generating for myself now is more than enough for me. So I want to sell.
Yeah, what system are you using to generate it?
They are using.
I'm using solar now.
Simba, solar. What are you using?
Solar.
How many kilowatts are you generating?
Okay.
How many kilowatts are you generating, Simba?
500 watt, 24 panel.
24 panels. How many batteries?
Wow.
How many batteries?
524 panels. That's 12 kilowatts.
12 battery.
Tonight, I have somebody with about 4 batteries and about 6 to 8 solar panels. You can.
That's what I'm saying. Before I used to use two battery before, 200 amps battery, two before, and it was enough.
Wow.
Nigerians are solving their problem even before the government come in. You can see that a lot of people.
I know a lot of people that they have disconnected But my sister-in-law have disconnected from the national grid. She's not even using. She's just
Maybe
using
that's what
her
I'm
own.
going to do.
She's.
Disconnect from national
Uh-huh.
grid and spend my money 2 million, and I know that every 5 years I'll buy a new battery, or every 3.5 years. That solar panel can last for more than 15 years or 20 years. Why I have to rely on them? So that's what we are saying here. If an
Some of
individual
my
can find
panel, I've been
solution,
using them since 2015. Some of my panel, I've been using them for
so they are already
2015.
9 years old already.
I was just
Wow.
adding and
Just
adding and
kept
adding.
adding and
Yes.
adding. Wow.
Uh,
That's good.
In my house
Like
now, I have 2 solar panel, and we have 24 hours can power from fan, fridge, and so many stuff. But I want to put more money so that we can have can power the deep freezer and all of the other kind of stuff. So the point we are talking here is that if an individual can find a solution to power like that, a company like Innocent should also have its own power plant. At least this, at the end of the day, it will reduce its cost than rely on generator or rely on the national grid that always collapse. So at the end
having
of the
to
day,
create your own power plant is not very cost effective. However, it's better than nothing. I agree with that.
yeah. Well, what do you think?
no, let me tell you, is what you just said is not true.
Yeah,
It,
don't
it
mind it.
might require the initial capital might be yes, might be, but
But
on
in the
that
long
long
run,
run, is more economical. Okay, let me give you for
If the
example
national
now.
grid is supplying you,
Let
it's a
me
lot cheaper.
wait. Before, I used to buy close to like 700,000, 800,000 of diesel. You understand, to power my pumping machine in my farm. Now I switched to solar pump, and it took me. I think I spent close to like 10 m, more than that, just above 10 m to install that thing. And I've been using it for the past 3 months, and I have rest of mind. You understand? How long is it going to take me to recoup my money? Probably maybe, let's say maximum maybe 1.5 years, 2 years. You understand? Of not thinking of diesel price has increased, there's scarcity of diesel. You understand what I'm
I
saying?
think this present government too, they are not marketing because now they are giving a CNG kit to what do you call it, to commercial buses and the rest, free of charge all over the federation.
Let me
So
tell you, all the petrol pumping, all these are better past my neighbor petrol pumping machine. Because there was a day and this one guy from the north came and said people are using petrol. Most of the pumping machine that some of my colleagues are using on their farm, small pumping machine, all these are better past my neighbor side. They are not using petrol again. Most of them
they're
have
using
been
solar.
converted to gas.
Yes.
And people are doing it locally. Locally, it's not as
Locally,
if
yeah.
the components are available. You can buy it. Even generator in the house. People are using CNG now.
I think I need to convert that to my generator to gas also because you not make that stupid noise and because I don't even like noise when I want to cook.
I think what is happening now is actually making a lot of people to be wise. People are more now doing things on their own, and I think it has a good effect because what is happening in Nigeria now is making people to now behave responsibly. Unlike before that, people will just be having children all over the place, not responsible. Now
Do you know
everybody has
that
to tighten their
more
belt.
people now are going back to their having a small garden at the back of their house or going to
Let me
farm?
tell you,
It's
Remy.
more people to
Um,
be self-reliant and
on on Monday, I went to a shop. I went there to buy tomato, pepper, and maize. All these things is not for eating. No, what I wanted to plant them. You understand the seed. All this. And to my surprise, when I got there, I met a former commissioner from Kwara State. Former commissioner. She came and bought those things that I came to buy also. You understand what I'm saying? So then how come even the people that are supposed to now know better, the people that are not even up to the people that the person I'm talking about now, you now sit down and be telling me that okay, the price of tomato is too high when you can plant the little ones at your backyard. If rich people are now doing farming, they are doing little things. How come the younger ones are not seeing that and they are not encouraged to go and do that? And they be shouting, "Ebin power." It was yesterday. I have to prepare a nursery where I've already prepared the nursery for those things, and maybe in the next 5 days or 6 days, those things will start germinating. And what I want to, so I planted this rodo, this rodo, what is it called? The
I
pepper.
forgot the English.
I don't know the English name self. Then the long one, the one that has like fingers, the one that like fingers. You understand that one? So
Yeah,
I
that's the
bought
one.
that. And then
Okay.
the big one also that they used to call that big one that is usually big. Yes, that big one, both the green one and the red one.
Yeah,
You
red pepper.
understand? Then I bought tomato. Those are the things I want to buy.
Are you
That
seriously
I
planting things that you don't even know their names? What are you doing?
No, I don't know their
Those
English name. I know their names in Yoruba
okay,
now. I know,
okay,
so I don't know their English name because all these botanical names that they used to put there, something diver, whatever.
okay.
You understand? But those are the things that are actually costly in the market. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you can do all those, and it doesn't take much time. This thing, 2 months, 3 months, they're already fruiting. You understand? It's
Simba,
not.
Simba, I know that Nigeria is going through a terrible patch now. Terrible, it's so messy. But do you know
Instead
one thing?
of
Do you know one thing I'm happy about? Do you know one thing I'm happy about now for Nigeria? This is the true sense of that country. This is the reality. So
exactly.
when you know the reality, but before we don't know, everything is pash. But now we know where we stand now. We know where our problem lies now. We have numerous problems. All those things we have been doing like 10, 20 years ago,
That was what Buhari
patching,
did now. Buhari did patch, subsidize dollars, subsidize this, borrow money to so, and we don't even know the true nature of our state.
because sometimes I ask myself so many questions.
For how long are you going to continue like that?
For example, I ask myself so many questions when the petrol is being sold in Nigeria for 240 naira per liter. And where I am, the price is about €3 that time. And when I went home in 2023, and it's about €3 per liter. And Ghana is 250 naira, not even up to like 40 cents. My calculation might not be right. Then the subsidy is too much, okay? And to make it worse, all those money you are using to subsidize are also borrowed money. Who does that? You borrow money to subsidize everything in Nigeria. The people are not productive. The government are not finding solution to the problem of the people. And the people are not supporting, they're not encouraging. So sometimes I see Nigerians that terrible people with horrible leaders. So, and everybody come here, you will batter your leaders. You yourself as a follower, you're also terrible too. How can an average Nigeria buy something for 20 naira and exploit the whole people to sell for 120 naira? How can people give you something for free and then you repackage it and sell it to those people that say they are hungry? And those people that are hungry too, if they find themselves in their position too, they want to corner everything to themselves. If they say, okay, take this, go and share with 10 people. No, you want to corner it for himself and his own family. So when you talk about the Nigeria as a whole, you will discover that orientation is totally terrible. And if people are not doing the right thing, both the leaders and the followers, who can help this kind of country?
Remy, it is not fair for you to blame the followers. If there's a problem,
Is that Abdul? Is that Abdul?
Yes, Simba is Abdul.
Okay, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing? By the way, I agree with your point on the farming thing. But Remy, I think you should understand that the reason why out of millions of people they vote one person to be a leader is because he has to be responsible for anything that goes wrong. If things were, and you have to remember, these people voted this person in because he promised to change things. If he gets there and he couldn't change it, the blame should go squarely on him.
I am not. Let me ask you a very simple question. Are we practicing constitutional democracy? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do we have a representative in every local government, state government up to the federal government? Do we have elected officials?
Absolutely, yes.
So what if you are putting the blame on the number one tutor. He has his own blame. But what about the other elected representatives?
No, now you change the whole thing. That's not what I'm talking about. At every point, a local government chairman, hold on, Remy, a local government chairman is a leader. So if there's a problem in that local government, the local government chairman should be blamed squarely for it. I'm not saying it has to be the president. No. If there's a problem in
But
the state,
Remy, I think what I'm doing is saying
governor
that anything the president promised, if he doesn't do it,
It should be held accountable, exactly.
yes.
So, which you need to do is what specific thing did he promise, and then that thing we have to go after him for that for saying that, So, which
Yes.
of course politicians always promise. Now, if you don't promise, you won't win election. Now, you have to
like
promise.
take it
So,
time. Nobody is here to support anybody. Everybody is here to express their own opinion. But I am still telling you that from my part, I think the orientation of Nigeria has been totally bastardized, and you cannot tell me that the followership are good and the leaders are bad. I don't agree with that, because I will ask you a question. 1999 today is more than is already about 24 years after, and those people that are your governors today, if they are like 20 or maybe 24 that time, maybe some of them in their early 50s today, or maybe they are 40s, late 40s. They are also youth that time. They're supposed to have changed everything. But what are they doing? They are even worse than the previous one. And you are telling me the followership are good too. Check it from that angle.
No one is talking about who is good, who is bad. We're talking about who is to be blamed for it. That's what we're saying. It's not about who is good, who is bad. There are, even in America here, the
but Abdul,
followership
you have
are
to be
not.
specific. Blame for which specific thing? You have to be specific. Can't just, blame
No,
is
no,
general, but you have to.
for whatever they promise. The politician comes and says, "Oh, there's poverty. I'm gonna provide this, provide that." He should be blamed for whatever he promised and failed on. That's what they should be
You have to
blamed
give
on at
us.
every level.
You have to give us specific thing so we can make argument on that thing. You can't just say this. Give us a specific thing that I
No,
promise. Is it
no,
the coastal highway that I promised that is not building?
No, I'm not talking about Tinubu. I'm not talking about the president. I'm talking about leadership.
Oh yeah, we all know that now. We all know that.
Generally.
I'm just responding to Remy that if things are not working, blame the leader. Just forget about the followers. Just focus on the leader, so that the next leader coming will come and do the right thing, or else he will go there and mess up.
But Abdul, I'm sorry. Remy, please give me 1 second. Abdul, well, okay? There's a saying that if you doing the same thing over and over and over, you don't see a result. That's insanity. All our life, that's what we've been doing. Just talking about leader, and then the next one will come in. We wait till the leader come in before we start talking about what he's not doing, what is how bad he's behaving. But now what we are trying to tell you is that these leaders, they were once followers before they became leaders, and they're being replaced. Okay, now Buhari is gone, Tinubu is there, Jonathan was there, he's gone. So now we are looking like, okay, the next person that's coming after this one now is a follower right now. So how about we changes our approach? Maybe we should start talking to followers. So by the time they become leaders, they already get the message. You understand? So we're looking at it as we, the Nigerian people, we are the problem, because the behavior we have as the follower is what we take to the leadership. You understand? So maybe it's time we start addressing our behavior orientation and change it. It's like you have to fix your child from home before you send him out to go, and you have to train your child from home before you send him out there in the public, right, to go and perform. So we as the followers right now, maybe we need to start talking to ourselves, because one of us is going to be the next leader after Tinubu. So that's what Remy is trying to tell you, that we have to change the way we do it.
In addition,
that principle will not work.
Abdul, you come.
Why will it not work, Abdul? Are you kidding me?
In addition,
We Nigerians cannot talk to ourselves.
One voice, Abdul, sorry. Look at all this Western world. Look at how the idea they will put into that child from the primary school. Look at how they will talk about their country. Look at how patriotic they will let them be from age of even 5 or 6 years old. Look at how they teach them how, if you're in trouble, you call the police. Look at how they teach them how their country is more important than an individual.
They teach them to be job creators. You know,
Okay,
the
good.
innovators. That's their orientation. That's why they all focus on trying to create things. But we are not taught to be creators. We are taught to be collectors. Give me, give me,
So,
give me. You haven't paid a dime
So
into
are
you
we
haven't
blaming
paid
are we blaming the
a
followers
single
now?
tax, so, but you want everything.
We are blaming the
Sorry,
followers
Remy
now.
and Mike. See, look at my own point of view. I'll start with Remy's example. He talks about how the orientation the Western country gives their kids right from school. The mention of school tells you about institutions. If you don't fix your institution to organize things in your country, if you like talk to the followers from morning to night, it will not work. In America here, people have a lot of crazy habits, crazy ideas, but the institution is structured in a way that if you should venture away from that and do something out of what is in structure, the system will punish you. Who did that? The leaders. The leaders put that in place.
But the leader
Wait,
already had the
hold on.
idea. Wait, the leader already had the idea before they became leaders. They didn't get there to start
No,
discovering the idea.
leaders are people with special. Everybody cannot be a leader. Out of 1 million people, maybe you have one or two that have that. Wait, hold on.
Abdul.
Let me just let
Okay,
you
go ahead,
see the
finish. Yeah.
point. I've not made the point. I want you to see that I'm not saying talking to people on how to think right, do things right is not good. I'm just telling you what in the end what's gonna make the change is the leaders, and that is why when you have about 1 million, 2 million people, maybe out of that, maybe just 1% or even less than one, maybe 0.1% of that number is what would be a good leader. And even out of that 0.1%, maybe 0.005% is the one that can even make the change. So leaders is something, a good leader is something that is very, very, very difficult to get. So it's no matter it's difficult to control a large population of people or
Okay,
make
Abdul.
or make a large population of people to cooperate. But a leader with the power and behind him, with the power he has to make changes, can enforce and put that structure in place.
But if
That's
the leader is
the
not
point I'm
competent to
trying to
do
make.
it, Abdul, if the leader doesn't know how
Yeah.
to do it and is already there, there's nothing he's going to do. It's like a person that doesn't know how to
Yeah,
perform surgery.
I agree
Wait
with
now,
you.
wait,
I
hold
agree
on,
with
hold on,
you.
hold on. Listen to me. It's like we build hospitals and we want to fill the place with surgeons, and we don't start teaching our people how to become surgeons. And all we do is just push anybody there to go and become the surgeon. And then when he get there, he can't learn the job. He can't learn how to be a surgeon on.
Unfortunately,
Wait
it
now,
doesn't work like that in
bro. Let me
democracy. It
let me.
doesn't
Well,
work
you have
like
to give
that.
me a chance to get across. Let me give me a chance to get across. What we are telling you
Okay.
is that the mentality of the person that's going to become leader needs to first change. Needs to become. He needs to adopt a mentality of how to be a leader, how to do things before he becomes a leader. And that's what we are telling you, that we need to start talking to the population, understanding, because the idea he says the leader is going to change that. Yeah, of course, he has to have the idea before he gets there. He can't get there first, and then we start to tell him what to do. He doesn't know how to do it. That's why I gave you the analogy of a person you put there to go and perform surgery when he doesn't know how to do surgery. You should have make him a surgeon before you put him there to to do the work. So what we are saying is we need to start talking to our people, we Nigerians need to start talking to ourselves about the way we think. So that way, that's the conversation we should be having on a constant basis. This time we are spending talking about leader, we should be talking to ourselves, because we know that is one of us is going to take over next. So by the time you take over next, you're not going to do the same thing as the person that's there right now. You understand? Because now your people already have talked to you while you were a follower. People already prepare your mind. So by the time you get there, you can do better. But if we just ignoring ourselves, ignoring our people, the way they behave, we can behave nasty because we are followers. We don't have to talk to ourselves. I'm not a leader. I can just throw trash on the road. I can behave anyhow. I don't have to think how to lead the people. And then one day you find yourself there. Is that's not the time I want to start telling you to how to behave, because it's too late. Now you're on a
But
job. You can't learn how to behave on a
yeah.
job.
I think Mike. Let me just add. I think you are very correct with that comment, because the leadership is a form. We like it or not, is a form of reflection of where the people are in terms of their consciousness. You have to program your leaders, I kind of prime them to be able to do the job that they are going there to do. If the people are propelling the leaders with their will, that leader will go there and do what the people want. That is how it works. They have to be in sync with the people to in terms of, let's say they know that okay, you have to make sure the people's electricity is okay and all the rest of it. By the time you get there, you already know what you need to do. And I think that example that Mike gave was quite a clear one, where if you can't ask a surgeon to go and do surgery when he's not he doesn't even have the skill of a surgeon. By the time he gets there, he's just going to be looking around and you ask him to do something, he's not going to be able to do it. In the
And
context
that's
of
why I
Tinubu,
said,
this government though, Tinubu is not new to leadership. He's capable of leadership. We know that. The question is, what direction is he going? And I think if the Nigerian masses push him in the right direction, he's going to go in that direction. I don't see Tinubu as a very stubborn politician that doesn't move. So far, all I've seen is he moves when people push him. And I think people should push him more.
this is where you guys are making a mistake. You think the kind of government we have, democracy, does not guarantee you a surgeon. That's the what you guys are failing to understand. It doesn't. Democracy can produce the most stupid person out of the whole population. That is why we keep rejigging our electoral process to make sure that
It's not democracy that produces people. It's the people that produce the leader, not democracy.
no.
So that's another part of the people's mentality that needs to change. How do they pick their leaders?
You're getting it. In an
It is the
ideal
people
situation,
now.
hold on.
What?
In an
So
ideal
Nigeria,
situation,
line. Is
yes.
it not Nigeria that constantly elect bad leaders?
No,
Nigeria, so
Why do they do that when they give you 5,000 naira? You go and vote.
They have
That's
been
another
rigging
mentality we have to
elections.
work on.
No, Mike, hold on. See, I said in an ideal situation, you are right. But in reality, it doesn't work like that. They've been rigging the election for God knows how long in
Come on
Nigeria.
now, come on. You can't say it's the
Well,
rigging.
you cannot,
Bro, my brother, that
it's
excuse.
the rigging. As the
My
electoral process
brother.
get better, wait, hold on, let me just finish. As the electoral process get better, the wish of the people will start to count. So now the people does not really need to the person that will be chosen does not have to be a surgeon. In a democracy, the president does not have to be. Hold on, just wait. The president
Okay.
does not have to be the smartest person. It's not democracy. What keeps democracy working is the institutions. If the people, if let's say our electoral process gets very good to like 80-90%, and the wish of the people can be materialized,
Okay.
then
Let me
wait,
tell you this.
hold on. The wish of the people can be materialized. This person gets there as the president. You understand? If the people hold him down, okay, we want changes, do it for us. And we know the only way you can sustain changes is to build strong institutions. Then we
Okay,
can now
fine.
begin to
I
have
think I got your point,
make
man.
progress. Like exactly, that's just the point I'm trying to
Okay,
make.
okay, thank you. But
You
let
cannot
me ask
say
you
that.
this. But let me tell you this. If today they make Nigeria electoral process the perfect one on the planet, perfect,
Yes.
absolutely perfect one, I guarantee you, the people will still collect 1,000 and vote for that person, do for the wrong
Yeah,
person.
it's not. That means it's not 100%
So that's what
perfect.
I'm saying. So you can build the perfect is all you want. If the people themselves are not thinking right, they're still gonna be voting the wrong people in. So it's not really the electoral process. Yeah, let me be. If you say, well, I need to fix it more, yeah, we can fix it. But even I can argue with you that we've shown many examples of how the people came and actually picked their leaders. Like we saw in those states where everybody just came out and just say it's supposed to keep it one. There was no way Oshiomhole could have rigged the election. We've seen one with Rich Jonathan where everybody was just doing same about it, just So we've seen elections where the people just came out in masses and picked the right person, picked the person they wanted, where it was almost difficult for the other person to rig. So we can't say that's really our main problem right now in
So
Nigeria because
you think?
we've been
Okay,
involving
let me ask you a simple
our main
question.
problem. My brother, at this point, I think the main problem in Nigeria is just the mindset of the people. Man. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Let
Mike,
me ask you a
let
simple
me add
question.
something. Let me just add
Let
something.
me
Just
ask.
hold on for a
Let me
second.
just ask
Don't
Mike a
worry, don't
simple
worry. You're going to
question.
ask your question. You're going to ask your question. Let me just say something. You see, this is the point I was making. We had this conversation earlier on that we as a people, we tend to underestimate the effect we as living human beings have on anything that's around. If you want to create an institution, it's still human beings. If you don't deal with the human beings don't change their mind, don't have a consciousness to build something good for themselves from the ground up. At least a significant proportion of them don't do that and take over power. Forget it. You can't. Institution you're talking about, the institution is built by human beings. If the human beings, their consciousness is not there, no matter what you do, they will compromise it.
What do you
Go
mean by
ahead.
human beings? Is that the leaders
That
or the people? What are you saying?
the
Because
people
there are difference
themselves,
about
the
the leaders
people,
and the people.
because the
How can
power
the
of an
people build
institution.
institution? How can the
let
people build institution?
let me give you an idea. See, because the people's awareness of what they want to see, their consciousness, if it's reaching to the point where they said, this is what we want, the moment that thing goes out of place, you will see that they will react. Like in the West, they will react. But in Nigeria, that's not like that because their consciousness is not there. Their consciousness is, let me
Exactly.
be a
So
politician, let me
how
go
do
and steal like everybody else. Let me japa, let me do this. That's all we are
Sunaja,
after.
I know the best way I can
so
ask Abdul
how
the
do you
question.
build that consciousness? How do you build it?
Well, that's what we are telling you. We
See,
need to start doing. We need to start having a
see
conversation with ourselves.
the only time I've
Yeah,
seen those
but
things happen.
how do you institutionalize it?
Let me
That's the
explain it
question.
now. Let me explain it. The only time I've seen those things happen, I think David Houdin used a term. I normally use collective intelligence, but he used a term collective consciousness. That if the people don't have a collective consciousness to emerge, the only way I've seen historically that tends to happen is when there is a massive revolution in terms of the way you see in France or the kind of conflict you saw with China and Japan or North Korea. Those kind of things that galvanizes people beyond just words. You know what I
Uh,
mean? If you come out from a conflict,
Sunaja, let me ask Abdul this question real quick.
let me just
Abdul,
explain. If
Sunaja,
you come out
can you
from a
hear me?
conflict, it tends to galvanize the people, and you don't need to
Sunaja, can you hear
convince
me?
them. Their consciousness is already there. Please go ahead.
Sunaja, let me use this analogy to ask Abdul to make maybe it will be very clear this time. Abdul, name a country where the institution is so strong. Name one right now. Just give me. Let's say
America.
Germany, right? Okay,
No,
United States of
America.
America. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. And we and I agree that Nigerian institution is weak, right? Okay. Now
Yes.
let's do this. Let's take all the people that run America, bring them to Nigeria, and then take all the people that run Nigeria and take them to take over the American institution that's already strong, right? I guarantee you, Nigeria will become America within 2 years, and America will turn to Nigeria within 2 years.
I disagree. On
You
what
should
basis is
agree
that?
because the
On what
mind,
basis
because the
is
mind.
no, it's
I'm
not about
telling
the
you,
mind. It's
those
not about
people,
the mind. If you bring an American here
they,
and he sees all the loopholes, he's gonna take advantage of it. Even in America
no,
here,
I'm
if
not.
there's a
But
loophole in wait, now
hold
even
on
in
now.
America there, if Americans should see any loophole, they take advantage of it real quick. Human being is in human nature
But it looks like you
There are
to
didn't
be
people
get
that are
the
making
selfish.
sure that
argument.
institution remains strong in America. Trust me, they understand it. Their
Exactly. So
mindset,
who are those people? Who are those people? What's making it
because
strong? That's the question.
Precedence. Because if you have presidents, historic presidents, or people enforcing certain rules, chances are that you don't want to defy it. If Abraham Lincoln didn't break the law, why would you break the law for
Thank
Biden?
you.
If
That
so, it takes a while to have a president. But remember, the UK that barely has a
I
constitution, that
agree.
barely has anything going for it, they conquered the whole world with barely any institution. What does that tell you? The human beings are the most important aspect.
exactly their
Focus on the
mindset, the
human beings, the
determination,
institution
they are
to come.
determined to build a nation. You understand? And they
I don't disagree with you that what is the term you used the other time? Collective intelligence. That's it's part of our nature, our evolution. You can unite a country through stories. If we have a common stories, strong stories, it can unite us, and we can all be working towards achieving that goal through that story. Yeah, I agree with you. But what I'm telling you is, if you don't have something like that, then you need strong institutions to function. And for you to build strong institutions, you need a leader to do that. You can talk to people or
But I don't think we disagree. I don't think we disagree with you on that. That you need the right people in leadership. And how do you get the right people? You get the right. You get them from the population. So that's why we have to fix the population, right? To get the right people out of there. We have to.
Mike, let me give you
start
another
preaching
simple
to them.
example.
Mike,
Let me give you a simple example that will be
where I
easy for you to
disagree with
understand.
you that it's very difficult. It's very
We
difficult.
have to start addressing the way we do things, so that way we know
Let
that
me give you a
when we
simple
get there, we
example
don't go
to
there
show
without
you that.
habits.
Let me give you a simple example to show you that the mindset of the people matters more than anything. Like now, if you go in Nigeria, you know the north is Muslim, the south is this is Christian. So if you go to the south and you tell them, okay, convert to Christian Muslim, would they do that? They will completely refuse you. They will fight it. That is an institution that has been built because the mindset of the people are clued into that. If you change that mindset now and say, you know what, we have to have law and order, we have to have our refineries, we have to have those things, you will see that they will build it. No, nothing will change their mind. They will not agree to anything else. Just
But
like they will not
that
agree to
mindset,
convert to Islam.
that mindset was built through something. How did they build that mindset in the north?
By changing their mind, by convincing them that
How?
this is
How?
good for
You have
them.
to make it a culture.
It's not
You have
by
to make it a
According to
it's
them,
culture.
not that
and
they
often
are wrong.
Hold on,
often they
Abdul, let me
southwest
explain
too.
something. Abdul, let me explain something.
Okay.
Let me explain something. In Nigeria, do you know the average person believe the way to make it in life is to get into the political positions and all those government institutions? To them, that's where they think to make it in life. Now, an American that wants to go into politics, he doesn't think that's the way he's going to make it. They wants to make it in life. That's not what he's thinking. He's not thinking, if I want to become billionaire or millionaire, I just have to go run for office. That's not the way he's thinking. Why? Because the culture already let him know that that place called political office is not a place you go to make it. It's a place you have to go show your legacy. It's the place you want to go serve. It's the culture is what they already tell you. So why do we think like that? Because in Nigeria, that's the way the conversation we hear growing up. Like, if you become governor and we celebrate them, we celebrate their flashiness, and we believe you have to be, so but if we begin to create a culture where we are teaching our go, see that place is the place to go and serve the people. You understand? That's where that place is. If you want to go there,
Okay, Mike,
hold on, wait now, wait.
There's a lacuna in your argument. It's
Let me
not
land,
the culture did not just the culture
Bro,
did
calm
not
down.
just
Abdul,
develop like that. You made a mistake.
Abdul.
I'm trying to point it out. What's the essence of building on a false premise? I'm trying to tell you that the lacuna in your explanation is that that culture was brought about by an already established institution. They don't need to
No,
tell you, go
it's the
there and steal
orientation.
money. Go there and steal money and see what they will do to you. Nobody needs to tell you, go there and steal money and see what the institution will do to you.
And
Nigerians do it because they are not held accountable. That's why they do it in Nigeria.
My brother, do you know that the people that run institution? Hold on. Do you know the people that run institution are the one that determine if the institution will strong or it will be strong or weak? That's why I give you the example of as strong as the American institution is. If you remove all the people running that institution and bring Nigeria, the people running African countries into that institution, the institution will become weak overnight. So it's the people running. It's the mindset of the people running the institution that makes the institution weak. It's not like the institution they use iron to make it. No, it's just the same. The institution is not different from our institution in Africa. Is it not copy and paste? It's not the same American system we're using in Nigeria. The difference is just that the people that run, the people that occupy the space are different. They have different mindset. The people that occupy the space in Nigeria is the same system. It's American system that will copy and paste. But the difference is just that the people that occupy their institution, the mindset is that we are not here to loot. It's not a place to become rich. You understand? If you want, it's a place to come
Mike,
and show your
let me
legacy.
ask you a question.
But
Let me ask you a question.
that's the difference.
The
That's why I told you if you take the
Let me ask
Americans
you a
and put them into
question.
the Nigerians. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. The American institutions, do you think the institution is built in a way that they just trust the people running it? Or the laws are made in a way that keeps everybody in check?
The Nigerian law is made the same way American law is made.
No,
Are you saying
not.
Nigerian law doesn't keep you in check?
No,
It's the person that is enforcing the law that's not enforcing it.
No,
There's
because
no
the person
difference.
that is supposed Hold on, let me give you an
The
Abdul,
same
Abdul,
law, the same way
if
they have
anything,
law in America is the way we have
Nigerian
law in
laws are
Nigeria.
quite thorough, you know.
yeah,
Nigerian laws
but
are
in
quite thorough
America,
compared to even American laws.
the
But yet you
laws,
don't follow it.
yeah, because there are holes, there are loopholes in our laws. Which
Yeah, it's
No,
no
in
it's
America,
because the
the law
people are
is the law.
looking for holes. The people are looking for
The law is in
holes.
the book. There's no hole in the
that,
book.
yeah, there is always see. That's the point.
I
That
think
okay,
you see,
okay,
Abdul, you are doing
let
that
me
thing.
give you.
You are underestimating the power of the people. It's the people
No, you know,
that will
It's the
enforce those
mindset of the
rules.
people, man.
If
The people
nobody
don't
enforces it,
wish.
it has no
no.
use.
You guys are trusting humans too much, and that's not how it works in the
Oh
Western world.
my, that is a mistake. It's not
Let
about
me give
human,
you
it's
an
about the
example.
mindset.
Mike, do you know the Dodd Frank, what's the name? Act that was
Dodd Frank.
instituted after the 2008 financial stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that law,
Yes.
they made that law to regulate the financial market and also to protect consumers, so that those banks will not be messing up. Since they made that law in 2008, do you know how many times they've had to, how do they say it? Like make corrections, block some of the loopholes?
My brother, Ojizo Kalu was prosecuted, was found
Do you
guilty,
know why they
and he
did
didn't go to
that?
jail.
Hold on. That I'm not saying the American laws are perfect. That's the mistake you guys are making. The
If the
point I'm
people
trying
that
to make.
control the so-called tight law used
No,
to be
I'm
corrupt,
trying to tell you that
the
even
law
the
will weak.
Americans are corrupt. But what they do is they constantly update their law whenever they see any loopholes,
My
which is
brother,
what is not happening in
I don't
Nigeria.
think
See,
When
loophole
they
is the
make
pro-
that,
I don't think it's a
see,
when
loophole that's
Mike,
the
let me
problem.
explain to him.
They are
Me
I
explain
just
to him.
prosecuting
get,
people and they are not
I
sending them
Abdul,
to
just,
jail.
Mike,
That's what
Mike,
we
Mike,
have
just
going
hold
on
on.
in
Let me
Nigeria. I'm
explain
telling
to
you.
him. See,
okay,
I
Mike,
think
the person,
Abdul,
Mike,
it's not
Mike,
about the law. Abdul, hold on now. Let me just say something. It's not necessarily that they don't update their law. They do, just like every state does. It's their ability to enforce it. If the people don't want to enforce it, they don't have anything concentrating their minds to enforce it, they will not do it. And that is what
thank
Mike is
you.
trying to
So
let you
what
understand.
is it? So let me ask you a question. This is a short. We're making progress now. The person that is supposed to enforce it, what what's supposed to happen to the person? Is there a law checkmating the person that is supposed to enforce it?
Yes,
Yes,
judges
because
are
the person
not
that's
meant to
supposed to
be
hold it
corrupt,
responsible is
but
his
yet they are
party.
corrupt. What are you going to do? Exactly. What are you
You know
going
what
to
they
do?
call
Wait,
party
wait,
party
All the
government.
system is
both of
compromised.
you,
Sorry,
both of
can
you
I
are
come in?
talking. I didn't get the answer. I didn't get the answer. Both of you were talking. What did you
Can I
say?
come in? Abdul, sorry. I think what they are saying is this. You know, the law can be interpreted in so many ways. If the mindset of the people that are interpreting the law is not actually for collective gain, and that's what is affecting Nigerians, they can interpret that same law in another way to suit their own purpose for their own selfish gain. You understand? But if you have people who have a collective mindset that, okay, we want the progress of our country, then it actually speed up justice. It can also interpret that law in favor of the collective gain. And that's the mindset that they are telling you to
Okay,
let
so
you
now let me
realize that.
ask you a question. What's the best thing to do? To be waiting for the best person to be in that position, or to reject that
It's not
law?
the
Wait,
best
wait,
person.
now let me
Let
finish
me
the
tell you
question. I've
the
not
way
finished the
the
question.
Nigerians is.
I've not
Okay.
finished the question. I'm giving you two options now. The best route to take. Should we be waiting for the right person to fill in that position, or reject that law and make it less ambiguous? What's the best route to take?
Is to
I don't think the problem is not with the law. I think
have
it's
the people's
it's
collective
with the people.
consciousness to be ready
Exactly.
to enforce that rules. If the people are not there,
So,
forget
so the
it.
answer is we should wait for the right person to fill that
No, it's
position.
not
That's the
wait.
answer.
It's not
Is it
wait.
Nigeria where they
That's
say
what
you can't
Mike has been
prosecute my
telling you.
tribe
You're not
member?
listening. You have to start talking about it now. You
Mike,
have to
I
start
didn't hear.
changing
Both
minds
of you were
now.
talking. I didn't hear.
Mike,
No,
okay. Mike
I'm
was saying
speaking
that
to
you have
it.
to
I'm
start talking
speaking.
about these things now. Start changing minds now
No,
before
no,
you
no,
get
no.
there.
I'm speaking to a specific example. Let's stick to what Simba gave us. So I'm saying we have this situation right now. How do we fix it? Do we wait and start talking to the whole Nigerians to be good person, to love their country, or reject the law and make it less ambiguous?
I think you could do that. I did say that if public servants steal public funds, it should be capital punishment. But you can say it,
No,
but it
no,
gives
you
you
didn't
rights
answer
to
the
another person.
question. I just gave two options. Which one should we do within those two
You
options?
can reject the law. You can reject the law, but I don't think it's going to make much of a difference if the people are not ready.
I disagree with you. That's where the institutions are failing, because if you reject the law and make sure that the person that's supposed to take action on that person takes action, then it's gonna
Who is going
work.
to make
Because
sure? Tell me,
if
who is
you
going to
make
make
the
sure?
law,
Tell me now, who
that
is going to make sure that that thing is done? Who?
I don't know. This is just an
Abdul,
hypothetical
do you really
example.
think that our
No,
laws
now
are
you begin to
ambiguous?
see.
Do you really think our laws are ambiguous?
I just went to the
Exactly.
example you gave. You gave the example, not me. You came up with the example that the person is interpreted because the law is ambiguous. And I say
Okay,
that's the problem. The
let me
principle
give
I'm
you,
applying
let
now
me tell
works with
you,
any example you provide. Any
Abdul, let
example
me
you
give
like
you an
bring,
example of
it still
where the
works.
will of the people, if people are ready, let me give you, for example, during Buhari regime, when Saraki was the speaker, the Senate president, that
Yes,
even by the middle of the year, they will not pass our budget. Do you remember?
yes,
That even by June, we'll still be waiting for the budget of that year to be passed.
yes,
Now we're having our budget being passed even before the end of the previous year. Look at
yeah.
the speed at which this minimum wage was passed. You understand? It shows you if people are ready, if the will of the people, what the will of the people can do. It's the same also, the same law. You understand? So what was the impediment during the Saraki's regime that is making them not to pass?
So this is I agree with you. You're missing my position. I'm not saying the right person in the right place is not a good thing. It's obviously a good thing. I'm telling you, you cannot predict a human being. So you cannot wait for the right person to be there. You have to make your law in a way that keep people accountable. That's all I'm saying. If the right person is there, a good thing, you're lucky, fine, it's gonna work. But
So, but
The
that is
law?
why
what if I
wait.
tell you
I
that the
don't know
laws
whether
are
you are.
already in place? What if I
What
The
tell you
laws
that
are
the laws
already
are already in
in
place?
place.
Yeah, you reject the law, you keep improving it.
How?
That's the point I'm
How?
making. I told
You
you the
don't
How?
seem to
example you
understand.
gave
Abdul, I
now.
don't think
I
you are
used the
listening to us
example
at all. It's like you haven't been listening
I
to us.
used
You shouldn't
He doesn't
take it
but
this
listen.
one to get what
but
we're telling you.
but
Reject
you
the law
guys
that
You
nobody's going
shouldn't
to
take it this one
enforce.
to get what we are telling you.
Abdul, let us
you
have a
guys
If
conversation.
you reject
Abdul,
the
just
law and no one is willing to enforce it, what is the point?
Abdul,
then you have not
Abdul.
reject the law. It means you have not
There is
rejected the law. Or you need to do
okay.
more.
Is it the
That's
law that
Abdul,
will
what the
I
enforce
gave
point
you
itself
an
or
is.
is someone that will
example.
enforce the law?
The person you have
Abdul,
to
sorry.
make the law in a way that the person that's supposed to enforce it has to enforce it. This thing is so easy. This is what the Western country
Are
does.
you
That's
going
how
to
they
make
do
the
their
person that
stuff.
has to enforce it enforce it? Are you going to make that person enforce it? What if that person doesn't want to? Are you going to force them
It's
to
not
enforce it?
you guys still focus on human beings. You have to make the law in a way that
Abdul,
whoever is
Hey,
there
but human
has
beings
to.
not
Abdul,
running the
Abdul,
system now. You can't.
Oh
System
no.
Abdul,
cannot run
Abdul.
itself.
This guy is classic, man. How
Okay,
can
let me
human?
ask you a
It's human
question.
beings that run
Let me let
everything.
me
What are you
let
talking
me give
about?
Abdul an example of why. Let me give
Tunde,
Abdul
let
an
me ask
example
you.
of this. Abdul, please. Abdul, let me ask you this now. Hold on. Abdul, wait. Let me give you the difference between of a person running in Nigeria and people running America, people in Nigeria. People running America, they are determined. They are determined to make sure they are always ahead of China. They are always the number one economy in the world. They therefore another countries over them. They are competing to make sure they are number one ahead of another next top country. That's why they can't just afford to jeopardize that position to do something that will jeopardize what they are determined to become. But in Nigeria, our leaders are not determined to become competing to become a number one. They know what their mind is. Their mind is. And every politician in Nigeria just want to be rich. And if that mindset is about we are going there to go compete with Singapore to be ahead of Singapore, if that's what the mindset is about, trust me, they will begin to perform well. They won't even be thinking about looting because they're so determined to get there to do that. You know, that's what we are saying. It's the mindset.
This is a different argument. This is a different argument.
Hold on. The people running China, hold on.
We don't have that situation in Nigeria right now. We don't have any enemy. We don't have anybody we're competing with.
Yes, we
We
do
don't have
actually. What do you mean? Anybody that is stronger than you militarily and economically are potential enemies. You
And
don't know
average
that.
Nigeria is thinking about
See, and let me add one. Let me just add one more thing. Hold
He's
on.
not
Let me
thinking
add one more
about
thing.
Nigeria becoming the greatest country in the world. He's thinking about his tribe becoming better
He
than the
just
next one.
heard what he said. He just
Yeah,
heard what he
we
said.
already
Hold
agree
on,
that
now,
we
let me
don't
just
have
add
that
something.
in
Hold
Nigeria.
on. Hold on. Let me just add something because that he just said something that I already knew is part of the reason why other countries maintain institutions. One of the things, if you look at America now, one of their biggest incentive to maintain their institutions is to when they know there are other forces out there to get them. Because now they know if they allow their country to fall below certain standard, they will have a hell to pay for it. But we don't. You just heard what he said. We don't have enemies. We don't have any of those things. So we don't seem to have enough incentive to build strong institutions. That is what
Exactly.
other nations do.
Exactly. We don't face that kind of situation in Nigeria. So we have
We
to come
do,
up
but
with
you just
something
don't know
else.
it. That's the problem. We do. That's something you
So
need to understand. We do.
which country are we fighting with?
All of them that are
Which
stronger than
country is trying
us.
to destroy Nigeria? No, be specific now.
From US, China, EU, Russia, all of them. Anybody that is stronger than you militarily, it's like going to an Olympics. Anybody that can take first and you can come second, they are a danger to you. Don't you understand that? Because their children will compete with your children tomorrow.
You're speaking
That's how it
generally.
works.
You're just speaking
No, because
generally.
that is true. No, because if I can start talking about all the rules they put in place to limit our ability to do stuff, so that it looks like I'm just only blaming them, but I have to let you know fundamentally so that you don't get confused. In nature, if any other peoples are stronger than you, militarily, economically, they are a danger to you because they can come and take everything you have. They don't have any apologies for it. They don't owe you anything. That's how it works. And if you understand that, you now understand that we are under grave threat, that we were asleep. For all this while, we didn't notice it. And funny enough, I will bring it back again to what Lord Lugard said when he came here. He said, we don't have apprehension for the future. The reason why he said that, because we don't seem to realize the danger we are in. And look at that small country, England, the British, they came and defeated almost the entire African continent because we didn't see the danger coming. They see it, and don't assume that the other people don't see us here. They see us, we are not invisible. They see us, and when they think that they need something from us, they'll come and collect it like they are collecting now. Most of our oil, who do you think is getting it? So don't think that we don't have enemies. Anybody that's stronger than you, put them on the column of potential enemies, because their job is to take all the wealth that you have and give it to their own children, their women, and their families, so that they can go on to do better in the future. That's how the world works. It's not their fault. It's just how the world works. Thank you.
So to Nigeria,
I can hear you.
I'm trying to structure the argument. Are you
No, it looks like
saying? Are you saying?
I kind of broken your paradigm or something. But point is, don't think we
No,
don't have enemies. It's a mistake.
no, I don't. I still disagree with you about the enemy thing. The kind of enemy I'm talking about when you look at the enmity between the Soviet Union and America, or between North Korea and South Korea, between China and America. We don't face those kind of threats.
Okay, now let me ask you this.
That's
What
the
did
kind of
China
enemy I'm
let me
talking
ask you
about.
now. Let me ask you a straight question. What did China do to America?
China? What did
what did China do?
I don't know.
What did China do to America that America is preparing for war against China?
Oh, because they're growing their military strength and economically as well.
Exactly. That's what I just told you. If a nation is stronger than you, consider them a threat. And that is the mistake we make. We see it happening with other people. We don't put it for ourselves. And there are so many nations more powerful than us out there. And we don't think we have enemies. We have enemies. It's just that they are smarter. Whenever they see a threat coming, they prepare. They start preparing. We never did. And that's why we're where we are.
Okay, I agree with you if that's the case, but that's not the kind of enemy I'm talking about. But I agree with you. If you are not strong, then people will come and dictate to you what to do. That's obviously true.
You see, we are getting somewhere. This is why the point Mike made originally, we have to start talking about these things. We have to start preparing, because if you now get into office now, Abdul, you will think twice. A moment ago, you might think that nobody's your enemy. Today now, after today, you might think twice about it. Like, okay, maybe it's not necessarily true. Let me watch out a little bit more. That's what we need.
So
We need to
the
start building
mistake,
that kind of mindset.
I've told you the collective intelligence thing, I agree with it, but we don't have it in Nigeria. What I'm telling you is in terms of leadership and followers. Just imagine just this platform alone. We all disagree on who we think should be the right leader. Some people think it should be Obi. Some people think it is Siwaju. Some people even think it should be Atiku. You cannot unite people on just one thing like that if you don't have this kind of collective intelligence you talked about. On issues like this, you can't unite a large population like that. It will not work. What you need to have things work is strong institutions. That's what I'm saying. If you have strong institutions, then it keeps everybody in check, keep the followers in check, keep the leaders in check, and then things start to work out. But if you think we can just...
It's a combination of things that make institutions strong. Precedence is a big one, and also
Exactly.
the mindset of the people. They have to have reason to want their society to work. If they don't have any reason to want their society to work, like in the construction of most Nigerians, they don't have enough incentive to build a strong nation, because most of them, like you, don't see the threat of being like this. They don't see it as an existential threat that this could
Let me give
literally kill
you...
you.
Through Nigeria, let me give you an example. Do you think Americans like to pay tax? Even with the
Not of
enemies
course.
there, do
Nobody
you
likes
think
to
they
pay
like...
tax. Nobody likes to pay
So,
tax.
do you think if they can get away with it, they will not?
Yes, they don't like to.
Yeah, I'm asking you, do you think if they can get away with it, they will not?
No, they will get away with it. If they can get away with it, they will get away with it.
So, but why
But
are they
why do you
not
think
doing
the
it?
person enforcing
Good, good.
now?
You
I'll
said...
go back to my original point. No, let me go back to my original point. The reason why that person enforces it, and the highest levels of powers allow that person to enforce it, is because now they understand that without a tax system to build and maintain their civilization, they will be compromised. Their own lives will be compromised. They will see China emerge. They will see India emerge. They will see. So now they have a
So
motivation
essentially, you've
to
made my
make
point.
sure
The
that system is
highest,
in
you've said,
place. It's like
good.
driving a
So you
car
said
knowing
the...
that armed robbers are chasing you. Would
So
you
you
want that
just
car
made my
to become
point now.
dilapidated?
You just made
No,
my point now that the highest
but
point, the
remember,
highest person in office, I'm quoting you now. You said the highest person in office have to make sure that works.
no. The highest people
Sunaja,
in
can you hear me?
society will want to make sure it works, because they understand that their own
Yeah.
head is at stake. All of them, their own head is at stake, because other people will come and compromise them if their nation is not strong. But while
Sunaja,
people
I
don't
agree
have
with you.
that type of
I
incentive,
100% agree with you.
can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
loud and
we can
clear.
hear you, Mike.
So you can hear me all this way. Yeah, keep quiet. Okay. What I'm trying to say is this. Sunaja, this thing you just mentioned about existential threats from all these things like that, and also how we think, oh, Nigeria should become advanced and things like that. Imagine if we put into our curriculum from childhood, start teaching the children, and also within our airways, where the people, how we are, our media houses, we talk about it, and we start putting in mind of our children in school. We start learning that. Listen, your country faces existential threats from all these big powers, and the only way we can catch up or do anything is to start thinking like this, or getting becoming this, or thinking this way or whatever way, and also constantly telling the people like, you constantly put that information there. Trust me, the people who develop the mindset that, wow, God, Lord, we need to do what we need to take to get there, because now we know what our goal is. If we start to have that same mission of becoming that country where we're no longer facing that kind of threat. And also, if you say this is a country we're trying to catch up with, let's pick one country like Singapore or something, and say, oh, but we're this way behind, this level behind them, and our goal is to catch up with them in the next 40 years. And you constantly preaching to the population, preaching to the children through the curriculum, through education. Trust me, that's how we begin to think. Why do you think, oh, you and I, we think so tribal, and so we see a Igbo person, we see Fulani, or Yoruba person, see him as enemy, a Yoruba person, see a Northerner, see him as enemy? It's because that's what you hear in all your life. That's why you're thinking like that. It's not
Yeah,
because
Mike, I
a
don't
Fulani man
nobody
has done something to
disagree
you
with you.
personally. You
Mike,
understand?
But Mike
nobody
is correct
disagree
though.
with
What
you.
is, yeah,
So,
exactly.
so
Nobody
what I'm saying is, what
nobody
you preach,
disagree with you
what they put in
on
your
this
head
one.
is what you begin. Hold on, what they put, what you constantly hearing, or what's being poured into you, it will determine the way you begin to think. So what I'm saying is, what we mean by is the orientation, the mindset of the people, and the only way to change the mindset of the people or to shape the mindset of the people is to start having conversation with them about how they need to start thinking. If we constantly start
So
discussing how we need to start thinking, what we need to start going, and that's what we put into not only on the just street talk like we're doing it, put in the curriculum. Also, our media out, everyone should be on board with that conversation about that
thank
right way
you.
we should be doing things.
Now you're making my point. Or the only way to make it work is you have to put it in the curriculum. That's creating policies through institutions. Yeah, you're going back to what
You
I'm
see
talking
this guy,
about.
they are talking
If you
about the human mind, they are talking about institutions.
Yeah, we're
You
saying the
can
same
say,
thing.
It doesn't
I
have to be in
agree
a
with
curriculum. It
Mike.
just have to be
but
a conversation Nigerians have all the time.
before,
So the
Then
way we
if
think
it
right
just
now
has
was
to
it.
be a
Hold on,
conversation, it will
Abdul,
not
Abdul.
work.
The way we all thinking right now, this senseless tribal mentality we have, was it through curriculum that we're learning, or is it not through environment? The way it's not something. It's the gossip in our environment now. See Yoruba people, see them, see Igbo people, see Fulani people. It's the rubbish conversation we have among ourselves that make us develop that mindset, propaganda of about this thing.
exactly,
But if we begin to stop.
excellent point there.
Exactly.
But,
Well, if we
but,
if
but
we
why
if we if
why
we if we begin
why
to
why
hold on, if we start doing the same thing, having conversation about how we can advance, that will be the topic Nigerians are gathering talking about every day, every day, every day. We will begin to think like that. Everybody will start thinking, for 10 years they've been talking to me about how science, how we can build a rocket. One guy that will have that talent will just say, if I can build this, everybody will respect me, because that's what everybody have been talking about. So let me go and spend time in the lab and go and do some independent research and just find, everybody will start thinking the way what they expect their society to, the way their society expect them to think. But if no one is
Mm.
discussing all this correct way of these things, what we are talking about is some rubbish, and the things Nigerians talk about, Africans talk about. I mean, it's why we are not going anywhere. Because most of the things we talk about, if you hang out with young black children, you're talking about either the girl with one yash or you kind of your music or things we talk about. We are not advancing. This is the conversation we
Mostly
have. Is what
vanity.
but
You see
average
that stuff
average
you talked
Chinese children, they are
about,
talking about science. Average, even white children, they are
that's
talking
true.
about, so
Robotics and
that's
all
what
these
it is.
things. And that's
uh
why for my own, sorry,
Mike,
you're
have
going
you
to go
been to
next.
have you been to
Abdul,
any
just let me
okay.
just add something. So, like in our own case, we need to push this in technological this in training as a compulsory this in just like maths and English at all these institutions in Nigeria, so that the next generation has a sizable population of people that understand technology. And in terms of the mindset, I think Mike is right, because in Russia now, from a very young age, they teach them to know that their job is to defend their motherland. They know their enemies. They know the threat that they are facing from a young age. This is why when Putin says some words, the people think he's crazy. The people already know. He doesn't even have to convince them too much to do this. That's why when what's the name of that security contractor guy turned on this in Putin, even Russians knew he's done for by turning on their leader, because these guys, they don't play around. Within months, he's dead. So that if a nation is that in sync, In China, the same thing follows. In Vietnam, the same thing is following right now. In North Korea, the same thing follows. You have to have a consciousness of people that understand that they are placed in the world and knowing that if you don't do these institutions, if you don't build this system, if you don't develop, you are done for. We think it's optional. That's our problem. It's not optional, it's essential for our survival.
Well, you keep
And
mentioning institution, which is exactly what I'm pushing for. So I don't see where we disagree
I
here.
agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with institution, but you are making it look like institutions come first. It's the people that come first. If the people don't change their mind, they are not going to have incentive to build the institution. That's the problem. You know, if the
So,
people don't change their mind,
so
forget the
you
institution. It's not going to
disagree?
happen.
You disagree with Mike saying that they should put it in the school curriculum to start?
Oh no, no,
The
no, no.
person,
I
the
don't
person
disagree
that
with
we have
that.
to put in the curriculum with someone from here and now discussing here. Abdul, now that I give you the idea, when you become a leader tomorrow, will you not put it in the constitution? Because I already gave you the idea. But if you don't have the idea, you become a
Exactly.
leader, you're not going to do it because you never learned the idea before you became a leader. So how are you going to do it? That's what we are saying. We're having a conversation among ourselves, among the people. So, but the people who now have adopt that mindset. So by the time they become leader, they know what to do. That's what we are telling you.
Exactly.
The
The people
chances
have
of
to
me,
start changing.
the chances of me being a leader is 0.00001.
But it's
Chances of
not
me
Trust me,
zero.
all
being the
these senators you
president.
see today,
But
all
it's
those
not
guys, most of
zero.
them, even Jonathan said he never knew he become president.
Yeah,
So
the same
you
chance
don't
applies
know. You
to
don't know.
them.
I'm telling you. Somebody
Well,
among us will become the next president. The next. I'm not
Maybe
saying
your
here,
friend,
but people
maybe
our
your
category, our
sister,
level,
maybe anybody can end up
anybody
there.
Mike,
So
can
it
get
doesn't
there,
this is
man.
matter.
this is the point I'm making. Exactly the point I'm making. That the chances, imagine 200 million people, 300 million people will vote for one person. The person runs for 4 to 8 years. Then he has to wait to another 8 years. Going through that process of looking for the right leader to get there, and now through getting the right leader by preaching to people on the street, then that person get picked as the president. The chance of that happening is very, very, very slim. But as democracy is, if we start it like the way Tinubu is the president today, that listens to the people, Tinubu does not really have to have this idea. But if the people are pushing, sponsoring a bill to build strong institutions, we can achieve that even with Tinubu in office. We can achieve that. They can build strong institutions. Tinubu did that in Lagos. When Tinubu built last man, what happened? Everybody was held accountable, no matter who you are. Even military people had to follow the same route every other person is following. That's what strong institutions can do. And
No,
who
that
did it?
is because people wanted to make it work. And even in that last month, if you go there today, you are going to find problems by
People
compared to
don't
other
want it.
countries.
People don't want it to work. They enforced it. That's why it worked. They
Yeah, but
enforced it.
that's what we are trying to tell you, that if the people don't care, okay, let's put it this way: people of Lagos were motivated to make last man work too. It's not just the will of
No, tell me how people of Lagos
Tinubu,
are motivated to make it work. Well,
because you
do you
know
know how
why?
people
Because
were complaining
no,
about last month?
let me explain now. Because they've seen the roads, they've seen the filth, they've seen the disorganization of Lagos. You can see now that it's easy to convince them that, you know what, this thing needs to improve. They are more likely to buy into it. But on a national level, what we don't even know where
So
most of our
Nigeria,
problem
you're
is coming
speaking
from.
after the fact. You're speaking after the fact. When last month started, people were really angry. Even military officers were trying to challenge it. But when they noticed that this thing is being enforced right from the top, everybody fell in line. What you're talking about is after the fact, when people have
Hey,
seen the
let me make
benefit
one
that, oh
smart, let
yeah,
me make
this
one
thing worked
intelligent
too.
point real quick. Abdul, do you know Tunaja, do you know why Lagos politicians tend to be more like in tune to like more like focused and more productive than most politicians? Because if you look at the culture of Lagos during the 80s, 90s, what Lagosians, when you talk about a group of Nigerians where what they are having conversation about is politics, is in Lagos. most of the other states, the people there at that time, they were more focused on their traditional things and things like that. I don't think conversation that was really going among them was a lot about politics. But in Lagos, it was kind of like a melting pot where most Nigerians live. And conversation there is usually about that's why most of the uprising against anti-government overthrowing ministry was going on in Lagos. So because that conversation about good governance was something that was being expressed constantly among the population, that's why eventually those that grew up around that kind of setting like Sonwolu, it's already in their mind that Lagosian, this is the thing they talk
Exactly.
about. That's why they have no choice but to start performing. But most of these other states, most people didn't even, they were still kind of, I don't want to insult them, say they are backward. They were still kind of like rural people. They don't even know anything about politics like that, you know. So most things they were engaging in during their time, during all that time, was just their traditional stuff and their cultural things and farming and this. They were not very politically engaged people, you understand? So that's why they, you know, but Lagos is kind of ahead, you know, because the people growing up in Lagos, they already heard that conversation about leadership, governance. You constantly hear those conversations, you know. So that's what they are ahead, you know. It's the mind, you know.
And ahead is quite
Okay.
a this thing.
I
It's
think
a
in the
big leap.
end, I would say that everything has to work together. You need to work on people's consciousness. You need to build strong institutions. You need to have strong leaders. You need to have competent workers, workforce. Yeah, I think how it should, how this.
I don't know why I can't hear you. Is it just me? Or is it just me that is hearing myself? Okay,
I
so
can hear you too, Nanga.
okay, good. Regarding the what you said about institution, I think there is an element of truth there. Remember, Nigeria doesn't have zero institutions. We don't. We have quite a lot. We have quite a lot of laws. As a matter of fact, I like to think that Nigeria probably has more laws than the UK that has built an empire. But I think where the issue is now is our mindset. If we change our mindset, you see the laws come alive. Suddenly, you find that Nigerian institutions are relatively quite strong. And when they come alive, they start carrying out the focusing, that's the executing the laws. A lot of even people that were supposed to be executed are found to be murder people and all the rest that were convicted to death by judges are not even being, the sentences are not being carried out. These are some of them are Boko Haram people that have killed people in Nigeria, but they are all still there living on taxpayers' and not just, it's not about taking their life. It's about the fact that people that break the law are not answering for their crimes. Hence, the law-abiding people don't control the space. They can't control the space because the lawbreakers are everywhere. I've seen a military official talk about how they
I
will
agree with
capture
you.
people, and a military official will talk about how they will capture people, and they will find out that the people have been released. So, and that is a threat to their lives because can you imagine capturing a terrorist person? That the terrorist goes against police tomorrow. They can come and kill your family. So you see what I mean? So that the law has to be enforced, otherwise you see a decay everywhere, and that's what we are seeing in Nigeria. So it's in both ways. Both of them have to work together. I think Nigeria has a lot of institutions. It's just that the people's mindset have not changed to strengthen those institutions. That is where the issue is. So I take your point in terms of institutions.
So like
Yeah,
that, if
that's
you notice, like I don't know how it is, I'm sure pretty sure the same way in England. Like in America, for example, before they employ someone to a position or hire people, first of all, they do background check. That's the first thing. Know your history, know the kind of person you are, and then the next
So
thing
I
they do is,
didn't get that.
can you hear me now?
I can hear
Can you hear
you.
me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Mike. We can hear
Yes.
you.
Okay. I'm saying like I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's the same thing in UK. Like in America, for example, before they uh, hire someone to put them in a position, first thing they do,
first thing first is background check who you are, study your history and everything. And then the next thing is to see your nature, they study the nature of who you are. If your nature fits that kind of position, your personality, all those things, they study it. And they know like, okay, this is a perfect match. This guy here, he fit is first of all, he has a clean background. And then references about you from people. All those they study who you are. If you're that kind of person that's fit to be in that position, you understand? That position is actually used. So they do all those things. But that's why most of the people running institutions remain strong because the people running it are the right people that are put there. But in Nigeria, in Africa, most of the people that got their position, it was through connection. It wasn't really through because they studied you, they did background check on you, or they find out if you're really the person right fit for that position. It's just someone connects you. Somebody knew someone and they say, hey, my brother there, my cousin give him a position. That's why you have a bunch of people running, bunch of people that are not competent to run a position are running it.
Yeah. Whenever any politician makes it into office, suddenly their family members start becoming rich because they start funneling money into their families and friends and side chicks and all the rest.
They
And
will
they're
give
all
them all the
collaborators.
contract. People that can't carry
Personally,
out, they can't execute the contracts.
Do you know this thing also happened in America until they instituted laws to stop it? Like, for example, before the 2008 financial crash, companies, executives can take loan from the company and just use the money to do whatever they want. After that crash, they went, review everything, and they saw all those loopholes, and now they blocked it through the Dodd-Frank Act. And even at the same time, they also instituted another act, is it the SOX Act or something, to protect whistleblower and stuff like that, so that even if the leader is trying to, if the leader of the company, let's say the CEO, is trying to flaunt the law, ordinary workers in that this thing can report the leader, and the leader will be punished, and the whistleblower will be protected. You see how they do it. And another way again, they keep the leaders in check. They also instituted what they call a watchdog. This watchdog ensures that the leaders report. Number four, first thing, the CEO must register with them and must regularly report to them. So they have oversight over the CEO. So you see how they do build their own institutions. Even the leaders have people putting them in check. That is why I said the American system, even if you want to steal, they don't build their system based on trusting you to behave well. No. They make sure they block loopholes wherever there's loopholes. If they know that, oh, the leaders can take advantage of something here, they can make sure they put something to put the leaders under check. Which is what we don't do in Nigeria.
You know, in Nigeria they have auditors, right?
Yeah,
you know that
that's another way, but it's not the only way.
the
If they
auditors they audit these people, and they find they find something. Guess what they do? They're gonna approach the person. They come, we found something. No, settle also.
just found yeah, that's true. But I'm telling you that's another loopholes that need to be blocked. We can't just be waiting for the right person to be there. No. If you see that loopholes, make a law to block
Listen,
it.
in America, I see those people they employ to do those things you said. They study them first. They usually use nerds. They study their personality. Like this one here, it's not somebody that really cares about materialism. It's not someone that has a mind of becoming rich and that a kind of human being that is good
No.
in life. Is to
Yeah.
become. They
Yeah,
study.
that's so true.
There are some human beings that are so simple, where they just they have that personality of just simple life. They don't care about. Those are the
That's
people
so true.
those are the people they hire to go after. You know,
But you know, Mike, if you notice, there's another thing they do in America. Even they don't just trust even the nerds. What they do is that most of these auditing firms they have rating. If they find out your audit your auditing firm is compromised, your rating is gonna drop. Nobody will hire you to do any job again. That's how they keep them in check as well.
That's true. Yeah.
So
Your
that's
record.
how they do it.
If you
Yeah,
get
that's how
called,
they
it goes in your record, you know. That's the number
exactly.
one reason why many Nigerians in America don't get into crime or illegality. They know that when they
Exactly.
get caught, it goes into their record, and you know you're
Yup.
screwed for life. You know?
Your school, they can always check it and nobody will give you any job.
Yeah.
Guys, I'll be quiet for like 5 minutes so you guys can continue. Is Simba there? I think he left. And I wanted
Simba's
to
gone to
discuss
go and
something
he's
with
gone to
him.
go and
Okay.
look after his eggs and
I'll
chickens.
be quiet for like 5 minutes, guys. So allow you
Yeah,
guys continue.
so yeah, so back to this protest business. I don't know how what their current demands are. I just hope that the demands are something that actually benefits Nigerians in real time, right now, not this funny, vague, do the education system here, releasing them they cannot here, that all that kind of stuff is not going to, it's going to be an opportunity wasted because
So
this
now,
was an opportunity.
that's another reason why I don't even care about the protest, because I know that if it's really about something really serious, like they're really serious about stuff, even me, I'll join. But I just know these whole things, just most of them is the ulterior motive is so clear. Some of them just out of hatred. They're not really saying we this is a goal. This is what we're going to achieve. This is they are not present. That's why I'm like, okay. I'm not against protest, so let's do it too. But obviously, you already know the outcome. They're going to do it at the end of the day. They're going to go back home. Business as usual continues. Likely,
And that's
they're
what
going to burn
concerns me
some
the
things
most.
down.
It's a wasted opportunity.
It's the waste. They're going to burn some things down. And
But you have to admit though they've
Sunaja, even in
accomplished
fact,
something already to an
Sunaja,
extent.
check this out.
Mhm.
If it's clear to me that after this protest, things will turn around, things will change. Like this protest will change things. I won't even care if they burn things down, because I know that after burning things down, I know that change will come.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I just know after
Positive
burning things
change.
down, just back to square one.
Yeah, that's true. Nobody wants anything to be burned down. They should not protest, not destroy any property, not one single property. If anything, we need stability more than anything else. That said, regarding I think the protest to an extent, the idea of the protest already seems to be making the federal government move. This Dangote resolution happened very, very quickly. And I think part of it is because they know they're getting these protests, this thing, are getting angry about what is going on. And they talked about the government also releasing rice to be sold to people. There are quite a lot of things you can. I think one government official was saying that the government is doing everything that the protesters want, but most of the demands are not good enough. And that is what scares me about these people. How can you let the government get away with it? You have an opportunity, the whole nation is waiting for you, and you go and make such vague demands. You have a chance to secure the country, demand emergency act on electricity, demand emergency act on the refineries, so that the government will have to agree that they will be giving people every week, they will be giving people update on the refineries. Do you know what will be accomplished if those refineries come on stream? Massive achievement. But these people want to squander that opportunity again.
The thing about Nigerians is they do the right thing with the wrong mind at the wrong. I would say wrong time, but with the wrong mind, right? So they do the right thing with the wrong mind. So they end up doing the right thing but not achieving anything. Like for example, I remember when the first time I was like, wow, democracy don't do Nigeria, was when in those states, when all the Edo youths, they were like, no, Oshomole, unless we guys can come together and really pick choose the governor you want like this. I was so impressed. So I'm like, why can't they now use this? Because now you guys can do this. Why can't you guys now start searching for one Edo man like that that's so advanced, that's so competent, and then you all present him and do the same thing again? You understand? You remember now when they all ride the last election, when they all ride behind Obaseki, like when they would tell you Shomole, don't be Lagos, no,
Yeah,
So
I don't know.
the way they did it was so clear. Like there was no way Oshomole wasn't. I'm sorry, Obaseki wasn't going to win that election, because the way they all came out, like
They all rally behind that one individual. So I'm like, they did the right thing, but to me, was not the best mindset. You know, the
Not
best
the best
mindset would have been
mindset.
the
Not the
best
best
mindset would have
mindset.
been the best mind would have been they among themselves actually pick that leader among you right. They search for the best, most competent Edo person, and then they all do that thing and put him there. You understand?
But
So what's so
is the
difficult?
problem not because the best mindsets are not out there? Like you now that have some of these mindsets, you are not the one proposing these demands. I am not the one. The best mindset that can actually do the right things, they are not the ones leading. And I'm not sure they suffer for the movement, but I don't see why he should be leading some of all these things because it doesn't seem to grasp the scope of what is
What
required to be
Shore wants
done.
is to be Shore. His mind is two things he wants. He wants to be president, and he hates all those politicians. He just want all of them dumped. He's not really
Yeah,
trying to
the only
work
thing
with
he cares
them.
about is corruption, corruption, corruption.
Exactly.
Let's jail everybody.
He's not.
He
He's
has to
not
build a
interested
nation
in them
sooner.
doing it. He's not even interested in them succeeding because the guy just hates them so much. Maybe I don't know. The guy always hate politicians. He just from the
Mm.
90s always been like that.
And that is no basis to run a country. You have a system in place now. You have to find a way to change it with what you've got. I believe that this President Tinubu is not. It's not like he doesn't see what is going to make him unpopular and just do it. He wants to win 2027. He's not going to fight Nigerians when Nigerians come out and say we want this. And this was a great opportunity. Can you imagine that? You come out, you tell them these security forces that you say you're going to record, you will demand it now. Do it now. And we want it to be out. They will concede. You know, all these people, they will concede. They'll say, take. We want you to, you said you want this stuff done, we are going to do it. If you tell them about electricity, they're going to, are they going to say they're going to do about electricity? They will say they were going to do it. And they will
that
commit to
electricity,
actually
that
updating
one,
the Nigerian
man.
people.
All these protests. How about we start taking protests for all these things one by one? You understand?
Is that not what I was saying? Even Prince Daddy talked about it the other time. Prince Daddy even said it the other time too. We are not focused as a people.
We only come to doing for our own personal reasons, like maybe personal hatred. That's the only time we come out. You know, how about one by one? We did the answers one, okay, that we succeeded. After that, we haven't because we succeeded with the answer. Did the end answers after the answers that with the moment they came out. And then let's go back home. And then 6 months later, let's speak on the next thing we want to solve, maybe electricity. We're gonna do another protest for electricity, you know. And you know,
Exactly. Let me ask you though. Let me ask you because I'm beginning to worry that something else is behind this protest. Like, who do you think is at the core for the demand of the process to a point whereby it captured the imagination of the entire nation? How did that happen?
This one?
Yes. Who made it so that the entire nation
You
knows
know,
that it's the first of this in
the
August?
okay, so they obviously been showing their faces. We see Shiwore, and then we also see a lot of obedience. And that's why I'm like, okay. And this is the reason why I think the way the obedient play their politics was so foolish because you don't turn politics into a tribal war. You understand? If they had
Did
played
they
that
do
politics,
that?
you understand what I'm saying? If that 2023 election they didn't turn into this tribal shit where it became beef between Yoruba, Igbo, and all these things, and this they just when you play that kind of politics.
To be fair,
Now
though, to
that
be
we have
fair, it was the Southwest people that became too sensitive, which I can understand why they are sensitive, but they forget that obedience don't care who they attack. They will attack Southwesterners, they will attack Northerners, they will attack anybody that is
okay,
against Peter
you
Obi.
are
But most
attacking.
Southwesterners take it as a tribal attack.
You were
That is the problem.
you were there now during that campaign when I came on the channel. I don't want to mention the name. You know the channel where you always owe some time.
Yeah,
When all I
yeah.
came to do was debate, all they started saying is, "Oh, Yoruba people, Yoruba." All I did was just come to chat. Oh, Yoruba people, Yoruba
To
people.
be
They
to be fair, you brought it up though. You brought it up too.
no, I didn't mention ethnic
So
group. All I did was just question why all these just come to talk, and they start. Oh, they talk, and then what I'm saying is, whoever I became, the fact that it became like that, and
they
first of all,
don't like Tinubu at the core of it. Let me say this to you so you
but
understand.
the
You know,
mistake
at the
they
core
made
of it,
was they went after
they
his
just didn't
ethnic.
like
They started
Tinubu.
okay, particularly the obedient were to me when I saw the obedient were more largely it was a combination of
mainly southeast, south, south, and then you have some southwest and all these, some few northerners, right? So the south south wing were more like, you guys are more like, okay, we just Tinubu, right? You guys try your best not to make it ethnic. But one thing about southeasterners is that when they have issue with somebody, they always want a reason to go after that person's tribe. That's just something about them. I don't know why. They have problem with Buhari. Now they
To
want
be
after Fulani.
fair,
Hold on.
to
Wait,
be
wait, wait, wait.
fair,
Wait, hold on now, hold on. You just look at the historic, even when they have problem with Awolowo, Yoruba people is where they were going after. And they have problem with Buhari. Oh, Fulani people, problem. Now you during the campaign, a lot of you South Side guys were more just focusing on Tinubu. But the Southeasterners, someone like CM, Yorubas, God, Lord have mercy. Why do you have to go
no.
after ethnic group? You know, just focus on the
Let,
individual.
let,
Tunanja,
let,
wait. This is not a.
you are not listening. Let me hear.
Okay,
Let me
go
tell you
ahead, go
something
ahead.
that might cool your mind a little bit. See, I've been on a panel where Southeasterners talk quite a lot, and from what I can hear, the animosity towards Yoruba people is minimal. I can tell you that the people that they truly don't like are the Northerners, specifically
My brother, maybe because you are not a
the
Yoruba man,
Fulanis.
that's why.
No, let me explain why I'm saying that, because they are focused in terms of not all of them. I'm talking about the ones that are showing those tribal things. They tend to focus on Northerners by and large, instinctively. Whenever they talk, instinctively is the North, not the Southwest. If anything, I've had so many of them testify to so many positive things about the Southwesterners, even after the Civil War. When they are really having deep discussions, you find that the Southwesterners didn't do anything to them. They gave them their property back, all kinds of stuff. They have a lot of testimonies to that. If anything, when you go deep into the conversation, the people that they should have animosity towards are the South even that turned on them. So, but you don't see them doing that because they know there will be consequences if they turn on the South too. So, when you think they focus on the Southwest, the reason why it comes across like that to you is because of Peter Obi. They are supporting Peter Obi. They call me a devil for crying out loud, and I support Peter Obi. What do you think they will say to Tinubu?
No, this was no.
So, so
When
that
you
should
want
tell
to
you
talk about
what you are
animosity
facing.
towards the Southwest, it didn't start during. I'm sorry to say, obedience. It's been going on since the year I was born. I
It's
always
not
know
deep. It's not deep. Compared to others, it's not deep. The Southwest one is not deep.
that.
Tell me, what has Southwesterners done to Southeasterners? Nothing. Nothing.
And different stories they will tell. 90% not even true. They will say how it was this Roman that betrayed them during the nation of Benin. He called go on to come out. Their parents
They
just
say
told
all
them
kinds
rubbish
of
like
things,
that.
but it's not deep. It's not deep.
That what I'm telling
See,
you is
Mike, don't
animosity is
take it
there.
deep. It's
Just go and
not deep
even
with
listen to Namdekanu.
Southeasterners.
The guy was just so you. So we know that he was already there. We just have to
That
be
one
these
hates
patient people
everybody.
that don't respond and things like that.
Nnamdi Kanu hates Northerners more. I can assure you, Nnamdi Kanu hates Northerners more.
So don't we say do some quiet. You want to quiet you. It's not my response to you. I fight. You don't understand it. Think that's so. No.
I can't hear you. Can't hear anything. My signal is bad.
BT, are you there? My network is bad, man.
What happened to your? I was listening to your and then you went off or something.
Yeah, I'm in this hotel, man. So my network is bad there. So, I mean, I don't know.
You
Well, I think I started using their Wi-Fi, so their Wi-Fi looks like it's good.
are you joining the protest or something?
Actually, I was telling to Nigeria just now, like, if the protest is something that will just turn Nigeria around for great, and it's crystal clear that that's what will happen, I will join it. You understand? But this process, we already know it's just, it's going to be something they will do. It will end, right? And it's going to be
Yeah.
business as usual. And
Mike,
some people will try to destroy some properties. That's all.
I saw they put out a notice. I'm not sure. Maybe you can speak about it, where they mentioned the cities where they want to hold the protest. And interestingly, there was no
Lagos is number one, Abby.
There was no city in the southeast on the zero. I'm like, wait a minute, like, so no protest in southeast. I was just that just took me. I'm like, maybe they have, maybe I've not seen that one yet, but I think it
But
was
BT,
Lagos.
it shows the insincerity. It is Thomas on this platform. I sent a video to him just yesterday. Come and see the way they kill about 5 policemen in the southeast by
Are you
unknown
serious?
gunmen. Yes,
Wow.
and they are not protesting because of that. Oh, that one is not bad governance. So that one is not their business. So sit at home is not their business. It's not their problem. Oh. I don't understand them. I don't understand them. Really.
Wow.
But I believe that, like Mike said, if it was really about bad governance, changing the system, let's fight for the need for power, electricity, security. Even I will join this. I will join the movement. I will join it if it's about, because Tinubu, I believe should have declared state of emergency in the power sector day one. So if you say, let's protest about power or agriculture or education or something more specific, I will join. I will support the movement.
Exactly.
But when you say end bad governance, you want, because Mike, the end game now. It will become Tinubu must go. That's the end of that. That would be the next thing. Tinubu must go.
But
That's what.
who coined that their inscription? How can you? Is there any place where they say end bad governance? Even that inscription is very vague. What
You
do you
came
mean by
from
bad
Kenya now.
governance?
Ruto must go. So.
If you say Tinubu government is bad and you say end bad governance, can you hear me? Tinubu must
Tinubu
go.
must go.
Now.
Ruto must go. He came from Ruto must go. So that's why I'm like, this one is sincere. And then sure, that one won't power himself. I don't even understand sure. That one I don't even understand. So you want revolution, then after revolution they will not make it president.
I don't even know why people are giving him this publicity. That guy is not even supposed to be reckoned with in any way, because I can't see any quality in that guy apart from Togri. I'm very sorry to say. He has nothing to offer. It's just that we just like listening to useless. What kind of leadership skill do you think that he has, or has he demonstrated in the past? Nothing. To me, it's even worse than Peter Obi. He doesn't have the decorum. He doesn't have the what does he have apart from just talk blah 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 blah? Say okay, let us just scatter everything. Let's go. Is that the quality of the leader? That kind of leader that you wanted?
That's already disappointed me, the way he plays his politics, man. I mean, initially, I honestly met him before, like in America, when the guy was doing his I will took picture with him, sir. When the guy was doing his traveling around, he met with us, he spoke, and one of the main reasons I supported him was because he was meeting with a lot of Nigerian professionals in diaspora. Even met this guy that was the manager of airports. He was Nigerian guy was one managing. Is it like Guardian Airport or JFK Airport in New York City? You know, he was the airport manager. He said, "Man, if you become president, say you and the guy was talking, say we make the guy the manager of Lagos Airport." I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. You know? So there was idea when what he was doing. I'm like, okay, this guy will support him, man, because he looks like he's the kind of guy that will bring some of the best minds from abroad home. You know, that was my support with him. But then when the guy started doing his politics, he went into disrespect the Oni of Ife, and then later he started sitting in court in American after the guy. I'm like, oh boy, I don't understand what you're doing here, man.
But the people that they supporting, they don't really.
And then he called for revolution. I'm like, can you lose the election? I call for revolution. So the guy just started doing things that just made me like, oh, I just turn off, man.
Yeah, but the people that is supporting, I mean the group, not but they don't really like him. But now is not aligning with them for. So I'm like, dude, is it that it's kind of I don't understand it's politicking or it's politics.
You know what was funny, Babati? When the guy first started, a lot of young intellectuals from North, Southwest, even Southeast, or particularly South Side, like Edo, they were all with him, kind of like just kind of few people, know a lot of people were kind of like, well, this guy are young. Him and the other young guys, we all kind of like listening to them, like, hey, you know, kind of people were the young intellectual, were kind of. Then all of a sudden, you are fighting with a tribal bigot like Nnamdi Kanu. I'm like, dude, you offended Northerners now, and you were offended Southwesterners. So his strategy was like, oh, he wants to get that vote of the Southeast, get that Southeasterners to be behind him. I'm like, first of all, you're a Yoruba guy, and you think for some reason you want to play regional politics, and you think the Southeast is where you go. You gotta stand a better chance doing it with the Northerners. Because typically Southeasterners are not going to support you. In fact, you're a Yoruba man, and they're not even, you know, it's more like a taboo. So they're not going to, if you want a massive vote from a region, it's not going to be Southeast. Maybe it's South.
So
and that's why the guy was upset. That's why he was upset with Obi. Because Obi came from nowhere. Just
Mike, so he's not the bride of the obedient now just because he's calling for rage in Nigeria. Is that?
Is what?
I say he's not the bride of the obedient because he's calling for rage.
The guy doesn't want to give
calling
up.
For rage.
He want that Southeastern followership, like massive. I'm like, guy, you're wasting your time with that, man. He should have even done that. He should have just stayed neutral.
It shows the kind of person he is, that he has no ideology, and even Nigerians, is like you don't have any friend, you don't have any permanent. So far, the person is talking to your sentiment. Whatever he says, you can be your friend today if he's saying something that appeals to your sentiment, and tomorrow if he's against it, then it becomes your enemy. Is that the way we want to be doing things? To me, we should just, nobody should even, when we are talking about leadership in Nigeria, we should not even mention the Showore. It should not even be in the equation.
Yeah. The guy, I don't think he has that leadership quality. It was just that few idea that he had that time that made me like, okay, maybe this guy will invite many of us diaspora to come and serve,
You remember in 2019, the guy actually got a lot of support from the diaspora, and he got a lot of money.
Yeah.
In fact, they were even raising issue against that he mismanaged the money. Did he account for that money? Is the same? I don't know. It's only his party that doesn't have party chairman. It doesn't have any executive. Is the alpha and omega of that party.
Is the chairman,
is the secretary, is the presidential candidate, is So, and that is what the kind of person that you think is a good leader. Somebody like he has the same attribute to be. They find it very difficult to work with people. They cannot, they just only believe in themselves, and they cannot actually make people to abide to buy their idea. And that's why they think that they are the only one that can do everything. And that is the way they will run the country. Is that the way they will run the country? When you cannot delegate responsibility.
But to what Kenneth Okonkwo said about Itobi's leadership, I think we cannot. That's been said on this platform for months now. His inability to.
I won't like.
Is that not what Madam Zita was talking about this morning? That he's supposed to even apologize for selling a bad product to us as Nigerians. Yeah, because they knew all these people, they are just lying to us. Even including Ajale Koko, they are lying to us about this Showore of a team. They should apologize to us. They are bad products that they are selling to us. Bad products.
Simba, some people just. But that's what's going on sometimes. Like, not because they believe that person or what that person is selling. They just hate the Tinubu, or so they will just go for anyone that is not Tinubu or Atiku. They don't like
To me, I'll be real honest with you. I think they may to defend Karen Okonkwo. I think the main reason Karen Okonkwo just had behind Obi was just that turn by turn thing. He just felt the turn of his region. That's why. That's the only reason. I'll be honest. And a lot of people too. I don't think Karen Okonkwo really saw Obi as the right person. It's just that turn of the southeast. That's why he jumped behind him, because the guy was an APC guy.
But that means a bad person. Because even if he's turn of the southeast, is that the best product he can offer to us from the southeast? Why can't he offer himself?
But Obi started getting the momentum now. I mean, he's no. I don't think Kenny Okoko would have, because Kenny Okoko was an APC, so there's no way he could have offer himself now. Would he have challenged Tinubu for the power? So it's just from their side, like they haven't played that party politics to push themselves to top of a political party to just easily present themselves. And the chance they had was that PDP, but they didn't play their politics in that PDP. It should be Southeast running that PDP, man. But they allow Atiku to just to run that PDP. So Obi just happened to be the only one to come out. And the reason why Obi got to that level was because Atiku picked him as vice president. If not, Obi would never have been a relevant Southeastern politician like that. Okay. It was because Atiku picked him as vice president. That's when the guy became,
But
Mike, sorry, Beto.
Sorry, when there was a vacuum in the PDP for about 2 to 3 years. That is when Wike took over the party. Like it was
exactly. Remember now when they were doing most of the PDP guys all went to APC. The top PDP. There was a vacuum. The party was just left. That's why I think really hijacked the party, because Atiku was not really the main person there now.
Right. So
during that Jonathan regime, who was Atiku? No one knew Atiku now.
So I'm saying that if you know that in it was supposed to be your turn, you should have been preparing for about 3, 4, 5 years with that opening. Like, okay, this is our turn.
You know when they should hijack PDP? You know when they should hijack PDP? When Jonathan was president, because they were all over his cabinet. That's when they should have took over that party. People like Kwerima do. They should have took over that party. Like it should have been PDP should have been their party. But somehow, I think the problem with the South is that they are too focused on Biafra. It's like just like that man that came here, that PDP man that came here. He said when he spoke with the landlord, their leader, they say, "Man, we are not interested in presidency." So they are too focused on maybe Biafra will come one day. They are not really playing national politics like that. Because they could have taken over that
But
PDP.
Mike, you people are talking about Wiki taking over PDP. You are forgetting that even Atiku on his own was not ready to sponsor that party. They were looking for people to be sponsoring the activities of the party. Wiki was the only one that came on board and spent a lot of money, and that's why he became powerful in the party. Atiku is just like somebody who only comes out during the time of election to come and contest. After the election, he disappears.
He goes to Dubai.
He goes to Dubai. You understand? Now look at PDP now. Who is the sole financier of PDP as it is now? It's still Wiki. Then Atiku will now come maybe quarter to 2027 again. He will say he want to contest. Is it done like that?
Oh, I won't lie. If I'm sure already, I will go and join PDP. Because that PDP today is still for grabs, to be honest. Because even right now, who is the PDP person?
But Showore cannot go to that party. He doesn't have the financial wherewithal to do that.
No, anybody can enter that PDP and just figure a way to hijack it. I'm telling you. Like, that party is for grab,
Hey, but
man.
you need money to hijack. It's not something you hijack with by mouth. You need money.
Oh, mouth, they work
Mike,
with.
Showore is like Igbo people. The way he plays politics is too rigid. And he doesn't
Yeah,
understand that in politics, you have to be very fluid.
exactly.
The Igbo people's problem is they try to prove like they are strong people. They
My
don't
way
bow
or the
to other
highway.
people. Exactly, my way or the highway. So they can't like come down to the level of, when you need someone's help, you cannot be making that person feel like it's irrelevant, like it's small to you. You have to like bring that person close like a friend.
Yeah, it's like saying, I am better than you. By the way,
Exactly.
vote for me.
By the way,
Who
vote for
does that?
Exactly.
Somebody,
That's
it's
how they play
human
their
nature now.
politics. And it's the same thing someone is doing too. He'll say, "Oh, I can't mix with the corrupt people. I can't mix with the corrupt people." Then you can't get anywhere. If you can always like calm down,
if you
like
can't
you
beat
don't
them,
have to
just them.
steal. Exactly. You don't have to steal money, but you can be around them. When you get the power, then you can now
And
separate yourself from them. That's the definition of politics. It's a game. You can't just be rigid and say you're
But
playing a game.
Abdul, what you just said about the Southeasterner is actually what they have been doing since even pre-independence. You understand? This superiority of the things, that was what made Azikwe to go and form an alliance with Ahmadu Bello that time. And that was the same thing that made them to destroy the regional government to came with Aguiyi that time, because they believe
Kimba,
that they are the
let me find this video so that maybe you can play. There was this man that was doing it interview recently, talking about Nigeria and Southeast, and he's one of their elders. He was talking about they are the white people of Africa, that without them, and he kept going. And then the next guy said, by the way, why are you persecuting us? So my point is, you can't claim victor and victim at the same time. You can't say, okay, I'm the victor, I won. At the same time, I'm also the victim. By the way, support me. Like you got to pick one. Are you the victor or are you the victim? You cannot be both. So that's the problem I see. You want to be the guy that is in charge, that you're the best. At the same time, you want to be claiming that you have been discriminated against. If you are in charge, so how are you claiming discrimination? If you're rich, why are you protesting? You see my point, but if you have that discussion with them, you be labeled a tribalist, or you are.
And that is
but
very,
that is the double standard we are talking about now.
yeah,
They
they
talk
like to
with
play the victim mentality. Like they are the
exactly.
victims, so allow us do whatever we want. But which is one thing, the OB to some extent does not have that mentality. That's why he was kind of successful in the presidential election. However, the same thing still was his downfall in the north, because he kept up. Uh, he went closer to the Christians, and as a result, alienated himself from the Muslim, which is why he did poorly in the north.
if he had used the same tactics and like went to the north and rapport with them, did all those things, he would have done better. Because Obi has this mentality of playing a simple man, a very humble man. It works for him. An average Igbo man don't behave like that.
Hey, but Abdul, that one is not selling again, though. It's not selling at all. Nobody will buy all those things again. I think he has to come out if he's going to contest in the next election. He has to come with another new strategies. This old strategy of being an ombudsman, being what is it called now? All these religion and ethnic things that he used during this election will not work in this next election. It will never work.
Yeah, being an humble man will still work for him, but religious sentiment, those ones will not work again. Or like I'm not corrupt, those ones will not work again. I agree.
His followers are just damaging. They're just damaging his image, and oh my god.
More is
Now
still coming, Mike. Just wait. Another more is coming now.
there's
More
this
is still
one girl
coming.
like that now. One yellow girl like that. This guy just make video every day, just doing tribal bigotry in the name of Obi. I'm like, yo, this guy just a kid. I'm sure maybe that's the reason why I can't go cook for finally ran away. Like this guy just a provoke, just a insulted other ethnic group, Yorubas and the North in the name of Obi. He got
I,
like
I
when
think
you
it's
insult
more
all these
of
people and you expect them to now vote for Obi.
I think it's more of an argument. Like, listen, if you believe what you say you believe, like if you look at people like Tinubu or not because I like him or anything, I don't give a damn about it. But when they believe in something, they go all the way. Tinubu has been planning to become president since '07, according to Oshoba. Since '07, okay? And he worked at it for how many years? He planned this thing for years. That is his own belief. So I think Kenneth is like, listen, Peter, if you believe in what you told me you believe, I'm ready to even die with you, like according to his own word. But you have to show leadership. Show me something to follow. You lead the way. You're not
BT.
leading.
Or
That's what
even
I think.
Oshoba is not even telling the truth. Let me tell you, Tinubu, right from when he contested, he was a senator in the Second Republic. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
is it Second or Third Republic? No,
During
Third Republic.
the IBB days now. The IBB days, he was a senator.
Yes, that's the Third Republic. He was a senator. Then he ran for governorship in 1999. By 2003, he ran under ED. And you know that Tinubu is not an Afenifere. I hope you know that.
Yeah, I know.
He's not an Afenifere. So when he discovered that this AD of a thing is not working for him, look at the way Afenifere compromised for Obasanjo, and
No, because Afenifere, they were more PDP leaning.
You
So
understand? So the
that's why I
compromise
said
for Obasanjo, and they took all over all the remaining, apart from Lagos, they took all the remaining southwestern states. That was when it changed from AD, because AD is synonymous with Afenifere, and changed to is it Action Congress first before it become Action Congress of Nigeria or something like
AC.
from AC from AC to ACN. I think it's from AD to AC, from AC to ACN before it now form APC. You understand? So the ambition has always been there. It was very close to Abiola. I mean, it was, yes, it was very close to Abiola. And if you look at what they did to, Abiola actually worked against Awolowo in 1979 because he wanted to contest. He wanted to contest. Because in 1979 he worked for NPN. He wanted to contest, but they actually disappointed him. And then by 1982 he decamped from NPN back. So I don't know which party actually, but he left NPN by 1982. You understand? So, and that was why I was a little bit skeptical because the Northerners, they can't tolerate somebody like that. They know that he has the money, He has the education, he has everything. In fact, as at that time, because if you look at what the Obasanjo did, Obasanjo was just like somebody that they just say, okay, immediately they keep Muritala, they said, okay, you be there, but we'll give you people that will be monitoring you. And that was people like Theophilus Danjuma and then what's his name? Umaru Yaradua. They are the one actually calling the shot that time. And they told him that by the time you are going to hand over, you have to hand over to a Northerner. And that was why he said the best candidate will not emerge. That was what the statement that Obasanjo made that time. And that was how Shagari emerged, and he worked against Abiola also in that same MPN. You understand? So, and that was why when they wanted to return back to democracy during Babangida regime, Abiola kept on asking Babangida, are you sure that you are going to hand over? And he said, yes, he's sure that he will hand over, but he knows the people he will not hand over to, but he doesn't know the people he will hand over to. Mind my word though, he said he doesn't know the people, he knows the people that he will not hand over to, but he doesn't know the people that he will hand over to. What does that statement means to you? You understand? So they already knew that they are not going to give, because they know that Abiola will not do their billing. And that was why they prevented him in 1979 and they prevented him in 1993. And it's the same thing now. Because you know this I'm very sorry, I'm not being tribal, and that's the fact. These northern people, whenever they are not in power, they're always restless, because that is what they eat. That is they see like their birthright. Remember, BT, there was a time in Nigeria that we used to have this inscription on plate number. You remember that time? That they were at Lagos, Center of Excellence.
The born to rule kind of thing.
Born to rule, yes, in Sokoto. Born to rule. So, you know, and that was why you can see when all these Hassan and all these northerners are now coming out, they are now making Tinubu regime to look as if it's the worst. Meanwhile, when Buhari was there, all of them, they kept quiet. Can't you see? I think we need to understand what is actually going on in this country before we start supporting whoever we are supporting.
You see, after that 1966 coup, the way that coup happened, like they didn't see it coming. Like even to today, a northerner will still ask themselves, is there a way we could have seen this coming? Was there a reason for this coup? Like they didn't see it coming. So that thing is still in the back of their mind. Like these southerners, we just can't trust them because we can't predict what they can do. Because there was absolutely no reason, no sign. There was nothing the northerners did, right, to the southeast or anyone for them to deserve that thing. Because someone just assassinated their leaders for no reason. There was no rivalry. In fact, they were on the same camp politically. You understand? They were the South and South North. They were on the same camp, same political, same government, and it just woke up and killed. So that thing, it will take a long time before they'll be comfortable with the Southerners just in power, because you know that's why that thing is still kind of like it's affecting their thinking. We see it as them thinking born to rule, but it's not the case. They're just thinking like these Southerners, the way they do things. That's why I rather trust the Southwesterner more. You know, and the way people, the Southwestern are still behaving towards them is still not even helping this matter. It's not even helping them to change the way they are. You know, that is not helping them deal with that trauma of the 1960s school, because you still kind of giving them the idea that, hey, you know, we haven't changed, you will do the same thing back to you again, you know. So I think that's where they are coming from, you know. And that's why I always say, man, we need to hand all these north-south conversation and get to a point where we just move past that old history, man, that 60s history, because it's almost like that 60s event is still haunting Nigeria, man. Because our entire view of each other is based on that 1966 event, you know. So to me, I think that's what
you know, Mike. Whenever we have any government that is not pandering towards their this, especially I'm talking about the Northerners this time around, they will do everything to frustrate that government. They will do this. That was the same thing they did
because when Jonathan came in, they didn't wanted Jonathan in the first place. It was the
Yeah,
circumstances that made
actually,
them to accept. You understand?
yeah.
So, and then when Jonathan came in and he was pandering towards the Easterners, was not pandering towards them, they did everything
They
that
start
no, you
being
are not going to get
suspicious.
this exactly, that you are not going to get this second time, and they frustrated the guy out of the place. You understand? And the same thing now, they see that Tinubu is not pandering towards them, is not giving, is not actually, they are not the one dictating for him. They will not be comfortable with him now. They won't. They won't be comfortable with him. If you want to be there, then you have to be doing their billings. You have to be doing their billings.
And the funny thing is that if the South was like a strong region in the sense that maybe we all get along in the South, I don't think they will have that level of confidence to be, you understand, to be
Because you are
dictating.
not one, the South. That is it now.
Yeah,
We are
yeah,
not
we are in
one.
fragments. I
Yeah,
mean, the
exactly.
Southwest. In fact, I can arguably tell you that the only friend the Southwest has right now is the North. This because the Southeast South are they they are the one at war with us right now. So you want Tinubu to now be betraying the North now. So the South are put Tinubu in a position where he has to be humble towards the Northerners because he has nowhere else to go. The South side they hate him. The Southeast they hate him. The South side I won't say the South side hates him completely, but it's kind of they are divided in a sense. Like some like him, some hate him. But the South
The people
so
that
Tinubu is in a
actually hate
position
him
where the only
more.
friend he has right now is the North.
Mike, the people that hate him, the South people that hate Tinubu more, they are the old Bende people.
And that's what even amazed me the most. If you notice,
Yes, the old Bende. Because let
even
me tell
the
you,
whole
if you look at the history, let me tell you, it was what Zik and Ahmadu Bello, it was, before Southwest, actually, the Western region was actually borrowing federal government money because we are making a lot of money because we have a lot of resources. It's some part of this Western region that time has oil, we have the palm oil, we have the cocoa, we have everything. So they wanted to use that one to actually break the power that Awolowo has that time. It was Azikwe that told Azikwe, let us create this Midwest away from the Western region. You understand what I'm saying? Because how
yeah.
can you? It was not the biggest of the something. You are not saying that okay, the Eastern region should be, I mean, divided into two, or that
I
big
remember
Northern
when they
region be
break the
divided into
Southwest,
three.
he made the Delta Igbo person the premier of the new region, the Midwest.
Exactly. So that was the politics, just to reduce the power of Awolowo.
And the thing later haunt them because of that break creation of the Midwest was the reason why the minorities in their own region now started agitating for their own. It was the reason now because when they created that Midwestern region, that was when now the Rivers people started agitating for their own too. Because especially the Ijaws. Because first of all, the the Ijaw people are in the Bende, they're also in the east.
If you look at the
So
just
there's
the
no way they will see
scatter, they have like
their Ijaw brothers
they are
in the
like in nine
Bende.
states. Oh.
Eh? You say?
I say Ijaw people, they scatter,
They
they are in
scattered
so
now.
many states.
So imagine when their Ijaw brothers in the Midwestern region having their freedom. Now them in the Eastern
Eastern
region still
region.
stuck with the Igbos under the Igbos. So that's what it's Adakaboro is the Ijaw guy now. That's why they started agitating to. So Azikwe is the one that created the problem. So the thing came to haunt them. And then when those one in the East also started agitating for their own break new state, he disagreed. He didn't allow them. And that was why they did that coup, because they know that there's no way you deny them to have their own region. The fact that they already split the Western region, that automatically give them the right to have their own region, their own state. And then you're like, oh no, they can't go. Oh man, I'm telling you, man. But what you said about the today, like you said, among the South, the old bended people, they are the one that have most animosity towards the Southwest today. And I don't know why. I mean, historically, they've always been the most closest people now to the Southwest. We've always been like more of allies, Remember the time of the Ambrose Ali, Naoro, and Awolowo, they were always.
If you remember, the bedrest state that time, they were it was UPN now. They were more of
Yeah, that's what
Awolowo
I'm
this
saying. They've
thing now.
always been more aligned with
Uh-huh.
the Southwest politically. But today,
Mm-hmm,
oh
mm-hmm.
man, in fact, they hate Southwest more than even the ones in the rivers and the cross rivers do.
I think it's even worse with this generation because if you look at even when they started the AD, I think they were still. I mean, even I think one of the leader in the AD. Well, yes, now Enauru. Enauru is from there now. It was not even the PDP person that
It's
time now.
from
It
it's
was
from
AD.
Edo. It's from Edo.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
The guy was Awolowo's second.
Their old ones are even better, but in this new generation, they have this
Those one
this.
those one are confused. Those one think they are Biafrans.
Mm.
They don't even know that the old Biafra, they were not part of it too. Because the old Biafra was the old eastern region. Well, you see Isoko Irobu calling themselves Biafra. Oh man.
If they want to follow them, let them follow them. I think even I'm tired of all this unholy marriage that we have. That everybody should just go their way.
Honestly, man, me, I don't mind. Like if it has to be that way, because I don't even have any business in any other region than Nigeria. I literally don't have business in.
Mike, I have said on this platform how we should go about regional government is a way.
It's the way, man. Let everybody just do control their.
Anybody, no. I'm saying that anybody, once you hear the elders of the Southwest, when they tell you regional government is the way of living the country, because once you have regional power, then you have the leverage to bargain to leave the country.
But why are these South people not joining us in that? Because okay, the
That's what I don't
Southwest,
understand.
what is Southwest agitation is regional. Everybody just being control of your region. The South is just one Biafra, but the South, they kind of like resource control. But that means regional government. But they don't. But
Mike,
they politically they allow the Southeast. I'm like, okay, if you want to allow the South, then I go for Biafra then. But then they will tell you, oh, we are not Biafrans. I'm like, oh my god, you guys are
because those in the north, they know that it's a game that they're playing here. Those in the north, they know when the elders in the Southwest say regional government, they want to leave the country. They know that that's the real meaning of regional government to the Southwest. They know that. Okay, the South one, in that one, I don't know. I don't really understand where they are. But on one minute they want resource control, they are all over the map.
they're all over the map. I don't. They are the most confusing one. At least the Southeast, those one just want Biafra straightforward. And the only thing only knows they are Biafra is just that the South side haven't really joined on board with them. But the South side, just join on board with the Southeast and do Biafra or whatever. Just figure your way. Figure where you stand. I think that they are the one in the way, to be honest.
Yeah, so if they start advocating for, because if you notice, they only advocate for resource control, not regional government. They don't go all the
Yeah,
way.
boy. How can you have resource control without regional? Well,
That one I don't know how.
yeah, but maybe because they have too many ethnic groups there.
Yeah, so they don't really, because I remember when I was still doing a Yoruba World Congress, when we now had this one of these meetings called the handshake across the River Niger. It was supposed to bring people from the south and the northeast together to form an alliance, right? To talk about regional government and stuff like that. So back in those days, the least active in terms of discussing actual structures of governance, because back then when you come to those Zoom meetings, you come with actual policy about how to run a regional government. For the most part, they focus more on resource control and less about actual governance of the region, which it was kind of annoying when they speak sometimes. So you have people like this girl, this half British girl, Nico Bridges Akulunde. You know
Oh,
who that is?
the
Yeah.
Briggs lady, I mean.
Yes. You know she's from that. You know, she used to be
Oh, the only thing she cried about is yeah. Yeah.
So when I say, Madam, we know that, but there has to be some form of administrative control over the oil in the regional government. And next thing, before you know it, that space is even more toxic. The ethnic clash, the rivalry amongst them,
Yeah.
we then overtake the conversation. You start hearing, oh, I'm a BBU. No, I'm not that. In the meeting that we're supposed to be talking about uniting, they will start fighting. Then the thing does so. We just say, you know what? Let's cool out of
They
this.
return it to
Yeah, it
you know
became
that channel, that watch channel where I don't know, they don't know how to they have to
Richie,
know how to learn something called diplomacy.
what you just said is actually a major problem among them. They are the most diversified region.
yeah,
You understand?
it's the
And
word.
nobody is ready to actually let the other one be
And because they
the
feel like
head
they
or
are
whatever.
surrendering to the other one, like that's like it's becoming kind of I'm going to be yeah.
It's a major problem, and that's why you can't see any meaningful development there. It's just I don't know.
Yeah, to me,
Eh,
like I literally don't have any business in any part of Nigeria. Other than I've been to the north. I like the
let me tell
northerners,
you.
but I
Let
can't
me tell you,
invest there.
Mike. If you give south, I mean the south a country,
There'll
you
be a
are
lot of
going to see
wars,
more
though.
divisions.
So
There'll
let me
be a
You will
give
see
lot of
more
wars,
divisions.
man.
let me give you insight. So doing back in the data management meeting by the people that were actually more serious, more organized to take I was even shocked that they were even far ahead of in terms of planning about what they wanted about regional government was the North Central. I was like, wow, these guys
North
are really.
Central.
I'm telling you, during those meetings, those conversations with them, they used to have this. They would call all these organizations amongst them, but you never really hear them on the mainstream media. But when you have conversation with their groups, the way they see regional government, I'm like, wow. So, because well, the not. That's the way I used to think they were. Until I started having these meetings with them, then you realize that no, in that space, they want their own regional government. But the way they plan theirs, they are far ahead of the way we sit in the Southwest. I'm telling you, it's amazing. The guy that was that was there on behalf of the Southeast was Tony Naji, right? Is it Tony?
Yeah, Tony Naji. That one on a low key he wants Biafra. So we
Yeah, but
agitated for Lower Niger, which is Biafra.
they
We just give a
they
different name.
we couldn't take him serious because they said, listen, you can't keep showing up by yourself with some few people. Come with a big movement, but he got his own people don't like him.
The reason he can't show
They
is
don't.
you're right, you're
Yeah,
right. His people got they're not using love
yeah.
wisdom because his
They were like,
strategy is
why are
not.
you hanging out with all these Yoruba? Why are you hanging out with all these other South? They didn't really. So we were like, since you're not credible amongst your people, we can't have you leading that charge in the movement now. Abi? Oh, you're not credible.
Yeah,
You're a
the
good
way
guy.
the South is like to do things alone and my way or the highway. You know, even their Biafra agitation is more like everyone is meeting as Southeasterners. They don't even invite the South people in the room. So Tony Naji is trying to do something. Now he's trying to meet with other people to discuss way. These people they don't believe in that.
Yeah, so we
They
couldn't.
don't. They believe in I want something. Just give me exactly where I want it. They
Yeah,
don't.
but
They don't believe in compromise or having any compromising or meeting to discuss. They don't believe in that, and I don't know why they have that mentality.
he's a smart guy. Just that you cannot be. It's like a show where you have all these ideas and nobody's following you. So, what's the point of your ideas when nobody's following what you say?
They stand a better chance of getting what they want to follow Tony Nadi than to follow Namdi Kanu. You know that, right?
Because what Oninadi want, if you break Nigeria, is he wants he call it Lower Niger. And if you look at that map, that's Biafran map.
Yeah, that was
We know the Kanu, you understand? That's because the Lower Niger that is calling for is southeast and south, right?
Mhm.
Well, you know the
Yeah,
Kanu
he
is
wanted he wanted that because there used to be these three women in the group. They were very popular on YouTube. I've forgotten the name of their group. They were like three women like this, very popular from that part of the country, and they used to host these weekly shows. So, so even though we were having talk about regional governments, the way they spoke about regional government was like some kind of alliance amongst, like they want to have their own referendum where they will come together and they will bring the historical context to what they were saying. So they even wanted to draft Nnamdi Kanu into the movement. We're like, no, it's too radical for like no.
yeah, man. To be honest, I think the best everybody can just go for is either regional government or state. To me, even the state we have, God say, I mean, I'll be honest with you, this state government thing is almost like regional government. Just give the state more, give the ethnic nationalities more power to control their territory. You understand? So nobody can be stepping on someone else's toes and things like that. Just make the law clear that hey, you can't go and become a governor in another man's tribal land, or you know what I'm saying? Make it clear. Or you can't go there and interfere with their. You can go there and go and do your business, whatever. But the people there own their territory, so that way nobody can say anybody is. And then let everybody control whatever is in their land, their resources. To me, we'll be in peace. You know.
Mike, what would that one? By the time you start having divisions, it makes you to see your differences more. I hope you know that. Now we are talking about the South now. We are seeing them as one now because they have a common enemy. By the time they are on their
Which
own,
South?
that's when they,
Which South?
eh? I'm talking about South.
They
South.
what? Okay,
I
South
said
as what?
presently, yes, they are seeing themselves like one indivisible entity
They really
now.
don't. If you go there, they don't.
No,
Trust
no,
me.
no, no. At least when they have a common enemy that they are fighting, you understand what I'm saying?
Who's
Now,
that common enemy?
all of them are speaking in one voice now. So, okay, this is what we want. This is
They
what
are
we don't
not. They
want.
are not. They are not. Everything we said today now, you should know they are not. That's why they can't decide whether they want what they want. They are not. What a Duma will tell you is different from what Ijoma will tell you. They are not. They don't even relate. That South region to me is just they don't relate. The only thing is they're just keeping quiet because these South people believe Nigeria is protecting them from a more powerful ethnic group. Like smaller ones like Ogoni, they believe Nigeria is protecting them against the Jaws. You understand? That River State, the Nigerian law, Nigerian military, because if you leave them alone, the other bigger tribe will invade them and just that's they know now. Nigeria is creation of Nigeria gave them peace of mind, those smaller ones. Because the bigger ones used to invade them and just you sell them to slavery, all those kind of things. And then the entire South and I feel like the Nigerian state is protecting them from the Southeasterners. So that's why they are quiet. But they also know that most of the wealth, the fact that it's coming from their region is being shared by everybody. So that's the only beef problem they have with Nigeria. So they are not one voice. Trust me, I know these people very well. Just go to the Delta State, you see war between Ishekiri and Icho. They don't like if you just go to that region, you find out that they are not on the same page. They don't really they have a lot of issues among themselves.
So
To me, hmm,
the issue now is because I can say okay, let's take Delta State for example. The Delta North, they don't even have a single drop of oil. So by the time they are there on their own, that is when you start seeing agitations like, okay, no, we are the main producer of this. This thing is in our community. It doesn't belong to this so called ethnic group. Do you understand? Because what I discovered that the majority tribe or ethnic in Delta, the Urobos, actually, I don't think they have oil. I think it's the
Exactly.
Shekiri,
So they stay.
And the Jos there that
Yeah,
they find oil in their community.
exactly. So you let them have it. Let the Sheki and Ijo have it. Let them have their oil, so they can't complain to anybody that someone is taking my oil. Abi?
So are they going to now have their own state differently?
No, no, no. Okay, Slima, look at it. Before the British came, before Nigeria was put together, how were people who was governing spaces? The people were governing it. So that's how they have their own language, their own tradition, their festivals, their everything. Let them continue their way of life as they've been doing it for thousands of years. And all it is just part of this country called Nigeria. And we all learn English. You
But
can move on.
Mike,
Hold on, now, hold on.
that kind of thing cannot work. It
It
can no
will
longer work.
work. That's the way forward. I'm telling you. Unless this one you are doing here, unless you want to eliminate ethnic group, you want to put ethnic group into extinction. It's not going to happen. People still know. Okay, why do we still have traditional rulers? We still have the way we were intact. The only thing is, we just kind of relegate it aside, and the people are just, and that's what's creating problems. What you need to do is, yes, the center of Nigeria is still the powerful, the military. Everybody comes to the military, the federal. You contribute to the federal. You join the wider Nigerian states in terms of um, general issues like dealing with foreign issues and things like that, or maybe you leave Abuja there what it is. But local governments keep it to the hands of the ethnic group. So instead of having this local government bullshit, just each ethnic group is a local government. Or each, even within Southwest, we still have the Jebus, right? You still have the Egbas, you still have those are just make those tribes local governments. You understand? And the traditional ruler and their way they were governing themselves before the British, and then you just create constitution where it match, and they know that this is a Jebu land. We the Jebus, this is our way of life. This is everything. Though we are part of Nigeria, but we are still the Jebu. We govern ourselves. Whatever is in our soil is ours. Whatever it is, keep it like that. And then we all learn English, we communicate, and anybody that wants to come to Jebu to do business, he can come. But know there are rules and regulations there when you get there. And no one will say anyone is taking anything from them now. That's the way. And place like Ogonila, they have tons of oil. That place will be super rich. They will have skyscrapers because let them be rich. It's their oil. But when you have a land where they have oil and they are extremely poor, who do you think they will blame? Is it not the Nigerian states? That's the point I'm making, man. I don't know if I make sense. Simba, are you there?
Yeah, Mike, I'm here.
Yeah, so that's the point I'm making. Like, these kingdoms already existed, so let them continue. They've existed for thousands of years. From 1960 is when everybody became, they don't even know where they stand anymore. And the British didn't really discuss anything. They didn't really reorientate everybody about this new system, this new
But
reality called
the
Nigeria.
system that you are talking about now, the institution that we have built now, how do we maintain them with this thing that you are
The
suggesting?
institution we are built now, and my brother, is dragging us. I'll be honest with you. It's a real setup. We are just deceiving ourselves, thinking because we are moving forward, we are being civilized. It's a lie. We are not being civilized. Let me be honest with you. When I interact with local Nigeria, like when I go to those rural traditional places, those people when they speak, they are more articulate, they are more original. But when I speak with a so-called this civilized Nigeria in Lagos, all they speak is grammar. They know nothing. All they know is to tell you everything that's going on in Europe, America, but they know nothing about themselves. They are not. They lack substance. They don't understand. They're confused. But they think they are being civilized. And what would the reason they will confuse that are civilized is the fact that they can hold they can dress like an American or a British, and they know what's going on in America and England, and they can consume the something produced from America and England, so they look fresh. They can hold the iPhone, operate the iPhone, but they can't make any of these things. That's what they will tell you, that they are more civilized than somebody that's traditional, as rural. So we are not really civilizing. We are not ourselves. We are becoming. We are just. It's like we are being a. We are just English people, British people.
Uh, Mike, I think I agree with you. If civilization is all about allowing education to inform your decision, you understand? You get educated, and that brings changes. But I think for us, education is just a means to survive, just to get a white collar job and get paid. Whereas the white people get educated and they use this education to solve problems around them.
Exactly. What the education we are getting is basically okay. For example, someone built a private school in Nigeria, and they went to England to get their curriculum, and they're teaching it in Nigeria. So the British that designed their curriculum, when they were designing it, wasn't were they not designing? Did they look at the environment and design a curriculum where by the time you get educated, you can use that knowledge to develop it to do something in your environment, right? But we get educated in Nigeria, right? But there's no job for that. I mean, there are some maybe except maybe doctor or something like that. But most of it, there's really no. We're educated to go to America and England to go and work. We are not educated to do something to create something in Nigeria. So our education
And
is not
another
designed.
way, even what we copy from the Western country, and is either there are two things to it. Either we copy some of it and leave out the important part of it,
Exactly.
or yes, or I've forgotten the other point. But the reason why I'm saying this is when my daughter was graduating from kindergarten to the next class, they invited all the parents. And when I went, we got the opportunity to go tour through the other classes. Mike, when I went to the classes of even the what do they call them? If you the science classes, if you see what they have in the class, what they're already exposing these children to. You know this life cycle of a butterfly,
Mm-hmm.
from the way it will move, from the way it looks like a worm before it now molds and now turn into insect with a feather. Each stage, they have each stages. They have microscope in the lab. The engineering class, if you see what they are already exposing them to at that stage, there is no way. You see what I realize with what the school system in Africa is too theoretical.
Exactly.
It's too theoretical.
Another thing is the knowledge they are presenting to you is usually European knowledge. They don't. The curriculum is not designed to inform you about the knowledge about your own environment, right?
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. They just copy part of it, the
Copy
other
and paste.
part,
Exactly.
adapting it to your environment.
Abdul,
It's not
Abdul,
there.
Abdul. See,
Yes.
I am a traditional person, right? You wanna go to the rural part to go and acquire knowledge of the natural environment. You will by those people in the Yoruba land, in those villages in Oshun, all these
Hmm.
in those villages, they can name almost every plant and every leaf and begin to tell you if give you information about those plants and those leaves. You understand? and even the animals, and they can name it. They know a lot of things, right? So they know a lot about their environment. So our curriculum is supposed to tell us about everything we possess in Nigeria,
Yep.
right? And what they are can be used for and what they are good for. So if you go to education in Nigeria, and everything you consume is about your environment first.
Yep. That's what they call comparative advantage in business.
By the time you're done with school, you cannot look around you and have the tool to now say, okay, oh, I know about my environment. What can I use all these things in my environment I have knowledge of, I've been educated about? How can I use them to build myself or build my society?
Yeah, that's what they call the competitive advantage because now you have this thing with you. If you can develop it, you have an advantage over somebody else who wants to develop the same thing but doesn't have it in his environment.
Exactly.
So you
Okay, for
already
example,
have that natural advantage, and then have you can produce at a higher capacity and still and sell at a cheaper rate than your competitors.
now, all these minerals I would say we discover in Nigeria, this lithium, all these things, right? So many of them.
Mhm.
Are they putting into the curriculum information about these elements and you understand what I'm saying? What these elements are, what they can be, how they can be, whatever, even if you don't have the knowledge of how to refine it, what they can potentially become, what they can, those
Mike,
minerals and where they are found.
if you don't have a very very large mind a large imaginative mind, you cannot do science successfully in Nigeria. It's not possible. You're just gonna go
Abdul.
through the school. The school will not go through you. If you
So
cannot
Abdul,
imagine
let
you
me
things,
graduate, you will graduate from University of Nigeria. You don't even know what lithium is. You have it in your hand.
exactly,
no,
you've
no, no, no,
never
no,
But
no.
seen
you
it.
know,
Then
but you know what?
you don't even know. Mike,
But you know
Mike,
everything
you know
about
the
Can
England.
you
one.
guys
You know
hear
the name
me?
of the Queen of England and the history of England. Who Mogo Park
Yes,
is, but
Simba,
you don't
we
know
can
what
hear you.
lithium is. You know who Mogo Park is, but you don't know what lithium is.
Okay, let me say this. Let me say this because at least maybe some of you have your education outside, but at least me, I had my primary education to university in Nigeria. These things that people are saying are not actually true because I remember that even our elementary classes, that was when they were teaching us all about all these minerals, things and columbites in Jos. They even told us the locations and what they use all these minerals for.
Did
You
you see
understand?
it? Did you see it? Was it shown to you
The
in the
only thing,
class?
no.
Did you see it?
We did not see it. It was
So
just theory.
so why can you say what we're saying is not right? That's exactly what we're saying. It's all theory. They're gonna tell you if you don't have an imaginative mind to just imagine how it looks like so that you
They will
can.
say, this is aeroplane. This is this is that. That's it. They don't explain anything for that. They don't show you.
Yeah, so what I'm telling
Actually,
you, Simba,
what you people are saying, I agree with you totally because let me put there. Even when I was in medical school, there was this thing that we used to manage for premature babies. We call it apnea monitor. You know, those babies they can decide not to breathe and they just die. You understand? So there is a gadget that we use to monitor apnea. We call it apnea monitor. When my one of my consultant was teaching us in medical school those days, he mentioned the apnea monitor and he said that the thing is not available and that's why we are using some medication to actually reduce the frequency, I mean the incidence of this apnea. And in my imagination, I was just thinking that this gadget that he's talking about will be a very big gadget that this thing might be costing like millions of naira. That is why we couldn't have it. And when I now finished my house job, I went for service. Then I started working as a resident. Then one of my consultant now, he went for 1 year exchange program in Britain. And when he was coming, he brought 4 of these apnea monitor and he donated it to our department. And I was nearly cursing the other guy. I said, look at this thing that this guy was making to look as if it's one big gadget that is not affordable. And I asked him, it's even something that an individual can afford.
Simba, did they use it? Because sometimes, because they don't even know how to use it, they'll just abandon it.
No, it's very easy to use now. All these things, just, you put it on the bed, the child will lie on it, then you put the probe. You just put the
You
probe
guys
on
are
the chest of the
lucky.
child. That's
You
all.
guys are lucky. My wife, she's a nurse, she worked in NNPC. And this hospital, they try to like make it like American standard. They brought some complicated machines, or I won't say complicated, just like something you just mentioned now. Since they were not trained with in school, when they brought those machines, they were not using it. They just abandoned it. But my wife, all she did was went on YouTube and saw how to use it. She was like, but this thing is very easy to use. Why are they not using it? Because it makes it very, very easy for the
I
patient. I
think,
think it helps.
Abdul, I think some of us are very lazy intellectually. Let me give
No,
what
no,
you
no.
just
It's
said.
not lazy. It's not
No, let,
laziness.
let me give let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. When I worked in state hospital, there was a time I was working in state hospital in Ijebu, and that time I was now doing locum in a private hospital. So one day I went for the locum. I usually cover night that time. So I went there. Whenever I get there, I will see all the patients so that I will know what they're up, so that in case there is any emergency, I'll be able to know what to do. So there was one room that they didn't allow me to enter, not knowing that the mother of the wife of the owner of the hospital was actually on admission, but they didn't show me that woman that night. So at like 12 midnight, one man just knocked on my door, and I opened the door, and he was telling me, in fact, that guy was actually the PRO of Dunlop at that time, PRO of the Dunlop Nigeria at that time. And he said that, doctor, my mother is on admission in this hospital and he has severe asthmatic attack. And I said, "Oh, but I'm not aware." He said, yes, you know that I'm not aware. That's why he came to me. And he said that there was this gadget that his friend sent to him from US, that he said that this thing would be beneficial to his mother care. But the owner of the hospital, who is the in-law, because the owner of the hospital is actually the husband of his elder sister. So, and I said, okay, bring this thing. He just brought it. It was just a nebulizer. And they said the doctor, who's far, far, far older than me, said he doesn't know how to use it. And he
Exactly.
abandoned it and was just giving the guy aminophylline, hydrocortisone, and all those things. I said, this is just a nebulizer now. I coupled it and I nebulized the woman. Mike,